2022 National Signing Day hosted by PVAMU-TV. I'm Andrew Brewer.
And I'm Josh Crawford. So now today, is a day of celebration, not only for PV Athletics, but for the hundreds of young men that their lives are being changed forever by joining a prestigious university just like Prairie View. So like I said, it's going to be a long day. We'll cover a lot of different sports. We'll talk to a lot of different coaches. It's going to be an exclusive event. But to start off with, we have a champion in the building right now. 2021 SWAC Western Division champion right now. We're going to throw it to the couch with my man, Caleb Carter. But for right now, we're going to talk to Coach Riggins and the PVAMU Baseball Panthers. Caleb, take it away.
All right, thank you, Josh. Thank you, Josh. My name is Caleb Carter, and I'm here sitting with Coach Riggins from the baseball team. Coach, we know last year was kind of an awkward year. But how was it dealing with COVID, and how will it feel getting back out of COVID?
First of all, I'd like to say thank you for having me. I appreciate it. Last year was very difficult. We had to take all type of precautions to make sure that we were able to fill the team every weekend with testing and make sure we had our masks. So it was very difficult. We had a couple guys, test positive early. That really didn't affect us until the last 2 weeks of the season. We end up, testing positive right before we went to the SWAC championship. I think it was like 16 of us. When we came up out of COVID protocol, we had 1 day of practice. Then we ended up going to the championship. It is what it is. You can't really dwell on it. But coming into this year, you have the new variant that's rapping through. All my kids are fully vaccinated. So as of right now, we're ready to go. Everybody. I think we had a couple kids test positive early. So I'm excited about the season. So I'm ready to go.
Right. Now, Coach, we know over the past few months, we know what we dealt with the pass away of George Floyd and all of these civil rights movements, right? But through that, we see that HBCUs have gained a lot of love and attention. So how does it feel being a coach and being a part of what some would call a movement?
It feels good. About time. Historical black colleges have always been here. We produce productive young men, young women. It's sad that it have to, come through someone losing their life. But he didn't lose his life in vain. It brought light and attention to what's going on into the world today, and I think that we'll benefit from it because now a lot of players that normally wouldn't come will come. I know. The kids and the parents are looking more to go to HBCU. So, yeah, it benefits us.
Right, and Coach, going off that, today is National Signing Day, and you say that that's helped when it comes to recruiting. So give us a brief, outlook on what this recruiting class is looking like.
Oh, wow, it was great. We wanted to build on what we did last year. So we brought in 4 pitchers and 3 pitchers, a pitcher and a position player and a middle infield. And all these guys are good athletes. We got 2 pitchers that's going both ways. So last year, our pitching was the #1 reason why we did so well, and we want to build on it. Adding the new pitchers and some a young middle infielder, it will boost our team going into next year. So I'm excited about it. Can't wait till they get here and perform.
All right, Coach, because I know one thing about baseball is you got to have a good bullpen. You got to have some dudes, some aces, some guys to close the game for you. But there's one specific recruit I wanted to ask you about, and we laughed about this before we started. Dejon Lewis, 2-sport athlete, playing football and is playing baseball. You got to be some special talent to do that. So tell me a little bit about him.
Wow, you're getting a real good athlete. Not only that, you're getting a kid that's a dog. You know, where the coaches always say, "Hey, we want that dog." You're getting that dog. He's a safety on the football field, and he's a center fielder in baseball. He's a real good athlete. He got speed. He got a plus arm. I'm excited to see what he do on the football field because I know what he can do on the baseball field. So
Right.
I'm looking forward to it.
Right. Now, Coach, you had some good success. SWAC Division of the West won that. But what do you feel is the next step for the program?
You know, with the recruiting that we have done this year and in the past, my goal is to win the SWAC and win games in the regional. So we're trying to build our team up to that point. You know, not only just to win the SWAC and weekend games, but to win some of these midweek games, so we can go on and compete in regionals once we have opportunity to win SWAC championship.
Right. So, Coach, you just said it, but what can we expect to see? What is the Panther faithful watching? What can we expect to see from the baseball team come this season, since it's right around the corner?
Wow. You can expect to see some great baseball. You know, we want to build on what we did last year. Going into the second half last year, I mean, we scored, 20-plus runs a series on some good, just hard-nosed baseball. Some small game ball, being able to put the ball in play with 2 strikes. So we're looking to build on that, and we brought in more athletes and looking forward to it.
Right, right. So, Coach, now we know what the school is going through. We've had some struggles in finding a golf coach. So we know that you stepped up and stepped into that role. But what has there been any challenges or complications with you being the interim golf coach?
No, sir. No. The kids, when it was announced that the coach was leaving, the kids actually requested me. And everybody know me. I can't turn kids down, you know what I mean? So I know some of the kids. I actually played golf with some of them while they was at, I think, Cypress Lakes. So we know each other. So they asked me, and I said, no problem. I had a blast with them this fall. I learned a little bit more about the game, but I learned a little bit more about them and who they are and how they prepare and how they go about doing their business every day when it comes to golf. And I'm actually looking forward to how the men and women do this year.
Right. So, Coach, we know that golf didn't have any prospects this year, but how would it be for you to recruit any players come next season?
Well, for golf?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I wouldn't because I don't think that'd be fair to the new golf coach when they do hire a golf coach, because his perspective, my perspective is totally different when it comes to golf. He know more than I do, so I didn't. Hopefully that we'll have an opportunity to get a coach in soon, so he can have an opportunity to recruit.
Right. Now, Coach, we're going to switch back to baseball very quickly because we know that school pride is what helps the team go. Mm-hmm. So what can we do to help get the fans in the stands come this season?
Oh, man, a little bit more marketing. You know, of course, that we play during the week and early games, so we know Fridays, you know, it's going to be tough because we know we play at 3 o'clock and classes still be going on. So Saturday and Sunday, we expect guys to come out and support and give us all they got.
Right. All right. Thank you, Coach. PVAMU-TV is going to do all that we can to help publicize the baseball team and the golf team. Coach, thank you for joining. That was Coach Riggins, the baseball coach and the interim golf coach. I'm Caleb Carter, and I'm going to throw it back to Drew and Josh at the desk.
Well, thank you for that, Coach Riggins, and we hope that the baseball team as well does an amazing job this season, and we look forward to it. We're going to take a quick commercial break and come back with more. Hopefully we're going to get in touch with the softball coach and get a little bit more understanding of how good things are going with the softball team. I'm Drew Brewer.
And I'm Josh Crawford. We signing out. National Signing Day special presented to you by PVAMU-TV. So yeah, we just had Coach Riggins in here talking about the baseball expectations for this season. Great interview by my man Caleb Carter. But we're gonna take it back to the diamond. You feel what I'm saying? This time, a special emphasis on the Lady Panthers. Caleb, take it away with round 2 with the softball coach.
Thank you, Josh. I'm here joined today with Coach Vernon Bland, coach of the softball team. Coach, thank you for joining us today. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having us.
All right, Coach, we're going to get right into it because we know last year was kind of a weird year. We had COVID, we didn't know if we were out of it. We didn't know if we were back in it. So how did that play in the locker room going through COVID?
Well, this season was definitely one of challenges because we had some young ladies that weren't able to compete for every game. And so we just had to work a little harder. We had people playing positions that they weren't used to playing, and so that's why we're looking to be more versatile this year. We still finished second in the West. We did well in the conference. Of course, our goal is to win the championship every year, but we lost in the semifinals. So
right. Now, Coach, you just talked about it. You had players playing at different positions, and I checked the roster and I saw that you have a lot of sophomores, got a lot of young players on the team. So how was that, kind of getting their minds right through all the mess that was going on?
Well, dealing with young ladies 18 to 22, so we had 10 freshmen. And so just getting that bridge from high school to college softball was definitely a challenge. But right now they did get a chance to play a lot last year, and so this year we're looking for a lot of things from them.
So, Coach, now we know we're in. HBCUs have been receiving a lot of love and attention, right, for better or for worse reasons, right, because we know what has caused it with the tragic passing of George Floyd. But how has that been being a coach, being a part of what some would call a movement?
Well, being an HBCU graduate, I'm a graduate of Prairie View. I've always thought that the HBCUs were a great place to be. It just kind of opened the eyes to people that maybe had not known what we had to offer. As far as our recruiting, it didn't really help us because we've always been diverse with our softball team. So it didn't really help my program, but as far as HBC as a whole, I think it did well.
Now, Coach, you just talked about it. It really didn't help with the recruiting, but today is signing day, and could you give us a glimpse of what can we expect from this recruiting class? How did that go for you?
So we've actually signed 3 young ladies early, and as I spoke about earlier, they all can play 3 positions each, and so the versatility is what we're looking for. They're all 3 from big select teams, the select teams around the country. All 3 play on nationally ranked select teams, and so hopefully they can bring that experience of winning championships to our program.
Right. Now, Coach, when we think about this season, right, you just said that you finished second in the SWAC West, but what do you think, what can be done to take that next step for next season?
We just have to finish the job. We were actually in first place going into the last weekend, and we just had a couple of injuries that hurt us. I think the team knows that they can win. We know that we have the talent to finish first in the West. That's a goal, but of course the ultimate goal is to win the championship. If we won it in 2018, so we know how that feeling is, and so the theme of this team is new era because nobody on this team was on the championship team, and so I wear my ring on the regular so they can get a look at it, right, and hopefully it'll make them hungry enough to want their own.
Right, trying to establish a culture of winning.
Exactly.
I get it. But we have a lot of Panther faithful watching right now, and they want to know what can we expect from the softball team come this season.
Well, this year we would love for you guys to come out to support the softball team. This team, I've said it on many occasions. I've met with parents. We've had a camp. We've done other interviews. And I believe this team is probably one of the most talented teams. We have some transfers that are coming in. And so they've come from winning programs. So we actually, if SWAC is, of course, the goal, but we have set a standard where we want to go to the regionals, win a game of 2 in the regionals, and hopefully finish up in a College World Series.
Right, Coach. That's some big goals, but you think we can achieve it? Now, Coach, you just said that we got a lot of young players, got a lot of people playing different positions. That was last year, but for this year, what can we expect now that those players have matured? How has that process been for you?
Well, now they know the speed of the college game. That was the biggest difference in high school and college. It's just a different speed. And so now that they've experienced it, they know what to expect. They know that, the things that they did in high school probably not going to work. And so they knew that they had to work harder. We have a enclosed cage, so they learned to utilize that more than they did last year. So I just think that the experience is what's going to really pay off for us this year.
Right, Coach. Now, I see you have your ring on right now. You talked about it, that you wear it, in the locker room, and you talked about how you finished second in the SWAC this year. So the question is, how will that turnover, into this season?
Well, they felt that sting of losing.
Right.
And, that's not a good feeling of getting back on the bus knowing that you probably had the team that should have won the championship. And so, of course, they don't want to feel that same loss again. So that's our motivation, not to, come home as not a loser, but just not as the champs.
Right. Now, Coach, of course, today is signing day, and you said you had three recruits coming in. But, Coach, take us into that home. Take us into that phone call. Give us the recruiting pitch from Coach Bland to those future recruits out there right now.
Well, the one thing that we always say about Prairie View is once we get them on campus, then we basically have them sold.
Right.
This is a beautiful campus. We probably have one of the most beautiful campuses in our conference for sure, also in Texas. And we also let them know that as far as softball, it's not really a pro game after that. And so what they're going to do is they're going to come here and they're going to graduate. And so our graduation rate is at 90% on the softball team. And so we just, they know me and Coach Lane, my assistant coach, we're both graduates of Prairie View. So what we talk about recruiting, we believe it because we went through it. And, so whatever we're saying about Prairie View is because we believe what we're saying. It's not a recruiting pitch. It's not just a sell trying to get them here. It's something that we believe, and we're going to support them to reach their final goal, the end goal, which is championships and graduation.
Right. Now, Coach, you talked about it. You said that there is no real, professional level for softball. But what can you as a coach provide to them as that final experience to make them feel that, they've left out on a good note? What happens there?
Well, of course, like I said, the end goal is graduation.
Right.
And championship. So our 18 class, that was the best feeling, to leave out as champions, as graduates. Off that team, we had 4 graduates that graduated. Their graduation day was actually championship day.
Wow.
So, and the next day was Mother's Day. So, that was so the championship is usually the day before Mother's Day. And so that's one thing we kind of, this is a present, that you can get to your mom. So we just, like, again, believe in the process of what we're doing here at Prairie View. Believe that, if you come here, you're going to graduate. That's the number one goal. And you're also going to enjoy this time here.
Right. Now, Coach, let's circle back to COVID and how it affects the team. Right. We know that Omicron is spreading rapidly, and the parents out there want to make sure that their child is safe, and we're taking all the necessary protocols that need to be taken. So what is the softball team doing in regards to that?
So the athletic department have their protocol, and so we follow the protocols where you have to be tested, you have to wear your mask. We have the home and visitors dugout, and with that, we separate the teams so they're not around each other, all the time, unless we have to go through a defensive drill or offensive drill. And our training staff is doing well as far as the protocol. So they're safe, as safe as you can be during this time.
Right. Now, Coach, we also know that, Prairie View has a lot of camps, softball camps. So is that a place for recruiting, or is it just, just honing your skills, getting ready for wherever they may play, in the future?
Well, we actually had a camp 2 weeks ago, and we had over 50 young ladies come down for the camp. And And out of our previous camps, out of the last 3 camps, we've signed 11 young ladies out of our camps. So our camps are definitely a recruiting tool. So if you're able to come to one of our camps, you'll definitely get looked at as a future Panther.
Right. Now, Coach, we thank you for joining us here today on the interview. We thank you for your time here at signing day. Coach Vernon Bland, we thank you. Drew, Josh, I'm going to toss it back to you at the desk.
Man, that was a great interview, Caleb. Like I said, you know, first class professional in the business. And let me ask you, Drew. You know, we didn't talked about baseball, we didn't talked about softball. You know, as a bigger guy myself, I see myself as a first baseman, catcher type, somebody can hit for power in the middle of the lineup, do some things. What you think, Coach? What you think? You think I'm a good first baseman catcher? You think that'll be good?
You got the bill for it.
That's what I'm saying. You know, I played Little League. 2013 home run derby champion. You feel what I'm saying? So, Mr. Brewer, my wonderful co-host, what type of baseball player do you think you would be?
Well, I used to play baseball back in the day when I'm younger years, before high school. I was really much of a pitcher. I played everything, really. Everything you needed, I did. I played catcher, pitcher, outfield, infield. So every time I was even on the side as a coach telling them, come on, slide, do this and that. So I would say me personally, I feel I'm more of a facilitator, first baseman. Nobody's going to get past me. At the end of the day, I'm going to hold the rock and I'm going to handle it. This is do you feel me? This is my diamond, and I'm going to make sure that my team is doing everything they need. Because that was my main position back then, was first base. And I can tell
No, you're not built like no first baseman.
Oh, hey, I'll let you know this. Back in them days when I was first base, ain't nobody got past me. That was most definitely. I was always getting everybody out. I'll never forget. There was one time, it was a ball hit, like in the dead between me and the second baseman.
Yeah.
And I ran up, slid, and right when the runner's coming, me and him both slid, and I got to the base first. He out. That's a highlight right there.
Somebody draft this man in MLB. Somebody draft this man in MLB right now. They got like 75 rounds, so like, you feel what I'm saying? You got a chance, bro. They got more than that. They got like 100 something.
Hey, anything's possible.
Anything is possible. Not to downgrade you, Drew, but some people that haven't played collegiate athletics at the highest level, just a different workload, a different type of commitment that you gotta put out. Somebody that was a former football player myself. It's been 4 years in this program with the Panthers under Coach Dooley and now Coach McDowell's leadership. I just know that all these coaches in here that come in are working tirelessly to help their players, to get their players to the next level. I know obviously you said with softball, it's not really a next level, but like you said, graduation, making sure that they lead this campus, secure, sound, educated, all of the above things like that. So one thing I will say is that not only my sport in football, Coach Dooley, Coach McDowell, all the coaches, I'm doing something like this, they're making sure that we're not only not taking care of on the field. I got a SWAC Western Division Championship for that, but also in terms of what can we do off the field, what can we do in the community, what can we do, as representations of PVAMU to best put our best foot forward. So all the coaches do that. The entire athletic department does a very good job of that as well. So I just had to take a moment to shout them out as a former athlete. Working towards graduation, I think that's a very big step in the development of young men and young women in their post-athletic career. What do you think, Drew?
I totally agree with that. As a college athlete, that is a lot of workload that you have to put on yourself with school, and on top of that, being there for practices and being on time and still trying to be a great player as well as a great student. I mean, at the end of the day, it's student athlete. Facts. And the student part comes first. So I feel that a lot of kids, nowadays, it's exciting to get on the team. It's exciting to do the things that you need to do to work yourself to get to that next level, but always remember that the school aspect part of it is the main important thing that you got to this position in the first place. And it's always a good thing to show that degree when you're out there, because sometimes sports is not for everybody. So I just want to be able to say, I'm grateful for everyone that decided to choose PV. This is a great school to come to with great athletics as well. And this is just a wonderful opportunity for people to really understand the aspects of just getting a great education. HBCUs, like Caleb said, is really becoming popular now. So I just want to be able to let you guys know that I'm happy and I'm grateful for the experience.
That's a fact, though. You feel what I'm saying, Drew? We know the slogan, PV produces productive Panthers. It's not PV produces productive athletes. We produce a lot of those too, guys like Quentin Bell, Anthony Stubbs, guys that have made it at the highest levels of their sport. But PV produces productive Panthers. So you see people out here in the workforce in different industry, different fields, succeeding, doing their best, making headlines, things like that, putting Prairie View in a light that needs to be shed. Like Kayla talked about earlier, the uprising and the movement of relevancy for HBCUs and awareness that we're getting. This is the perfect time for for big moves to be made by especially a school like Prairie View. So I definitely understand that. I'm definitely excited for it. And with an event like this, we don't know what's to come. So yeah, Drew, like I said, very excited. A lot of momentum behind not just any particular sports team, but the whole athletic department in general.
Right. And, with football winning SWAC championship, West SWAC championship last year, look, here we go. But with that just really put PV on the map for all the other sports coming in. So now all these other sports have their chance and their time to shine and really show that PV is more than just football, not to cut you
No, you good, bro.
But we got a lot of great programs here coming up with baseball and softball, just two of some of the greatest programs that we have here at PV that can really make a difference and really show what it means to be a proud Panther in that aspect.
That's a fact. But please do not overlook that first portion of what my co-host said in terms of the academic portion. In order to be a high school, according to be a high school signer, you have to have the right academic prowess. You need to have that 18 at ACT, that 2.5 GPA in order to get to an event like this. But we'll be headed to commercial break. Come back, check in for a long day of national signing, a long national signing day of tons of prospects, a ton of coaches. It's going to be exciting. Come back soon.
everyone. Good afternoon and welcome to the PVAMU-TV studio and network station. My name is Teresa Dalvest. I'm an assistant professor of communications here in the Legacy Hilliard Hall, one of the most renowned and most beautiful spots on our campus here at Prairie View. I'm also the director of film and television production for our program, and I'm excited and incredibly pleased to share with you the newly renovated TV studio. I started here in January of 2017, and one of the first stops in my orientation to this program here was the TV studio. And it was an amazing space. Upon arrival, I thought, wow, I know the students are gaining so much experience and knowledge about television production, film production, and gaining the tools that they'll need to be able to contend in the industry. What I learned, though, was that that studio was built in 2011, 2012, and was in dire need of renovation and technological updates. And so I wrote a grant for a Title III, a grant proposal for a Title III grant, and we won the grant. And over the last 4 years, we've been planning and designing and finally executing this new studio. We had a great collaboration with Urbano Architects based here in Houston, as well as with Broadcast Studio Designs Incorporated, which is an amazing international company out of San Diego. They've built sets for major affiliates with ABC, CBS, NBC, Fox, you name it, and they've built it. And so doing my research on their company, I learned that some of the stations that I grew up watching in Virginia were designed by them. And so that's who I wanted to work with in putting together this look. I'm going to give you a really quick tour, and then after the tour, I'm going to give you an invitation to come and spend time in the studio, work with us and create content and help us amplify the stories of Prairie View. Right here, what you see behind me is this amazing media wall. It's 6 monitors in a virtual orientation that was inspired by WTTG in Washington, D.C. Again, growing up, watching the news and different programs from WTTG, when I saw their set, I was instantly inspired to replicate that as best I could. The difference between our wall and the wall at WTTG is that their mural is a static photo. It's just a big JPEG from end to end. It doesn't move. It has no video components to it. And that was the difference we made with our particular wall. So as you can see, our logo is animated on the monitors behind me. We can make one big panoramic view. We've seen the football stadium, for instance, go from end to end in this space, and it's amazing. It's just, you feel like you're standing out on the 50-yard line. And then a monitor in the middle that just kind of helps glue the whole picture together. In my tour, you'll see also that we gained inspiration from all the colleges from around the university. For instance, this treatment, this kind of marbleized look, was inspired by the Clark Building, where juvenile justice and psychology is. We lifted some inspiration in the hallways of the Agriculture Business Building, AgBiz, as we commonly know it. This dark slate you'll find on the first floor in different places of that building. It's one of my favorite textures around the building. Again, athletics will enjoy having their football players, their soccer players, their basketball players highlighted in each of these panes, or a panoramic view of the football stadium with this big massive wall. If you look, we have these wild walls that move. We have 3 that are on casters. The windows over there, as well as the clear surfaces that you'll see picked up, for instance, on our new anchor desk, are inspired by the engineering program. And then finally, I don't know if I have enough room with the cameras on this side, but let's do it over here. Walk with me, if you will. On the back side of the 2 larger walls, we have inspiration from the School of Architecture. And so the idea, we want every college, every person on this campus to feel like there's a home for them in this space. And as you can see, it took no effort for me to spin these walls and move them around. That allows us to have great flexibility in this space, something that we did not have much of in the original space. So let me show you our two staging areas. First of all, this stage is what we call our little taco stand, if you will. It's a stage that's movable by bringing both sides up. On hinges, we can lift them up and roll them away, removing the stage from the space, but for the most part, it pretty much lives right here. We have this great purple couch that will hold interviews and talk to various dignitaries and guests on issues that are important to the campus community. We have these amazing mics with mic flags showing off our university pride, both Prairie View and PVAMU-TV. Great branding, great branding. We also have a large wooden table that was made specifically for us. We have a show called the Prairie View Roundtable Talk. And the people who helped put this whole great space together made this custom for us for that particular show. On this end, we have our new anchor desk, again with a plexiglass see-through top, great monitor in the front. Gives our students a great playground as they become the next generation of multimedia journalists. And no shortage of monitors and visual stimuli around the space, again with great flexibility, great usability for our students, and all the tools that they'll need to be able to compete and contend for the careers of choice as they graduate from this great school. This is done in the form of a team effort. The faculty and staff in the Department of Communication we work tirelessly for our students. Our alumni have joined in also in our efforts to raise up our students and build an incredibly competitive program. We have opportunities that are pipelining our students into grad programs, especially at the University of Southern California, where we currently have 4 students enrolled in their grad program, and 2 recently graduated. One now has a job with the NFL and another with the LA Times. We have students doing amazing things all over the world, quite frankly, and this space, we want this space to be the place where we cultivate the next generation of filmmakers and broadcast journalists. Feel free to come anytime. My name is Teresa Dalvest. You can find my information in the university directory, and any of you and all of you are welcome to come play in this amazing playground. Thank you.
National Signing Day of 2022 here at Prairie View A&M University. I'm Andrew Brewer.
I'm Josh Crawford. But Drew, you would not believe who we got in the building.
Who we got?
Yet another champion. You feel what I'm saying? This is the 2021 SWAC indoor track meet champions. You know what I'm saying? A great track program. You know, Texas, a lot of speed, I don't know what they put in the food down here. But Erica, talk to us about the women's track program and the state of the team.
Yes, I am here today with women's track and field head coach, Coach Angela Williams. Hello, Coach. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm good. So can you tell us a little bit more about your women's track and field program here?
Well, our track and field program has had a rich history, and I took over in 2007 to really kind of bring the program up because it had fallen for a little while. And we were able to win the women's indoor championship in 2021. And that was really significant because when I took over the program, I think I had about 12 young women on the team, and it has grown to about between 35 and 40 over the years. And so everything kind of came together with the young women for us to win indoor. And we just missed outdoor by 6 points.
Yes, can you tell us a little bit more about how you got the track here? Because I know a few years ago we did not have a track facility. So what process did you go through to get the track here?
So my process initially was I was going to do a fundraiser to resurface the track that was existing in the football stadium. And then Fred Washington was the athletic director at the time, and he came to me and he said, Coach, pump the brakes. We're doing a push to upgrade all of the facilities, and so a track will be coming. In that process, the 2016 Olympics was coming up, and a good friend of mine said, hey, are you getting that track? And I said, yes, pretty sure I am, and it will be a standalone. And so the USA Olympic Committee that looks at spaces for the training camps for the Olympic team asked to come and meet with the AD, the president, and everyone here. And once they got here, they said, this is where we want our Olympic training camp. And so the track had to be a certain dimensions. It just had to be within the specs for the Olympians, and it worked out that way. So that's how we were able to get the facility.
Okay, and with it being National Signing Day today, I know you signed a athlete in the fall, Jasir Miller. Can you tell me a little bit more about your recruit?
Jasir is a little powerhouse. She's a 54 quarter miler. She has a lot of heart. She is trying to come in to Prairie View running 52, which would end up being my fastest 400-meter runner. The best I'd had prior to her, if that occurs, was 53:32 with Teresia Moody. And so Jasir knows what she wants. She knows that you can get to the highest level from anywhere as long as you have the coach and the facility. And so I'm excited to see what she's about to come and do here next year.
Oh, yes. And with the indoor championships coming up in 2 more weeks, what's your goal? I know I say we because we did win.
We just finished practice, too.
Yes.
You did your hair up. We just left the track.
So with that coming up in 2 more weeks, what's your goal after winning the pass in 2021?
Well, my goal every year is to win. I don't ever go in saying, well, I think we're going to take second or third, and we might as well not go. So the goal is, of course, to win, and then the goal is to also transition young women to the indoor NCAA championship. We had Slim, who was able to go to the indoor NCs in 2019, and as soon as we finished our warm-up, they canceled it because of COVID and sent everyone home. She was top 15 in the country, and she's graduated, and now she's competing at OU, showing the skills and the ability that she developed here at Prairie View. So my goal is to win indoor and outdoor SWAC this year, as usual, and to get some of the young women on the team to NCs.
Okay, and I know with you being a past athlete yourself, can you tell me a little bit more about how it feels to be an Olympian, how it feels to compete?
Competing in the Olympics is, and I competed in 2 Olympics, 4 Olympic trials, and I was able to compete as a world-class athlete. I started at 16, actually, in 1982. And being able to compete at the highest level, it's a feeling that I really can't express. To be able to travel all over the world doing something that you love because you have the ability within you. What I will say is that it's helped me, my track ability helped me to obtain my degree, to be able to take care of myself after track and field was over. And once you're an Olympian, you're always an Olympian. So the experiences that I've had, the friendships that I've made, I have them still today because we're in an elite group. Some people wonder, well, how do you make an Olympic team? There's an Olympic qualifying standard. No one can just go and say, I'm going to run in the Olympics. You have to run the Olympic qualifying standards. You have to go to the trials of your country, and you have to run the times that you need to run, jump the jumps, throw the throws that you need to throw to be able to be in that elite society.
Yeah, so every moment that you stepped on the track, stepped on that line, got in your blocks, was something that you told yourself? What's
I'ma
something that
win.
motivates you?
I never
Of
question
course.
myself. Injured, not injured. Once you step on the line, you got to show up. And that's what I tell you guys. You know, you can't question yourself once you get there, because then the race is over. You have to be confident whether you're going to beat that person or not. And in track and field, it doesn't matter what that person did yesterday. It's what you're going to do right now on the track. So you can't look at the heat sheets or look at the person's name and say, well, they ran this. You've already defeated yourself. So, and then if you have somebody fast in the race, I mean, I ran against Evelyn Ashford, Florence Griffith Joyner, Gail Devers, Jackie Joyner Kersey. If I'm going to line up with you and I haven't beaten you, you're going to pull me through something faster than I've run before.
Oh yeah. All right. And if we go back over to SWAC, SWAC has added 2 new members.
Yes.
FAMU and Bethune-Cookman.
Yes.
What's the difference, the level of competition you think they're bringing into
I'm not
SWAC?
sure, because I don't, one of the things that I don't do is pay attention to other people's athletes. There's nothing I can do with them. I pay attention to the athletes that I have in front of me. So whatever they bring to the table might be a higher level of competition, a lower level of competition. But what it did bring, we can't have the same amount of athletes making it in as we did before. So our conference championship is going to change just a little bit. Only 4 automatic get in now, and then there are standards for anyone else that wants to get in, where it used to be 6 automatic. Had we left it that way, you're looking at a championship that for indoor that may have to go 3 days versus 2, and an outdoor championship that may have to go 4 days versus 3. So we had to adjust those that could make it in, plus your team limits, and the standards to get the rest of your athletes in. So if you want a 5th person in an event, everybody that you're entering must now qualify for that event.
Okay. And then would you like to talk more about PV relays coming up in March?
Oh, Prairie Relays, I'm hoping it's even better than last year. Well, I know it's going to be. There's a lot of things happening right now, planning going on. The pros are coming back. Right now I have 13 colleges that have committed to come to the meet, which is the largest that has been back since I've been here, and of course the high school. Usually we have about 30 to 36 high schools attending, and I'm looking to see that, if not more. We always run up against Texas Relays and Rice, so having that many colleges, high schools, and then the pros coming lets me know that this is a great place for running.
Yes. And with PV relays, can you name some of the pros that you know will be here?
I can't do it just yet. I know who's coming, and it's not just American athletes. There are going to be some foreign athletes coming, some Olympic medalists that are coming. For the colleges that I know of, we do have some schools in the SWAC that has committed. Grambling, Jackson State has committed to come, and I'm not sure if Alcorn has committed to come as well. TSU, but we will have some HBCU schools, but we will also have some other conferences here.
Okay, and can you give us some point athletes that we should be paying attention to this season?
On our team?
Yes.
Well, I want you to be one of them.
Yes.
You did excellent last year in the hurdles. You ran your personal best in outdoor. My expectation for you as a senior to run even faster, to get on the podium.
Oh, yes, that's a goal.
Kezia Roberts, right now she's number 2 in the SWAC in the 60 going in. So I'm hoping that she goes 60 long jump and triple jump, and that would be an awesome way for her to exit with her master's. Actually, she graduated early, and she came back for her next 2 years to get her master's and compete. Dinah Murphy is probably in the best shape that she's been in that I've seen. She's healthy, and she's leading right now in the conference.
Oh, yes.
So I expect her to come away with the 800, and she's going to be on the 4x4 and the distance medley relay. I have several quarter milers, 2 young ladies that are sisters, they're twins, Jade and Jada Sabir. I think that they're going to do very well. They may go 1-2 in the 400. I have a young lady that transferred in from KU, Morgan Mukes, and I think she's going to be in the top 3 in the conference. Asia Harris. Asia's coming along really well as a sprinter. This is her sophomore year, and she's really learned how to execute in track and field. She played more volleyball coming out of high school, but she's doing really, really well. And Naomi in the 3,000 and the 5,000, as well as Helen Roddy and Sydney and Shelby in the mile, they're going to help us bring it home. So we have every event covered right now except for the throws. I don't have any weight throwers and shot putters.
Okay, can you tell me how tough it is dealing with the COVID protocols, with COVID starting, and it seems like it's never ending?
It gives you some hiccups. I have people cycling in and out of COVID protocol. All of my athletes pretty much are trying to follow it as closely as possible, getting vaccinated. Like I have all 3 shots, making sure that you're managing yourself well. You're wearing masks as needed. You're not putting yourself around people that you're not sure what they're doing. It has hindered a lot of the schools actually. If you go into COVID protocol and you're out for 10 days, that's a lot of days to be out. Then you have to try to come back. You can actually lose a season that way. So we're trying to handle it as best as we can. Right now, I'm probably down to 28 young ladies, and I'm hoping I don't lose anyone going into conference in the next 2 weeks.
Okay. So another question for you, Coach. With outdoor coming up, what's your goals for outdoor season?
Well, my goal for outdoor season is, of course, to win conference and have some of my athletes transition to World Championship trials, NCAAs. I want to win at home. And I'd like for us to leave some records at the track and break some stadium records this outdoor.
All right. And thank you, Coach, today for speaking with us. And I'm going to hand it back over to Drew and Josh.
It's been my pleasure.
Drew, what you think about that, man? We done came with some heat. The first hour of the show, we had 2 champions, an Olympian, somebody from our programs currently at Oklahoma. Coach Williams herself was an Olympian. So yeah, we coming with that fire, man. Coach, I know you talked about you got your sprinters on lock, your long distance on lock, but I did do a little shot put in high school disc. I think I PR'd around, like 120 in disc, you feel what I'm saying? I could do a little Joanna Man act if you need me. If you need, I'm good enough.
All right, yeah, I got a wig, they make them. We can hook you up. And,
watch out, swag women. I'm coming for you. You feel what I'm saying? But now, Drew, got anything to add?
That was just a great interview with Erica, and thank you again, Miss Williams. I'm excited to see what's ready. I'm just excited. I'm ready to see what's going on. I'm ready to see Erica out there running, go for gold, So we're going to go ahead and take a quick commercial break. But when we come back, we're going to have Coach Riggins again with us to talk about his newest recruits to the baseball team. Stand by for that. And welcome back to the 2022 National Signing Day here at Prairie View A&M University. So we're going to start off again with Coach Riggins. You know, we didn't get a chance to really talk about your recruits so much. So let's start off with your first recruit, Gentry Bush. How are you feeling about him?
Oh, man, Gentry Bush is a great addition for us. He's a junior college pitcher from Ranger Junior College. Great pitchability, plus arm. He's able to throw all his pitches for strikes. He commands them all. He's going to be a real good addition to our starting pitching, even though we haven't all our starters returning. So it's going to be good.
Facts. You talked about pitching being the foundation of your the success that you had last season. But my man on the screen, Amar right here, Amar Donato, is a middle infielder. You talked about putting some pop in the lineup, things like that. Mm-hmm. Tell me a little bit about what Amar can bring to the team.
Wow, Amir is one of a great athlete. He's going to be a big addition to our middle infield because he can play the middle infield and the corner. He's probably one of the best middle infielders in the state of Texas, and he chose to come to us. He understands how to hit. He understands what he needs to do to be successful as a hitter. He's a very high IQ baseball player. And that's something you hardly ever hear in the game of baseball when you start to talk about IQ. And he's going to come in and have an opportunity to probably play right away.
Okay, you talked about he can play the middle of the field and the corners. That's, for the people that don't know, that's short, second base, third base.
Yes, sir.
Where do you see him? Where do you see his best position in? And you talked about him being one of the most talented high school guys that we have. Where do you see him fitting in right away in terms of his position on the field with all his versatility?
Oh man, middle infield.
Okay.
A middle infield. Like I said, I'm young in the middle infield right now. So if it doesn't work in the middle infield, I could easily move him to third base. But to have that opportunity or to have that situation to where I can use him, that type of talent and that type of speed, and being able to move him and have an opportunity to put him in games with everybody else that I got coming back, man, it's going to be a sight to see.
Sounds good, Coach. So another recruit you have, Mr. Calvin Matthews. How do you feel he will have a great impact for this team, and what can he bring to the team to help with this new season?
Oh man, Calvin is one of our late recruits that we got. He's a big body on the mound. He's young to pitching. He do both. He pitch and play the outfield. It's going to be a sight to see his potential when it flourish on the mound. So I'm looking forward to it. He's looking forward to it. I talk to him once a week, maybe. So he's excited. I'm excited.
That's all you can be, is excited, especially coming to a school like Prairie View. Working through it, like you said, you had 5 recruits. I believe you said you had 3 middle infielders, 2 pitchers, or did I have it wrong? You said
no. I have total of 4 pitchers.
4 pitchers.
And out of the 4, 2 of them are dual players, and then the middle infielder.
Okay, see, versatility everywhere. You feel what I'm saying? That's all we can do. So talk to me a little bit about Cody Smith. Tell me about what he can bring to the program, what's his strengths and weaknesses as a high schooler, and where you see him sliding in terms of this year.
Coach Smith is a JUCO pitcher from Richland Junior College. He's what we would call a power arm. He's a high velo guy. He also was a dual guy, but just now focusing on pitching. He have the pitching potential to run the ball up there at 93, 94 miles per hour. So I'm looking forward to seeing that because it will help us tremendously in the back end of our bullpen. So I'm looking forward for that as well. 93,
94 miles per hour.
Yes.
That's really a power arm right there, Coach.
Yes.
That's going to leave batters terrified at that point. We're going to love to see that. So Austin Bell, what do you have to say about him coming into this team?
Wow. Austin Bell, out of all of them, was the first one to commit. He's also from Ranger Junior College as well. He's a dual guy as well. He's an outfielder and a pitcher. He have a live arm on the mound that has the ability to pitch, to throw 3 pitches for a strike. And his potential to be a high velo guy is very high as well. But he's extremely athletic. He's played the outfield, and he has potential to be a home run threat too as well. So he's going to be able to help us on both ends.
And pitcher?
Pitcher and hitting. So he may pitch and DH, and he may play center field, one day out the week as well too. So versatility, man. If you have it on your team, you have a better chance of winning because you can carry, say, more pitching now because you have guys that can pitch and play defense. You know what I mean? So I'm looking forward to it, having all these athletes on campus and rolling. So I'm excited about this recruiting class.
No, that's a fact. You know, said that one thing. That's one thing I did want to talk to you about. You emphasized it in all the guys that you recruited, talking about the versatility. Mm-hmm. Is that something that you did intentionally in terms of your recruiting, making sure that you got guys that can do multiple things, can play multiple positions, in order to have like roster flexibility, or not just be so predictable in terms of what other teams can scout and what they can look for?
Oh yes, sir, most definitely. That was one of the big reasons why we had success last year as well too, because when we have guys that's actually swinging the bat real well, we can actually move them around. You know what I mean? So being able to have the versatility with good athletes that understand the game of baseball and go out and compete every day, that's what you want. You know what I mean? Because it's always going to be somebody different every day when it comes to the game of baseball. So going out and getting guys that's have a little versatility in their game is always a plus.
No, definitely. I got you. Yeah, thank you again, Coach Riggins, so much for your input. Round two, coming back again. You feel what I'm saying? That's very unique. I was talking about that, somebody that enjoyed baseball. My dad played baseball at FAMU. I know I've tracked the game from afar in terms of the changes and I'm talking about pitching becoming more and more important, more dominant, more specialization in terms of innings, things like that. Mm-hmm. So it's very encouraging to see that you have guys that can, like you said, can throw 93, 94, and can hit third, fourth, fifth in your lineup. So that's an amazing combination. And with the recruit that you're talking about, I'm expecting an amazing season. But to switch it up, again, we're going to bring some of the black girl magic, some of the female power here. We'll go to the women's volleyball coach. We'll be right back. Come back to talk to the women's volleyball coach right at this commercial break. Welcome back to the 2022 National Signing Day Special presented to you by PVAMU-TV. Drew, I think we continue in the champion theme, aren't we? And we got another champion on the couch.
Yes, we do. We have another champion, and with that champion, we have Coach Tyler with the women's volleyball team. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and take it over to Erica. Erica, what you got for us?
Hey, so I'm here with Coach Tyler, our head women's volleyball coach. Hi, Coach Tyler. How are you doing today?
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. Can you tell us a little bit more about your volleyball program here at Prairie View?
Yes, so I've been the head coach since 2008. The assistant since 2008, and then I took over 6 years ago, and now I've been the head coach. We had a rocky start the first 2 years, and then the 4 years after that, we've done really well. Actually, we've been the second seed in our conference. We went to the championship. We just came up short, and so we're just trying to build on that and bring a championship back.
Okay, and can you tell me about your three recruits signing today?
Sure. First, we have from California, Kylie Owens. She's actually quite young. She just turned 17, but she signed with us just a couple of months ago. Okay. She's really untapped talent out of California. Their club team just won junior nationals this past summer. So we're really excited to have her because her ceiling is like super high. And then we have Skyland Wynn, who we also just picked up recently out of Dallas. And she's a super good athletic kid, moves well pin to pin, so I'm looking for big things out of her out of the middle. And then last we have Karis Grice, who is a 5'10" kid from the Houston area, actually. And she actually early signed with us, so she signed way back in September.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and so we're excited to have her. She's super about HBCUs and wanting to play for a black college. And so I'm really excited for all the potential coming.
Okay, and having the chance to interview during the past season, I know it probably didn't go as you planned, but can you tell me your goals going into the next season?
Yeah, for sure. We did interview a couple of times.
Yes.
It was great. Putting a face with back then. It was a rocky season. I mean, coming off of a COVID year, which was actually a very successful season for us. We were looking for big things, to continue and to happen, but unfortunately it didn't. Recruiting was a little bit different just because a lot of it we did via Zoom because we couldn't have anybody on campus. So really, you didn't really get to really prep a lot of the student athletes the way you would. We didn't get to interview them as deep as we normally would in a recruiting process. So we had a lot of kids that actually just kind of didn't pan out for us. So we're looking to rebuild from the prior spring season with the new kids we have coming in. And I'm actually not even done recruiting. I actually have 3 spots left that I'm trying to fill within the next month and a half. So we have a lot of visits coming up and just to get our roster going and get back to our winning ways.
Okay, and to get into more about you, I know you were an athlete here at Prairie View, and you participated on the volleyball team with Coach Pete. Can you tell us a little bit more about you winning your championship on the volleyball team?
Oh man, that seems like ages ago. It seems like so long. But yeah, that was 2006. We won a championship under Coach Pete. We had a really good team. It was super exciting. And then the SWAC championship was actually hosted at Prairie View. So to be able to win in front of the home crowd was awesome. Obviously, we don't have the things like we have now with PVAMU-TV and social media and things like that. But it was a really great year for us. That was actually the last time we won a championship. But in 2016, our team got inducted into the Hall of Fame. So that was awesome. And in 2015, which was the year before, I got inducted in the Hall of Fame as well. So, just kind of seeing the fruits of that labor. And so it means a lot, really, to try to bring a championship back here. My entire staff are PV alum as well. So that is just really the goal, is to just bring that championship back as a coach. I think it would mean a little bit more to me than it did as a player.
Okay, and what's something that motivated you every time you stepped out on the court?
Myself, actually. I was one of those self-motivated people. But my teammates around me, we were all just super motivated. We wanted to win. We were actually a super cocky bunch, so we needed our action to back up our talk, which we ultimately did. But we bonded so much on the court. Like, the ultimate goal was always to win and get better, and that's something that we did. But I think just me personally, I was just the ultimate competitor, and so winning was just the number one thing for me. And so when I look for athletes, that is my goal too. Like, my whole team, they were dogs. And like Coach Riggins said earlier, that's what we look for with recruiting. We want some dogs. We want people to get in the trenches and do what it takes to, really win. And so that's really what I look for.
So what do you tell your team in order to motivate them when they step out on the court?
Oh, so many things, you know. I mean, it's a long mental game, really. I feel like with student athletes, you know, this day and age, a little bit different from when I was playing. So you're really playing the long motivation game, the long mental game, and just, you know, trying to find out what it takes for them to perform, because everybody's different. You know, you have some athletes that you could just really get on them and they're going to go. There's some that you have to take aside and, you know, coddle a little bit.
Right.
So, and that's 15 to 18 girls that you're trying to do that every single day. So it just really depends on what they need, you know, at the moment. I think last year was a bit tough, but the prior, like 4 or 5 years, I think with them, they wanted to win so bad. So it wasn't really hard to motivate them to work hard all the time. So yeah, just a long mental game, really.
Okay. And with your with COVID going on, how has the recruiting process kind of changed for you because of COVID? How does it change when you have visits or official visits in order to sign them?
Well, now we are back in the mix. I will say we're able to get in the gym. We're able to go to club tournaments, high school games and tournaments and playoffs and things like that, which we didn't get to do the prior year. And or now we get to host them on campus. And I know Coach Bland said it earlier, but it is true. Once we get them on campus, the campus sells itself. And then also me and my entire staff being an alum, we're talking from experience. We're completely talking from experience. So we don't have to sell them on anything. We're just telling them what it was like when we were growing up, how much it's changed here, you know, going through PV over the years. I mean, the aesthetics, the look of it is, you know, has changed, which is a benefit to them. I think our facilities have changed and everything like that. So it's easier now, really, because they get to get on campus and not seeing me via Zoom or me sending them videos like, here's what our facilities look like. They're actually here and hands-on, and us being able to just vet them a little bit better than we had during COVID.
Okay, and what's your main goal during the off season? So with your athletes being here on campus, what's your main goal for them during the off season? Something they need, something they work on in order to get back into the season.
Well, for one, when they first come back, they're doing nothing but strength and conditioning. That way, you know how Christmas break is. People are lounging around, not doing so much what they need to be doing because we're not there. So when we get back for the first like month and a half, they're just strength and conditioning only, trying to get them back into shape. And then after that, we're just doing skill stuff all the time in the gym, starting off with 3 days a week. Then we move to 5 days a week. And then we have a couple of spring tournaments as well that we get to participate in and kind of see our growth. And so I want them to get quicker, stronger, faster, and just being able to take the skills that we're learning and then be able to put that on the court and then seeing that growth from their prior semester until now.
Gotcha. And with FAMU and Bethune-Cookman coming into SWAC now, how does the level of competition differ now?
I think it grew. Obviously, FAMU just won their first year in the SWAC. They end up, I would say, upsetting Jackson because Jackson had been the #1 seed the whole time. And then Bethune is pretty competitive. They actually have a very young team, and they were still, you know, getting some big wins. So I think we got more competitive and better. I think the SWAC in general, from I think the seeds that were kind of lower, you know, prior, are still being really competitive. So it's really any given day, anybody can really pull the upset. So I love it. It's a little bit more out of our budget to travel to the East, but it's okay. Competition-wise, it works.
Yes, and with the 3 recruits coming in next season, when would you like them to come in? Would you like them to come in during the summer, or just come in straight fall and you guys get straight to it? Or summer, you guys have a summer practice, get straight to it? How do you run your program?
Well, the idea would be that they get to come in summer session 2 and get acclimated, especially freshmen. I think we will have some 4-year transfers and some JUCOs signing late. But with them, they've already been part of the collegiate experience. They understand the workload that it takes. So with freshmen, I know most of my Texas kids, I have them in the Summer Bridge program. So they're here, they take their physicals, they get to work out with strength and conditioning. And then the local girls, they get to hook up with them and, you know, play some volleyball. So the idea would be that everybody gets to come in summer session 2, but that all depends on budget. But if the budget allowed, definitely would have everybody here, and then you're here a whole month earlier than coming in August, and you get to know your teammates and things like that. So that would be idea, but I think it's just a mix of what happens. But definitely Texas kids, freshmen, they get to be here. And then now that COVID is kind of what it is, hopefully Summer Bridge will be back on campus
Oh, yes,
instead of Zoom.
Right, that's one thing I did love. I came in during the summer my freshman year and met all my teammates. That's one thing I did love. The summer
Yeah, I
bridge
think it's just a
program.
better
It just-
experience.
Oh yeah,
Acclimation. It's just
get
better.
it in firsthand
For
before
sure.
before fall semester starts. So with you being a former athlete yourself, volleyball, do you ever hop on the court with them at practice?
So let me tell you a little bit about that. So when I was an assistant and even my first years of head coaching, I would do it all the time. I loved it. I loved to play volleyball. I was still playing competitively and things like that. But one day, I actually ruptured my Achilles while I was playing with them.
Oh,
and
wait, is that when you had the
oh
cast?
yeah,
Okay.
I had the cast, and it was tough because it was literally like a week, no, like 3 days later, we had to go to our first tournament, and so I didn't even have time to go to the doctor, but I already knew what it was, so they just put me in a boot, and when I came back, of course, I already knew. He was like, yeah, you obliterated this, and so since then, I
just kind of
I stay in my lane. I think I'm getting too old for it. So I haven't since then. That was like 2015.
Gotcha.
So yeah.
So is there any athletes that we should put our eyes on in the season coming up? Any seniors, anyone that's leaving, anyone that we should be?
Yeah, actually, I have 3 seniors, I believe, which are Autumn Dowell, who I'm expecting a bigger year from. She got hurt kind of late in the season and came back like pretty late, but she works like super hard. So I'm excited to see her. And then Skylar Childs has been our libero since her freshman year, and she'll be a senior. So I'm definitely excited to see her try to capture the Defensive Player of the Year. Yes. And then we have Jakarta Hope, who has been with me her freshman year too, who is an amazing story, actually. You know, she came in her freshman year just trying to walk onto the program, and she actually beat out her junior college kid for the setting position. And then since then, she's been on scholarship since, and the last 2 years she's been second team all conference. So I'm looking forward to putting some amazing hitters around her so that she can move up to first team. But those 3 have kind of been the base of our program for the last few years. So I'm excited for them to lead the incoming freshmen and transfers, hopefully to a championship. So I'm excited.
All right. Thank you, Coach. And I will give it back to Drew and Josh.
Thank you.
Man, appreciate you, Coach Tyler, so much for the interview. First of all, your tattoo artist, please give me his contact information. You feel what I'm saying? Great sleeves on both sides, you feel me?
Thank you.
Very welcome, of course. And just one quick question I wanted to talk to you about. We talked about it with Coach Riggins. You obviously mentioned it with your 3 recruits. Because, again, call me what you are, but I'm not the most knowledgeable volleyball.
Not well versed. Okay, I got you.
Not at all. Thank you. So what is your recruiting strategy in terms of what players you need to put on the floor? What holes do you see need to be filled from, transitioning from one year to the next year? Just tell me a little bit about, like you said, you talked about what you have on the roster, but what are you bringing in, and what do you emphasize and what you need?
I got you. That's a great question, actually.
Thank you.
So the emphasis number 1 is for athletes who, like I said earlier, are just dogs that want to work hard. And I think, like Coach Bland mentioned earlier, was that after they come here and graduate, there's no volleyball after that. So their motivation at their junior college, or maybe even out of high school or in their club, they're more aggressive, and they play so hard because they're trying to get picked up by us. And so when they get here, it's like, okay, what's the motivation now? So we have to find kids who love it, because it's a full-time job. And I think that's one thing that athletes don't understand. This is really a full-time job. When you're in high school, if you have a bad day, you get to go home, your parents get to cook for you, and you get to sleep in your bed all nice at night, and they get to, coax you up, and then you get to go to school the next day. But here, you got to wake up, and you got to go to class, you got to go back to practice, and you don't really just have that outlet as you do when you're at home. And so there's this mental toughness that you have to gain. And so sometimes, we're not as good as we think, I think, as coaches, as getting players who are mentally tough like we need them. And so that's one thing. And then kids that are willing to just risk it all and sacrifice, really, ultimately, because you love the game and you want to win. And that's the kind of player that I was. That's the kind of coach that I am. And so I try to look for players who can do that, because that is really the gap between winning and losing.
No, that's a fact. You can measure a lot of things, especially nowadays. Analytics have measured, heartbeats per minute in terms of, course correction, things like that. But one thing you can't measure is, like she said, grit, grind, heart, and that dog mentality. Another thing I wanted to ask you, because you mentioned, like you said, hey, you're a champion. Oh, as always, you feel what I'm saying? It's kind of the standard for our show at this point. You talked about you being a PV alumna, your whole staff being PV alums. In terms of recruiting, do you emphasize the Texas area? I don't know, again, I'm not knowledgeable about volleyball, don't know where the best volleyball players grow up at. So do you emphasize recruiting in Texas, or do you go to different regions of the country to get that dog?
Yeah, it's different regions. I think Texas kids, this is a funny concept, but people talk about it all the time. Texas kids do not like to stay in Texas for whatever reason. They love to go out, and after their first year, they'll come back and they say, oh, coach, do you still have room for me? Because they love to come back because they realize that they love Texas and Texas is really home. But coming out of high school, I would say Texas kids do not like to stay here. But essentially, I just try to go for the kid that I think works best in our program. I want a good kid. I go after really anybody. I'm not afraid to hear the word no. If you're good and I think that you could flourish in my program, I'm going to try to recruit you. It doesn't matter where you're from. We're a little bit limited because of waivers, so we can only maybe have 3 or 4 out-of-state kids, which a lot of people don't know. So you'll see a lot of Texas kids on our roster. Yeah, so even like a junior college kid who may be from Brazil, but although her college is here in Texas, she still counts toward our out-of-state waiver. And so we have to kind of maneuver. Yeah, a lot of people don't know that, but we have to kind of maneuver to get the kind of kids that we want. But it's not necessarily Texas that doesn't really.
So how many young ladies do you carry on a volleyball team?
Oh man, so we can technically travel with 15 when it comes to the SWAC championship, but I carry anywhere between 18 and 20. Yeah, so we have to keep the gym competitive, and because we're not fully funded, we get 8 scholarships instead of 12. We have to have a lot of good walk-on kids to keep the gym competitive so that they can mimic what we see when we go out and compete, essentially. And so we have to look at kids that way too.
Somebody get this lady her 4 extra scholarships. That don't make no sense.
Please, y'all.
That don't make no sense. Why she out here walking? I mean, walk on. Ain't nothing wrong with walking on, but
yeah.
Get Coach Tyler her 4 scholarships. You feel what I'm saying? So that's interesting. Out of, like you said, I'm glad to cut you off, Drew. But out of 15, 16, you can only have 3 or 4 athletes that's not originally from Texas.
Yes.
That's
correct.
crazy. So you're forced to make up a majority Texas roster.
Yes, but don't get me wrong. Texas it's a bed of talent for all sports, even volleyball. They're really good. It's just convincing, a Texas kid that 1, come to a HBCU, obviously, and 2, like be a big fish in a smaller pond. And so that's kind of how to keep them here, so that they don't go off 1 year and then come back and then say, oh, is there any room on your roster? Like, this is actually me recruiting pretty late. I'm usually already like 2 years ahead, but COVID kind of backed that up. And so we do have that a lot. And so that's really what I kind of preach, like big fish, small pond, come to HBCU. I win here.
Okay,
Let's win,
Okay, that's again, learn something new every day, ladies and gentlemen. Didn't know that there was only, like, you talking about the waiver in terms of getting out-of-state players. Didn't know that. So the success that they have had recently is even more impressive, considering that, like I said, she's really limited in terms of, like I said, not only missing 4 scholarships, get this lady her 4 scholarships, but also in terms
Say it again.
I got you. But also in terms of, like I said, where her players can come from originally, which, again, I did not know that was a thing. Do you know why that's a rule? That doesn't really make a lot of sense to me, honestly.
The waivers?
Yeah.
I think it's more of a university thing.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a university
That
thing.
makes
So
sense.
if I get a kid that's past the 4, I would just pay for them the out-of-state fee for them, so it's more expensive in the budget. Yeah.
That makes sense. Somebody that comes from out of state too. I know that in-state tuition is
Oh yeah.
a blessing.
Texas thinks it's a
Amen.
privilege to go to school in Texas, so they tax you for that.
They don't realize it. Amen.
Now, Coach Tyler,
Yeah.
one question I do have is, how do you keep the competitive aspect of your players? I know coming to an HBCU, especially at Prairie View, a lot of people come here and start missing out on what they came here for. So how do you keep the competitive aspect of your players to keep them going so that they don't try to stir in the wrong direction?
I run a pretty tight ship, I would say. You don't find too many times where you'll hear volleyball girls are in trouble or not turning in things on time or doing what they need to be doing.
I do know that is true, too. I do know that.
So I run a pretty tight ship when it comes to that, because I want the focus, obviously you're here as a student first, So I want when you leave, you graduate, you get your degree, and not just by the skin of your teeth, but you're a 3.0 and up type student. Our graduation rate is pretty high as well. And then I want the focus after that to be what you came here for, and that was to play volleyball. And although you're a collegiate student, and it is fun here, I mean, I've had my days, I loved undergrad, it was amazing, but my goal here was to win a championship, and that's what we did, and that was all of our focus first and foremost. And I try to tell them, if you just sacrifice for those 3-4 months that you're here in season and do what you need to be doing, then you can be successful. But if you kind of fall by the wayside, I'm going to be there to pull you back up, but you have to be what our culture is, and that is to be all on the same page and to work for what you want, because nobody's out there trying to give it to you for free. Championships are hard to come by.
That is true.
Very much so. Very much. Won some in high school, didn't get any here. Got a divisional championship though. Thank you so much, Coach. Close. You feel what I'm saying? Only kinds of horseshoes and hand grenades. You feel what I'm saying? Thank you so much, Coach Tyler, for the
thanks
insight.
for having me.
Learned something new today. Obviously, like I said, a champion in the building. We're finna head a commercial break, but Drew, I think we'll probably have another champion on right at the commercial break, huh?
Yes, sir. When we come back, we'll have the coach from the soccer team, and we know that the girls soccer have been doing such an amazing job from last semester, winning on to be some of the champions for the SWAC. We'll be all that and more coming back.
Freedom. It's at the core of who we are. The freedom to live without fear, to jog where we please, to wear a hoodie. The freedom to breathe. Before we celebrate the freedom most Americans have, we must fight for the freedom all Americans deserve. Because all lives can't matter until Black lives matter.
Hello and welcome back to National Signing Day of 2022 here at Prairie View A&M University. I'm Drew Brewer.
My name is Josh Crawford. Drew, was I lying? I wasn't lying, was I?
No, you wasn't
One
lying.
line, got another champion in the building. And under immortal words of Roderick Davis Jr., more commonly known as Gucci Man. Gucci 2 times, say it 2 times. We got a 2-time champion here, a regular season champion and a conference champion. Coach Cravella. Brendan, chop it up with the coach. Tell us how champions are made, brother.
Thank you so much. I'm here with Coach Cravella, the amazing coach of Prairie View A&M, and we're going to start by going in with this incredible highlight of the soccer team.
My name is Andrea Nugent. I am a junior this year and I am a criminal justice major. I feel really good about winning the championship. You know, we worked real hard to get to where we were at. All season long we were saying we're not done yet, and we stood on that, and I just feel really great about what's going to come next.
I feel like this championship was really rewarding because I felt like we fought really hard, and I don't know, I just feel like my team gave it everything they had, and it felt great to win.
This championship felt really great to win. It brought back memories from when we won back in 2019.
The most exciting part about Sunday's game was after my sister scored the PK goal, tying it up 1-1. It was the fire and adrenaline we all had to come out and to just win the game.
Being able to show up for my team and take a PK, and also being able to run onto the field with our fans and coaches and the whole team, and being there, getting to celebrate it all was a great experience.
Like the biggest thing for success, well, for us, has been just the chemistry within one another, between each other, and the relationship between our players and our coaches. Our coaches are very supportive, and they've pushed us to do the best that we could, and I think it helps each individual player want to play for themselves and for each other.
Well, the key element is being able to have a balance across the board on the field, and we were able to do that. We had more depth going into this championship, which allowed us, you know, to make changes where we needed, especially in the quarterfinal and the semis. You know, we scored 4 goals in a quarterfinal game, 3 goals in the semis, and it allowed me to rest players, to get players into the match too, so that, you know, we can come out at our best in our championship game.
Yes, we're most definitely going for number 3 next year.
We're definitely going for number 3 next year. The year after that, we're going for number 4. The year after that, we're gonna bring it back home every single time.
Yes, I think we're going for number 3 next year. I won't be here, but I definitely think that the recruits that our coach has committed will definitely play a part in winning another title.
You know, I think they've really set a high standard and example for the players that are returning, and I think they're going to continue to carry that on. We do have a class that we'll be announcing here in the next couple of weeks for 2022 that's just going to make the program much stronger, but they've definitely set the standard, and it's only going up from here.
I just want to say thank you guys for coming out and supporting us and being real fans, and we're going to bring it back home, and y'all already know.
And we're back with the amazing Coach Cravella. And just to start off, can you tell us a little bit about the illustrious program here for the soccer team?
The program has been under my leadership since 2018. We've done a great job in building the program here, and just coming off a great season in 2021, winning the regular season and winning the tournament championship. So, you know, what I've seen our program grow, the people that I've worked within our program grow, has been amazing.
Definitely, Coach, definitely. And coming off of that incredible season, can you tell us what your mindset is like going into the next season?
Our mindset is continue to improve and get better. I know we've won the regular season and the SWAC tournament, but we're actually focused more on the NCAA tournament now. So it's the first time I'm talking with the program about winning an NCAA tournament title, and we're going to be looking to closing that gap between us and the best teams in the country.
Incredible. What do you think the biggest impact of the recruits that are coming in for next year is going to be detrimental for the team?
I think they're going to be very dynamic. A lot of the players play more than one position, which makes them versatile. We're basically having to fill a lot of gaps too with a lot of players that have graduated from this season, but they all play for great clubs in the country, some internationally as well, that we're looking to come in and make an immediate impact. It doesn't matter if they're a freshman. We do believe in them, and we believe that they're going to be great for our program.
Synergy and teamwork, that's the best way to make it happen, definitely. What do you think is the biggest thing you look for in your recruits?
I think the biggest thing that we look for is them being solid in the academic aspect, being able to focus a lot on school. We can always see that talent, soccer player on the field, but it has to be a combination of two. We do spend a lot of time connecting with the players, whether it's over the phone, or even having them come to do some summer camps as well when we have them available, just to build those relationships over time, because it's so important that we recruit the right student athlete that's going to fit the culture that we've built here at Prairie View for women's soccer. So we recruit good people, and I think that's been that's been an important key, and it's led to great culture, great team chemistry. It's at its strongest I've ever seen at Prairie View.
Definitely. I heard you say culture, which is a huge thing here at Prairie View A&M, especially being the HBCU. As a coach, how do you like to connect to your athletes when they're going through, a tough workload, rigorous practice, or any background things that are keeping them down? How do you coach them up mentally?
Yeah, I spend a lot of time connecting with my players, just talking to them, listening to them. I think it goes a long way. I'm a team member too. I know I'm the head coach, but I want them to understand that I'm here to help them through their journey. It's not just about winning championships, it's not just about soccer. We have a lot of players who go through personal things, family losses, dynamics that change in the household. We're basically there to support them in that aspect, and they know that they can come to me if they need that support too, just to talk to or for me to listen.
That's incredible. Not everybody always has that open ear to lean on, and sounds like that. Was mental health awareness a big aspect in the locker room as well for you?
Yeah, we touch on what we call special topics. We try to get to it once a week if we can within our season. And it's just basically talking about things, whether it's leadership skills, being a good team member, and going through adversity. I think every person at some stage always deals through adversity throughout the year at some stage, and we have to be there to support them. And it's part of our job. That's part of my job, and it's about supporting the colleagues as well as the players on the field.
That's incredible. Teamwork, synergy, confidence. Who are some star athletes that come to mind when you hear those words that just stick out for you?
Andrea Nugent, I think she's played such a great role this past season and continues to do so within our program. I think she's a player that trains really hard, is really focused, and does what it takes to get better, and she always puts the team first. It's great to work with a player who, has that mindset, and it rubs off on the other players too. We had she's already graduated, or graduating senior is Joe as well, another great captain, who's a great communicator. So when something needs to be said, she's not going to be afraid to say it, and she's always been there to support her teammates too. And she's basically that liaison as well that will communicate with me if there's anything that needs to be discussed as well too.
That's incredible. Leadership is always a big key to success, championship winning, and just positivity. What's the ideal type of athlete you enjoy coaching the most?
The player that wants to come in and be coachable, wants to learn, wants to get better, and works hard. There's a lot of talented players out there, but if they don't do the work, they can only be so good. And I want to coach that player that, wants to come in, like I said, improve, and have the right mindset to make themselves better, but also their teammates too. It's about helping each other out so the program can get better.
Definitely. And on top of that amazing season we just had, there's nowhere to go but up. What's for the people outside looking in, what's the rigorous week of practice like being on the team?
Yeah, so when we're in season, we'll have Monday off, then Tuesday they'll have weight training, whether it's in the morning or in the afternoon, and they'll go straight into film right after. And then once we're in film, we're about in film for about max 20 minutes, and then we head to the soccer field right after. So there's a lot of time and commitment involved in the process of being a student athlete for women's soccer. One of the things we do talk and discuss with our players too is the importance of time management and embracing that time that you have, the opportunity that you have also for study hall, which is in the evening, because it's not just going to school, it's going to school and then being able to get on the field and playing and then studying and doing your academic work in the evening. So life balance is important. It's one of the most important aspects of being a successful student athlete, as well as a successful coaching staff as well too.
All right, being a student athlete is a full-time job. It's not just what you do on the field, but what you do in the books as well. What would you say is the biggest challenge you see coming up forth for the new season?
I see, as far as challenges, we want to continue to improve and get better. We set such a hard bar last year, and I think we have the potential to do so moving into the future of our program. I think one of the biggest things that I hope to see in the future is more resources available for women's soccer when it comes to scholarship. And if we can eventually add an additional staff member to where we can also become fully funded, that's the game changer. And I'm already talking to my players about an NCAA title for the first time in program history. So, I think to be able to close that gap, resources are critical to the continued success and the growth that we need for our women's soccer program at Prairie View A&M.
And speaking of positions of open staff members, what do you think is the position that would be a necessity for next season to clinch that championship win?
When it comes to staff, me and Coach Oscar do a great job in working together. We're a great team. And, I think with having an ability to bring in another coach as well gives additional detail to also players on the field, that also can be needed so that they can continue to get better. We've seen the growth. Additional eyes can always be helpful to our student athletes as well.
I can fully understand that. Who would you say is our biggest competition looking forward?
In our conference for
Yes,
SWAC? It's going to always be Grambling. I think they're always going to be tough to beat. Alabama State has a program where they've won multiple championships over the last 7 years. And Alabama A&M as well, too. I know they were co-division champions. We do have them at home, so we should be able to take care of business as usual.
That sounds great. Looking forward, is there anything for a junior or senior in high school right now that you would say to them to incentivize coming to Prairie View?
The university is a beautiful university with beautiful people. We really want, to really help enhance the whole student-athlete experience here. And we have multiple majors that provide them the opportunity to select what they want for their professional careers down the line. And I think it's a great environment of what we created for our women's soccer program to where they can be themselves and embrace who they are. And that's one of the things I thought we've done extremely well within our women's soccer program. And it's such a special place to be at. Beautiful campus, like I mentioned, and everybody's going to want to help out and make sure that every student athlete has the best experience as possible as well.
Definitely so. As you've been coaching here for so long, how in depth or how close would you say the relationship is between you and the student athletes you have on your team?
The ex-student, the alumni?
No, the athletes you have on the current team.
We have a great relationship. One of my players, they can always come up to me. I just had a captain's meeting yesterday to just do a check-in. we're in spring season right now, so our players have been doing really well and working with our new strength coach that we have. He's done exceptionally well. And, that communication is always open, and I think that's important when it comes to the student athletes experience too, where they feel they can come to the coach. And if there's moments that they can't, we've offered other outlets to where they have captains and also mentors available to them if they feel that they would like to also discuss with them.
That's great. Sorry about that.
You good?
Is looking forward to next season. Who is the number one leader you think is gonna take you all the way to the championship?
It's gonna be Andrea Nugent. I think she's gonna be not just the number one leader. I think she's gonna be able to develop some of her teammates into great leadership roles as well. We do have other two co-captains we recently named, which is Megan and Randy. So we actually have now 3 captains moving into the 2022 fall season. So I think all of them are going to do exceptionally well. It's not just one person. Everybody has a role, and they have to understand their role, which they do, for us to be successful as we move into the fall season.
Definitely. Thank you so much, Coach.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brendan. Great interview. Like I said, 2-time champion, regular season and postseason champion. The women's soccer team has set a standard of success around PV Athletics that other programs have started to follow. One quick question, Coach, I did want to ask you. You talked about Andrea and just knowing some of your players, analyzing your roster. A majority of your roster isn't Texas-based. I guess I'll ask you that question later. But you talk about young ladies that were all SWAC performers, talking about JoJo, Andrea, even Megan. These are young ladies that are not based out of Texas or even like Louisiana, like neighboring states. So in terms of your recruiting philosophy, do you emphasize going far away or getting foreigners or, going to little crevices in the country, not around here to get some of your most talented players?
I always start with Texas first. I think we have a lot of talented players within our state and locally as well, so I always look there first. I do have great relationships with a lot of great coaches and clubs in Ontario, Canada, which is where I was born and raised. So that's where we have a good handful of Canadians on their team that have been able to come in and make a difference as well too. And we have a handful of players too from California where we were able to bring in to just to plug into certain spots that we weren't able to find in Texas during that recruiting cycle year. But we'll recruit anywhere.
Okay, now because like I said, JoJo's from California, Andrea's from California as well, and then there's a conglomerate of Canadians as well on the team. So thank you so much, Coach Avila. Thank you for your time. Thank you for the information. Drew, like I said, 2-time champion in the building. I'm expecting some more success from them next season. But am I capping, bro? I think we're coming back with yet another champion. PV produces great Panthers, also champions. You feel what I'm saying, people? I think we got another champion. Tell us about it, Drew.
Yes, sir. We have the bowling coach, Coach White, that's coming up next after this commercial that we're going to talk about with the bowling team. And what a lot of people don't understand is the bowling team is actually really good here at PV.
Good. Ranked,
a lot of
nationally
people don't
ranked.
even know that we have a bowling team until it actually comes out that we're the champions of the SWAC for the bowling. So just to come out with that big intensity from the bowling coach is just going to be one of those great interviews that we have been having so far. All the interviews that we've had from all of the coaches, champions. This is the school where champions are made. So PV Panthers is something to be excited about, and everybody that's watching out there, just be ready for this athletic programs to come up for this season and the off season to get ready for just another championship season. Like I'm excited. I don't know, soccer finna go out there and do what they got to do, cause woo-wee.
That's a fact. You know what I'm saying? The bowling alley is not just a place for y'all to eat. It's another place, yet another place on this campus where champions are made. We'll come back and talk to Coach White from the SWAC Western Division champions right at this commercial break.
My name is Andrea Nugent. I am a junior this year and I am a criminal justice major. I feel really good about winning the championship. You know, we worked real hard to get to where we were at. All season long we were saying we're not done yet, and we stood on that. And I just feel really great about what's going to come next.
I feel like this championship was really rewarding because I felt like we fought really hard, and I don't know, I just feel like my team gave it everything they had, and it felt great to win.
This championship felt really great to win. It brought back memories from when we won back in 2019.
The most exciting part about Sunday's game was after my sister scored the PK goal, tying it up 1-1. It was the fire and adrenaline we all had to come out and to just win the game.
Being able to show up for my team and take a PK, and also being able to run onto the field with our fans and coaches and the whole team, and being there, getting to celebrate it all was a great experience.
Like the biggest thing for success, well for us, has been just the chemistry within one another, between each other, and the relationship between our players and our coaches. Our coaches are very supportive, and they've pushed us to do the best that we could, and I think it helps each individual player want to play for themselves and for each other.
Well, the key element is being able to have a balance across the board on the field, and we were able to do that. We had more depth going into this championship, which allowed us, you know, to make changes where we needed, especially in, you know, the quarterfinal and the semis. You know, we scored 4 goals in a quarterfinal game, 3 goals in the semis, and it allowed me to rest players, to get players into the match too, so that, you know, we can come out at our best in our championship game.
Yes, we're most definitely going for number 3 next year.
We're definitely going for number 3 next year. The year after that, we're going for number 4. The year after that, we're gonna bring it back home every single time.
Yes, I think we're going for number 3 next year. I won't be here, but I definitely think that the recruits that our coach has committed will definitely play a part in winning another title.
You know, I think they've really set a high standard and example for the players that are returning, and I think they're going to continue to carry that on. We do have a class that we'll be announcing here in the next couple of weeks for 2022 that's just going to make the program much stronger, but they've definitely set the standard, and it's only going up from here.
I just want to say thank you guys for coming out and supporting us and being real fans, and we're going to bring it back home, and y'all already know.
Welcome back to the 2022 National Signing Day event presented to you by PVAMU-TV. Now, Drew, I've been saying the whole time, I haven't, like the young kids say, I haven't been capping. We've been having champion after champion after champion in here. But I know we said 2 times, but we got a LeBron-esque type of aura right here. We got 3 rings in here right now. Tell me about it, Drew. Tell me about it, man.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and take it over to Coach White for the bowling team, who they have had an outstanding seasons for the last couple of years that they've been here winning the SWAC championship in regular season. And it's just been something amazing to see. And we're going to go ahead and take that to Brendan. Brendan, what you got for us?
And today I'm here with Coach White. Coach White, sir, how you doing today?
I'm doing great, Brendan. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Talk to me. Back-to-back championships, nationally ranked team. What's the mindset for the team coming into the next season?
Well, each season we come with a mindset of winning a championship. Right. Our goal continues to be trying to win a national championship, actually. First priority, of course, is winning SWAC. Definitely. But we have a goal for our team to always come in with a mindset of trying to reach national championship.
Yes, sir. And just how prepared do you think this current roster you have is to get that next one, get that three-peat?
Well, I think we're on pace right now to at least put ourselves in a position to have a chance to get the championship. I have a young team this year, even though we do have some seniors on the team. I have a smaller roster than normal, so I'm having to rely on some of the returnees that didn't get to actually bowl too much last season. So they're having to step up, and then I have a couple of freshmen who actually are getting their foot put to the fire also. So with having a smaller roster, everyone on the team is expected to produce this year.
That's fantastic. And with that smaller, younger roster, who in that core would you say is the standout to lead the team this year?
Well, I think we have 2 to 3 young ladies who have experienced actually going through the process of winning the championship. I have 3 seniors actually and a junior. The captain is Crystal Klein, which is the anchor. Then I have another senior, Asia Wren, who actually leads off. And the junior is Stephanie Vasquez. My other senior that is now actually in grad school is Evelise Reyes. So we have those 4 that have actually experienced winning the championship the last 2 years. And I think that combination with working with the younger players will help us.
Okay. And in this new variant era we're in, how do you think that COVID has changed the way you're allowed to coach or made you less or more so hands-on with your players?
Well, COVID has definitely made a difference over the last couple of years. We've made adjustments. However, we continue to be cognizant of COVID. Our goal, particularly having a smaller team, is to be able to always be in a position to compete. And with things the way they are now, with the virus and how it's been progressing over the last month or so, we've been trying to do everything that we can to stay safe, but also be in a position where we're not, no one on the team is positive. I think the good thing about our team, everyone is vaccinated, so that helps out a lot.
Definitely.
But if we lose one player, then it affects the team. And last year we were blessed to go through the season without any problems. This year so far, unfortunately, we've had 2 situations. But we've still been able to make it through and continue to compete. But we just try to stay as safe as we can and stay in our own little world as much as possible so that we can make it through the season.
Yes, sir. And with those back-to-back championships, what do you think is the biggest contributor in the PV culture that sticks to the players to keep grinding, keep trying harder, keep working, keep leading?
I think the biggest thing is the fact that we have been winning championships. And so when you come into this program, you're coming into a program that's used to winning. And we try to keep that culture, we try to keep that history, we try to establish that mindset that when you come here, our goal is to win and to win a championship every year. We've been fortunate enough to do that. We've won 9 championships in the last 9 years. And so I think with that and having continuous experience on the team that has gone through that process, I think that is really beneficial as far as when we continue to bring in new players, new recruits, they come in knowing they have a tradition to try to live up to.
Yes, sir. And being nationally ranked so often, do you ever find it difficult or obscene for you to recruit certain athletes you want on your team?
Recruiting in bowling is very difficult. It's a widespread range of athletes all over the country, and actually there are a lot of athletes all over the world that are being recruited into bowling. So recruiting is a process that you really have to work hard because there are so many other opportunities. We are hopeful that when we go out and recruit that our history of winning championships is a big proponent in helping us to get young ladies to come to our program. I think it's been beneficial in helping us get some of the top recruits. The fact that we host one of the top bowling tournaments in the country is also helpful. So with our program, with our sport, if we win our conference, then we get an automatic bid. We haven't always had that in this sport. It just started happening maybe about 4 years ago. And it's been good for us because if we can win SWAC, then we were, like last year, we were one of 16 teams for the national championship. So if you win your conference, then as far as that opportunity to get into the big dance, as they say, it gets you that closer to that opportunity. This year, we are hosting a regional, and that's 4 teams in each regional out of the 16. Prairie View is going to be the host school for one of the regionals. And our goal is to not only host, but we want to, excuse me, we want to participate in that regional.
Yes, sir. And as a coach yourself, what is the #1 attribute or intangible that you look for in a recruit to decide, okay, I need that player on my team?
Well, I would not say that was one intangible, actually. Okay. First and foremost, when I'm recruiting, I'm looking for a good student. Academics is priority 1 for our bowling program. And so not only am I looking for a good student, I'm looking for a good bowler, but I'm also looking for a good person. So at those 3 attributes, I would say are the main ones that I'm looking for. I think because of those things that I look for in a bowler, it has helped our program. We have been winning championships, but we also have been high in our GPA. We have a 3.7 GPA this year. We finished with a 3.6 last year.
It's incredible.
Which had us in the top 10 in the country. So we want good bowlers, but we want good students because your first priority is to come here and get a degree. And that's what we pride ourselves on, is graduating our players as they come in.
Yes, sir. That's definitely the #1 most important thing. Could you tell us what the graduation rate is for the bowling team?
I don't have the #1 exact number, right, but our APR has been consistently from 970 to 1,000, 1,000 being the highest.
Oh, wow.
So I would say our graduation rate would probably be in the 95 to 95 to 100 percentile.
I could definitely believe it with the 3.7 GPA you mentioned earlier. Could you tell us a little bit more about the recruits that you have coming in?
Well, so far this year, we've only signed one. We're still working on a few others, hopeful to bring in at least 2 more to the team. The one young lady that we have signed is Jada Gordon, and she is from Germantown, Maryland. And Jada is coming in with those 3 attributes that I talked about, as far as being a good student, being a good person, and also being a good bowler. She has already bowled a perfect game, a 300 game this season. So she's starting to peak coming out of high school, and we expect her to be able to produce right away when she gets here. We're really looking forward to having Jada come on.
Oh, we're definitely going to be on the lookout for Jada. I think that personally, with the amazing work that the bowling team has been doing, it's a little undervalued and not it doesn't have just the greatest light shined on it. Championship after championship, always nationally ranked. Can you tell us and the audience just how difficult it is to play the sport that you coach so well?
It is pretty difficult, and not sure if you're putting it in the context of how difficult it is to continue to win, not being put in the spotlight. But, you know, we are used to actually focusing on us and what we have in front of us. Unfortunately, one of the reasons that I would say we are one of the unknown gems on campus is because everything we do is off campus. All of our competition is on the road. We have nothing at home. We only do one event on campus, and that is an exhibition every year against TSU. But in our sport, we're traveling. We're traveling all over the country. And so that is part of the issue, but we're used to that. It gives us an opportunity to not only compete in our conference, but it also gives us that opportunity to compete continuously throughout the year on a national level, so that when we do get a chance, if we win our conference and we do get a chance to get into nationals, it's not something new. We're familiar with the teams that make it that far. We play throughout the year against the number 1, the number 2, the number 3, all year in different tournaments. So it's really beneficial for us to be able to compete all year against that high level of competition.
I could definitely see that. Always competing against the top bracket would always help. Could you tell me what exactly does a regular day of practice consist of for your young athletes?
Well, a regular day of practice, I guess it might depend on how well we did in the last tournament. But we typically work on fundamentals for the most part, because we're constantly trying to improve those fundamentals so we can be as consistent as possible. What a lot of people don't realize in bowling, and I always try to explain how bowling is such a technical sport. And one of the things that people don't realize is that our competition are the lanes themselves, because they have oil on the lanes, and that oil affects the balls that the girls use. Each girl has anywhere from 6 to 10 balls. During the course of the day in competition, they may change balls 2 or 3 times because of the lane conditions changing all day long as we compete. But we practice on spares and making sure that we can close frames. Yes, we want to strike as much as possible, but strikes are not guaranteed. And in this sport, you actually win by closing frames. As long as you can close frames, then you're continuing to count. But we really focus a lot on fundamentals and being able to be consistent in closing frames and picking up spares.
Yes, sir. And with the rigorous workload, the hard day in and day out practice, and the social, sorry about that, and the social era we're in right now with COVID, I know that can weigh on your athletes pretty heavy. How do you, as a coach, make that transition over to a mentor when your athletes may not have the best mental health and you got a game coming up?
Well, bowling is a mental sport. And so we're constantly working on that mental aspect. They know that with our sport, it's probably different from any other competition. Whenever we compete, every time we compete, it's a 3-day event. And it's a long day. We start competition around 8 o'clock in the morning, and we don't stop until about 3 o'clock. It's 5 matches a day. We go from one match to the next match to the next match. Each match lasts about an hour. There is no halftime. There is no timeout. So we go from one match to the next. The girls are on their feet the whole time during that process. So that's day 1. Day 2, we repeat. Day 3, we have what we call bracket play at the end, and we only do 3 matches. So every time we go out, it's a 3-day event, whereas in other sports, you have 1 game and you're done.
Right.
So they have to be very well conditioned and mentally ready to deal with that type of competition. And so we've spent a lot of time on trying to communicate with them that not only do you have to stay physically ready, but we have to be able to be ready to deal with the long grind of the day in the competition. So we're traveling, we're leaving on Thursday, and we return Sunday night. This is every time we compete.
Okay, thank you, Coach. Just one last follow-up question for you. I wanted to ask you, what are any words of advice or wisdom that you would give to a high school student looking to become a collegiate bowler?
I would say the main thing is, first and foremost, make sure you take care of things in the classroom. Make sure you get good grades. Make sure you focus on your academics. The next thing is, as far as your bowling, make sure you get good training, because the only way you're going to be recruited in college is that you come with good training and good skills. It's so many good bowlers out there right now that it's a wide range, and we're only looking for the cream of the crop. So again, each coach is looking for the best bowler, but they're also looking for somebody that's coachable. They're looking for somebody that they don't have to worry about whether they're going to get the grades or not, but they're also looking for a good teammate. So try to make sure that you have at least those 3 qualities if you want to bowl collegiately.
Thank you so much, Coach. It's been a pleasure. I'm going to throw it back to you now, Josh.
Thank you.
I just had one quick question I wanted to ask you in terms of your recruiting philosophy. Like I said, we're here. I'm here from 12 to 7, so I'm going to talk about all these sports. Basketball, football, I'm in my area of knowledge. Bowling, I bowl with the bumpers up, so I'm not. You feel me? That ain't my area, my forte per se. But you somebody that has a trained eye for what good quality bowling looks like. How do you go out and recruit that? I know bowling teams aren't as big as normal athletic teams, so you're going to carry maybe 5 to 7 girls at the most. So how do you
up to 10.
Up to 10? Okay. So how do you that's what I'm saying. That you only have 1 girl signed right now. You're only talking about bringing in 2 more. So that's not a lot of spots, obviously. So how do you decide who needs to be a PV Panther? I know you talked about your philosophy earlier about the 3 principles of being a good PV aiding representative. But in terms of technically, what makes a good bowler? What makes a Division I bowler? I'll say that.
Well, again, when I go out to recruit, they have high school tournaments, they have youth tournaments. And so the main thing I'm looking for, first and foremost, again, as I mentioned, is the skill level of the bowler. How they go through the process of rolling the ball, how they go through the process of making adjustments throughout competition. Do they understand lane management, ball motion, those kind of things? Because throughout your game, your lane is steady changing, and so you have to make adjustments if you want to stay in the pocket and continue to strike. Also look at how they respond to whether or not they got a strike. If they roll a good ball, do they get upset and lose it mentally, Or do they take it and say, okay, I have to get ready for the next ball, because the next ball is the most important ball you roll. So you want to focus now, you didn't get your strike, now you want to focus on picking up your spare, because if you don't pick up your spare, it's not doing you any good to continue to roll good balls. So you look at the physical aspect, but you also look at the mental aspect of how that bowler is progressing through that game. If you bowl a bad game, do you come back? Do you stay there and let that bad game bother you, or do you let it go and move on to the next game? So it's those kind of things that you look for and try to observe.
Okay, that's very interesting insight, Coach White. You know, I appreciate that. And like I said, you've been successful here at PV at the highest levels, not only in the SWAC or not only around Texas, not only in the SWAC, but nationally. So, you know, like I said with a couple of these other coaches, but I can probably emphasize it for you. You know, the success that you had has, you know, illuminated our athletic program in general. So I appreciate that, and much success to you and your program.
Thank you so much. We hope to continue that success.
Thank you so much. And maybe if I get good enough, Coach White can help me bowl without the bumpers. But now, like he said, he was in his pocket. Now I'm in my pocket. We're going to take it to the court. Drew, who we got coming up next?
So after the commercial break, we're going to have Coach Pugh with the women's basketball coming in to talk about the basketball aspect on the women's side. Don't miss out. We're going to be right with you with that. Here at PVAMU University. And so, Josh, you know, we've been having a lot of different champions come onto the board. We're having a lot of different teams that have really showcased, some teams that have really been, I guess, broadcast as other teams. But with that being said, those teams that have really been doing a really good job, such as bowling, soccer, and everything, you know, we really appreciate that all these things that these Panthers are doing. But that's not all. Who else we got?
Man, like I said, you know, Memphis, Hoop City, Hoop Town. So, you know, I'm excited for the next guest we got. We got Coach Pugh of the women's basketball team here on the couch with us. Oh my God, y'all, forgive me. But you know, what you just told me off camera, they got a 6'4" girl, so I know they're gonna be cold. And she's from Philly, Memphis, Atlanta, New York. Them a couple of the cities that I know, you know, hoop hotbeds. So she said Philly, and she said 6'4". You know, I definitely know. I want to hear about it. Coach Pugh, can you tell us a little bit about some of your team?
All right. Well, this is my 4th year, and you know, we have a new squad. We brought in 9 new kids. The 6'4" kid, Brittany Garner, was one of the best gets. We picked her up last year in December, and she came in. She hadn't played in 2 years, so she's been slowly trying to play her way back into shape. But every game, you see her coming on and on and on. I was telling a friend of mine the other day, showing my age, but she reminds me of Pam Kelly that played at Louisiana Tech. You know, just size, strength, toughness, you know, commander of the lane. And she's just going to do phenomenal things. As we continue to go down this backstretch, we're getting stronger as a team. The kids are beginning to play together and gel. You know, this COVID thing has kind of thrown us into a little tailspin. You know, you lose 2, you get 2 back. Right. You know, so that's been kind of difficult. But beyond her, we have Geraldine Smith, 6'1" lefty that had been out sick for the last 3 weeks. Mm-hmm. One of my starters that we greatly depend on. And of course, Diana Rosenthal, you know. Right. She's all excited this week. We're going to Florida to play, and that's home for her. And funny story about Diana. I was recruiting her since she was a sophomore, and we were getting ready to offer her, and we were moving too slow for her. So she called me. She said, "Coach, I don't think I'm coming." I said, "What do you mean? What do you mean you don't think you're coming?" Right. She was like, "Well, you know that school in Alabama is moving a little bit faster than you." I said, "Okay, then. If that's what you want to do, you know, you're gonna miss out on a wonderful opportunity, the greatest academic school in the state of Texas, right. You know, and playing for Coach Pugh. Hey, you gonna quit me? That's fine." She was like, hold up. I'm not quitting you. Yeah, you are. So then she was like, all right. So she gets off the phone. She texts me like 5 minutes later, and she said, "I'm going to wait on you." Right. So we were able to get it done and get her here. And she's just an amazing student athlete, wants to major in be a dentist, and academically sound. Has done a great job, averaging about 16 for us in our last couple of games. So those 3 kids we greatly depend on to, you know, score the basketball. We have Kennedy Paul, a 6'1" kid out of Shreveport, Louisiana.
Shreveport, okay.
Big smooth, yeah. KP, we call her KP. She likes to shoot the jump shot. You know, she's hit some big ones for us, and we're gonna need her to hit some big ones down this backstretch. Also, Kennedy Hurd, another kid from Louisiana. And, you know, those kind of round out. We got some new ones in. Curtis Clark, transfer over from Alcorn State. And then we have Emily Rosario, who really hasn't been able to go 100% with an injured foot, so we have to play her sparingly. You know, so we've had a lot of injuries. We've had this and that, which caused us to fluctuate a lot.
Right.
But we're hopeful that in the next week or so we're going to have a full complement, and that's when we're going to make our push.
Right. Well, that's very good to hear. I hear that you were talking about Diana Rosenthal, and yeah. I'm hearing that she's nearing 1,000 points. So tell me what that means for you as a coach to be coaching a player who's nearing 1,000 points.
You know, for her to come in, and you know, in high school she wasn't a great scorer. She's really worked on her jump shot, her 3-ball, her mid game, doing a better job of finishing through contact. But you know, she's a phenomenal leader. She shows up every day, puts a hard hat on.
Yeah.
Phenomenal effort. You know, Diana was one of those kids that plays on both ends of the floor.
Right.
You know, she rebounds, she plays defense, she's hard-nosed, she's gritty, and she's a leader on this team. So just really blessed to have her.
All right. So in that spirit, let's talk about some of your recruits, you know, the number of recruits and signees, and, you know, what does a potential recruit look like for Coach Pugh?
Wow. I said the first thing, of course, is academics. You know, before we can do anything with a recruit, we have to see that transcript, and we have to know that she's academically sound. Right. That's number one. Number two, I'm big on family. You know, I want to know that she's, you know, from a good background, and coaches and, everyone can vouch for that young lady and, in terms of behavior. And then beyond that, we look at size. I like big guards, and I like kids who can run the floor and do multiple things. I like kids who can play inside and out. When you see a KP, you see a Diana, you see a Ken Hurd, that's what you see.
Right.
So this year we're looking for point guards. That's been our Achilles heel the last couple of years, is just not being able to consistently have someone who can run the show to the degree that I need. So, but that's what we're looking for, and, that's what we're going after right now.
Right. So who are your signees and recruits for this upcoming?
Well, we only signed one young lady in the fall,
Okay.
and that was intentional. We recruited 2, and we signed 1. Her name is Jada Bowen. And Jada's from Chicago in Illinois.
Okay, Chi-Town.
Chi-Town, yeah.
Indy City.
Yeah, she's going to bring it. Jada's lefty, 5'7" guard, point guard, shoot the 3 ball, shoot the cover off of it. Great family. Her dad's a high school coach, played basketball also. So, she has that coach's. She's that coach's daughter, coach's kids come with
so
a
that
different,
family-
yeah.
family
They
aspect
understand
you
the
were
game, the
talking
IQs,
Yeah.
So we're excited about Jada, and we think she's going to be a tremendous addition to what we already have in the complement. And beyond that, I'm gonna be honest, we're like everybody else. We're in the portal.
Right.
We're looking in the portal, and Coach Evans is here, and he's already had a Power 5 kid in on visit. So we working. We're going to be in the portal and trying to get kids in here who can do what we need to do on the court and in the classroom.
Right. So do you feel that Miss Jada is the missing piece? But her being from Chicago is crazy, because a lot of my favorite basketball player, Derrick Rose, he's from Chicago and played at Simeon and all of that. So Chicago is very infamous for a lot of great basketball players. So do you think that Jada is that missing piece that y'all are needing as a guard?
Anytime you bring a freshman into Division I, it's always a growing pains. So you try not to put too much pressure on freshmen coming in. You want them to come in and learn the system and gradually, work their way into it, because Division I is extremely physical.
Right.
And so, I won't put a lot of pressure on her that way, but I will say that I think the potential is through the roof.
Right. That's great to hear. I think any player wants to hear their coach talk highly of them, especially when they're being recruited and signed.
Oh, yeah.
So let's dive a little bit into your resume, because your resume is, it's stacked. I was looking and doing some research on you, and you coached at Southern from 2000 to 2018. So what was that experience like?
Southern was amazing. That was my, I came over from Meridian Community College, where I started the program there. And I had a phenomenal player by the name of Jackie Winfield.
Who was it?
And to this date, she's the only kid to ever be drafted on the women's side out of the SWAC.
Wow.
And, just a phenomenal player. Matter of fact, she texted me the other night. I got to get back with her. I don't know what she wants, but we talk all the time. And, I stay up with all my ex-players. I want to know that they're okay and they're doing good. That's big. When you sign on to a Sandy Pugh team, you sign up. I tell them, you're not getting rid of me.
Right.
We 40 years from now, we still gonna be. I got to check on you if you need something, if I can help in any way. We have a family. It's just not a team. It's not a program. It's a family atmosphere. So, but Jackie Winfield was amazing. She came over from Meridian with me to Southern. So we were able to win the championship my second year at Southern. And then we went to the NC2A in 03-04 with Frederica Lewis, a big 6'5" kid from here in Texas.
Right.
And just had some phenomenal players down the ranks. Indy Johnson, who works here at PV in academic services, played for me. Indy was an All-American out of high school.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, signed with Purdue, and Coach Evans at the time recruited her.
Wow.
He was with me at that time.
Wow.
So, getting him back and being able to have him working with me here right now is special.
Yeah, and it's that experience that you have with
that experience.
With
he understands recruiting. He knows the lay of the land. He has the contacts, and he's going to be able to jump right in and help us continue to move this program forward.
All right, that's great to hear. So going forward within the season, because the season is far from over, what are some things that you want to, or how do you want to see, the team improve, building up to the SWAC tournament?
I talk to the kids all the time about, you win championships, you got to rebound the basketball and you got to defend it.
Right.
Those two things are critical. But I think, we've been looking at a ton of tape, and a couple of things that we have to do a better job of is we have to have the right people shooting the basketball at the right time.
Right.
And so that's going to be a big key and big factor for us, and getting everybody back. We haven't had we played some games where we had 3 starters out, and
Oh, wow, really?
Yeah, and then kids who never really got a lot of time had to step up. So, but we've had a lot of fluctuation there, but hopefully we can get everybody back in the next week, and then we can make a push down this back stretch.
All right, that's lovely.
I just know one thing: they better not count us out.
And nobody is counting women's basketball out for sure. So I know your alma mater is Northwestern, right? So what was
Northwestern State.
What was that experience like? Because I know that was your first. You got your little bit of experience there. So what was it like, playing there and coaching there as well?
That was an amazing time. I played with Annie Grace and Linda, Annie Harris and Linda Grayson and Christy Harris and Teresa Thomas, and I was one of the tallest ones on the team. And we played against when ULM had they were ranked number 4 in the country. We played them every year and beat them. And then we ended up ranked number 19 in the country, and had a phenomenal career there. I'm in the Hall of Fame. One of the kids was like, "Coach, I saw you on the board over there." Yeah. I was like, and Greg Burks, we text back and forth on occasion, but it was a phenomenal time and great experience. And that's one of the things I try to impart to my team is I want them to have a great experience.
A great experience, because I know you were talking about how it was big on family, and you were saying that the players, even with the young lady that you coached who went on to be in the WNBA. So how do you keep that relationship between the players, just talking occasionally, or how do you keep that relationship up?
Social media has been phenomenal. Instagram, Twitter, we follow each other. We connect, we share stories. I can kind of keep up with what's going on with them and their families, and we do it that way.
Okay. I'm going to throw it back to Josh. I'm sure he has some questions for you.
Coach Q, that was like I said, Carmine, amazing of you always. Check my man music out too, you feel what I'm saying?
Okay, little music. Check that out.
He opened up for Wale now.
Come on.
He ain't playing.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. I got to check that.
Yes, man, most definitely. Like I said, I am from Memphis, so that's a hoop city. A little bit hurt that you ain't recruited no girls from my city. I'm going to plug you in after we get out the air and whatnot, things like that. But what is the identity of this team? Basketball on both the men's and women's side has been evolving to, you're going farther and farther away from the paint. But evaluating your team, you got girls like a 6'4" center. My favorite player on your team is actually KP Kennedy. Like you said, 6'1", 6'2", light skin too. She inside out, can bang, but also got like a little nice 18 to 20 footer. But in terms of your overall team philosophy and your playing style, what is the best way for the PV Lady Panthers to rack up those dubs?
What's so interesting, it's kind of evolved. When we started, we didn't have Brittany Garner, in any kind of condition or ready to go. She had been in a car accident, so she was having some issues there. So we had to do more in terms of, like you were saying, the perimeter, being able to get the ball up and down the court quickly. So if you watch some of our early games, you saw us getting the basketball early and opposite, kicking it ahead, and running a lot of fast break options, shooting a lot of 3 balls. Now that Brittany has come on, you are seeing us go more inside because she's able to dominate the paint. So I think you're going to see down this back stretch as we begin to get our kids back and get them healthy, a combination of both, because we do have athletes. We can press, we can run, we can bang, we can shoot it on the perimeter. So we can play a multitude of different styles of games. So this team is Danny, Coach Evans always uses the term work in progress. But I think that the progress is coming. It's going to be in the next week or so. We're going to see a phenomenal product on the court, and that I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be pretty amazing because we've taken our lumps and bruises this year. So I think that tide's turning.
I'm definitely understanding. Is Brittany the the tallest young lady in the SWAC? I can't imagine. Somebody got 6'5" girl in the SWAC?
I think the other young lady on our team might be the tallest one in the conference.
Who's good?
I'm not sure how big the girl is at UAPB, but Tran Hudson is listed taller than Brittany.
Okay. So just another quick question before we wrap up. I know you talked about, bringing in Brittany, having a girl like a young lady like KP, emphasizing that post, that pitch post, that mid game. But without Brittany having been back for so long, praying for obviously having recovered from a car accident. Which style do you prefer to play? Do you like to get up and down, or do you like to throw it into KP and Brittany, let them clear it out and let them work on the block?
When I played, I got the rebound. I played 1 through 5. We getting it up and down the court. There was no such thing as an outlet. You just go. So if I had my choice, that's the style we would play. But when you got a grown woman down in the lane that they can't guard, I think it's in our best interest to throw her the ball. So that's what we're going to do as much as possible.
Makes sense, Coach Pooh. Y'all check out the Lady Panthers on the hardwood. Their season is currently going on right now. So
next Saturday.
I'm about to say, what's some of your biggest games on the season, Coach Pugh, coming up?
We take off and we go down and we play the 2 Florida schools, Bethune and FAMU this Saturday coming and Monday, and then we come back home and we take on Grambling and Southern.
Okay. Always big games. We're going to get those dubs.
Always.
Quick, fast, and in a hurry, you feel what I'm saying? Feeling still hurt that you ain't recruited no Memphis girls. We'll link up after that. But y'all check out the Lady Panthers right now, like literally right now, NC's right now, next Saturday. And then, once they work in the conference play, see them beating up on some swag foes, that'll be amazing. But, Drew, who do we got next coming to the couch? I feel like this is round table talk. We ain't missing Jada and Will, ain't it?
Yeah. So coming up next, we have Coach Williams and the women's tennis team. That'll be right after this break.
I don't know wrong with that. You got this starting, right? Oh, okay. Why can I hear myself?
Day 2022 at Prairie View A&M University. So today we've had a lot of different coaches, a lot of different champions that's come around here. In fact, honestly, every team here that goes to PV is a champion. That's what we do. We breed champions, and that is just what we are going to continue to do until we always, there's not much that we know. All we know is the win. So with that being said, we have Coach Williams with the men and women's tennis. And with that being said, how you doing, Coach?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Doing good.
Doing really good. You gotta tell us real quick. I don't think any of us up here are tennis savants, but let us know. Do you got the next Serena and Venus Williams here at PV?
I think you guys just went on mute.
Can you hear us now?
Can you hear us, Coach?
Yes. Yes. What was your question?
I was going to say, I don't think any of us up here are tennis savants, but we just want to know, do you have the next Venus Serena Williams out here in Prairie View, Texas?
We have some in this year. One of my freshmen, she's been really performing on the court, so she might be the next one.
So, Coach,
Can you tell us?
My bad, y'all. On behalf of PVAMU-TV, just a slight little technical difficulty, but Rome wasn't built in a day, and neither was our studio. So a lot of good stuff in here, but we still trying to learn how to configure it. But Erica, I think you was on the line with Coach Williams talking about the future of Venus Serena Williams here at PV.
Of course. So, Coach Williams, my question for you today is, can you tell me a little bit more about the women and men's tennis program here at PV?
Yeah, definitely. So as you know, we have men's and women's tennis. So men's tennis, we've had a history of winning some SWAC championships in the past. The last one being like 2013. And our women are very tough competitors. We've made it to the semifinals and the finals of the SWAC championships in the past, but we're looking to get that final championship win. And that's been one of my goals since joining the team here at Prairie View. And we're kind of, the crop that we have now, they're looking pretty strong, and we're hoping this year is our year. And our men are continuing to work really hard, and they're always a threat in the SWAT.
I got you, Coach Williams. So, I'll reiterate the point. None of us up here frequent tennis watchers, more basketball, football guy myself. But just tell me a little bit the fact that it is National Signing Day. Tell me a little bit about the type of tennis player that you recruit here, and what type of tennis player, both men and women's, makes a good Prairie View Panther for you and a good fit for your program.
Can you say again? It's a little low. Sorry.
Yes, sir. I was about to say, the fact that it is National Signing Day.
So today is National Signing Day. I know you have one recruit that you signed today, Miss Wooten. Can you tell us a little bit more about her?
Yes. So Alayla Wooten, she's a young girl from Tennessee. I'm really excited about her joining our team. She's a lefty, which in tennis is always an advantage. Generally, tennis players do not like playing lefties, so that would be like your Rafael Nadal type person on the court. She's very motivated, works really hard. I think she's going to be a huge asset for us and definitely make us stronger. Like I said, our team is looking stronger already this year, and she's just going to add to that. And I've spoken to her recently, and she's hungry. She's ready to come in and work and just compete for us. She wants to be a Panther, so I'm really excited about her.
I got you, most definitely. Can you hear me, Coach? Hello, can you hear me, Coach?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now, most definitely. Like I said, none of us up here are frequent tennis watchers. I'm more of a basketball, football guy myself, but still a beautiful sport nonetheless. But the fact that it is National Signing Day, can you just tell me a little bit about the type of player that you see as a perfect fit here in PV, and technically wise, like what type of tennis player makes a D1 tennis? How you say it, Drew? Tennis player.
So at Prairie View Tennis, we're looking for hard workers. We like to play aggressive tennis, so that means we're always looking to attack, and that's the type of players that we've been developing and bringing in as recruits. So, our whole goal is when we're playing matches, we're trying to find that person's weak spot, and we're going to exploit it as much as possible. Anything weak in the court, we're hitting it really hard and attacking that person. That's how we've been doing so far this season, and it's been working out well for us. So we're going to continue that and just try to take it as to the highest level that we can. College tennis is a little bit different to tennis that you would see on TV, namely being that it can get really loud. You can cheer as much as you want, and it's not quiet like on TV. So we enjoy that energy. If you come out to our matches, you'll hear the players, screaming, cheering for each other, yelling, "Come on," and pumping up each other. So we want that from the crowd too. So it's an exciting experience.
Most definitely. Just one thing that you said that I was very interested, aggressive tennis. Obviously, tennis is not a contact sport. So just expound on a little bit of your philosophy behind aggressive tennis and what type of players fit that mold.
Aggressive tennis would be, so typically in tennis, you're hitting a ball back and forth. So you can, passive would be if you're just kind of waiting for that ball to come to you. Aggressive tennis is if the ball's kind of floating, you're going to come and take that ball out the air and pretty much hit it really hard to a certain spot. And you're constantly, tennis is, you can set up patterns and you hit to certain spots and you get certain balls back. So you're always looking for that ball that might land in the court that you can hit for a winner, or you can hit hard and come into net so you can finish the point. And while it's not a contact sport, people have gone and hit with a ball. We say not purposely, but it happens. But that's the kind of tennis that we play. We're looking to attack all the time. We don't want to be on the defense, and we don't want to be just running around on the court all day. We want to take you out and then go move on to the next one.
All right, Coach Williams, and I have a question for you. I know it is tennis season right now. Can you tell me how your season is going so far and what's your goals for this season?
Our season is going pretty well. We started early January. We're still working out some kinks. The way how college tennis works, you play doubles and singles. So we've been doing some experimenting with our doubles teams, and we've had mixed success. So right now we're looking for that consistency in our play as we near our first SWAC pod, which is the weekend of February 18th in Mississippi at Jackson. On the girls' side, our freshman from Barbados, Gabrielle Leslie, she's won matches against Sam Houston State, Texas A&M Corpus Christi, UT Arlington, just to name a few. And so she's been doing really well for us. Our number one doubles has won matches against Sam Houston 6-0. So 6-0 or 6-love, that means the other team did not even win a single game. Our three doubles did the same against UT Arlington, which we've never done before. So, and our guys are definitely, we're having some really, really close matches. And I think on the guys' side, we're starting to find a formula that really worked for us. So I'm excited to see what's going to happen in the next couple of matches. And then especially when it's roundup time, you know, we play Valley and Alcorn. So it's going to be exciting.
So, Coach, knowing you saying that you having all these scheduled games coming up and all these different teams, especially within the SWAC, how do you see yourselves preparing yourselves for these teams? And is there any teams in the SWAC that I wouldn't say so much that you are worried about, but you can see as a tough competition for your boys and girls in order for them to come out with a W?
So for us, the way how we prepare, we play a lot of regional matches. So that's, you know, just schools in the area. Advantage that Texas is a really, really good state for tennis. So all the teams are good. So we're always playing against tough competition, which helps us to get better. For us too, in our practices, we're constantly working hard. And that is, you know, the team is always learning. So that's going to get us ready for SWAC play. In the SWAC, you know, I think every year the teams get stronger and stronger. You know, in the past, there were just a few teams to look out for. Now we're getting to a situation where any team could really win on any given day. And I think that's exciting. You really got to bring your A game every time. I would have to name almost all the teams in the SWAC if I said who we had to watch out for, because you just never know. You can't have an off day right now. There may be one or two teams that we feel comfortable with, but for the most part, you know, anyone. And for us now, adding Bethune and FAMU, you know, we got to see what they bring to the table too. So that makes it a little bit more challenging, but we're ready to meet that challenge.
All right, Coach Williams, and on a more personal note, I did my research on you a little bit. Can you tell me how it was being an athlete for Barbados yourself?
Yeah, it was I mean, there's no experience like it. It's not many people get to represent their country. So that national pride that you feel knowing that, you know, tennis is seen as an individual sport. So I'm not just out there for myself now. I'm representing an entire island. So you carry that pride with you, and that helps to push you if a match is getting tough. And for me, I really take that experience into my coaching, and that's helped me also travel the world and meet people from all over the world, which also helps with our team now. We have a very diverse, multicultural team, and it helps me kind of relate with everyone. But again, it's hard to compare representing your country on that world level to anything. It's you know, it's a great experience.
No, most definitely, Coach. First of all, hey, next time you go home, definitely catching a vacation with you. Might be on Spirit, but I'm gonna definitely fade Barbados with you. You know, like Erica mentioned, you know, Barbados, that's somewhere in near Puerto Rico, ain't it? In the sea, the islands, something like that.
They pass Puerto Rico, and you never know. You might run into Rihanna.
Oh, brother, I might do something ASAP Rocky. I can't say on here, but congratulations to her. But
you're all.
Hey, she's from Barbados. That's crazy. So you mentioned your very diverse team. You have you're from Barbados yourself. You talked about an incoming recruit from Barbados. Describe your recruiting philosophy. You know, going to getting international players. You being not being from America yourself, and most importantly, how do you convince young men and women from these very exotic parts of the world to come to Prairie View, Texas?
Yeah, well, my player from Barbados, she's on the team right now as a freshman. And tennis is already really international, so I get emails and calls from players all over the world almost daily. Um, and for me, I sell them on the family that Prairie View is. Everyone's always willing to help. Everyone is friendly. I have some players. One of my players right now, she's from Venezuela, and she told me anytime she goes anywhere with Prairie View gear on, people stop her and talk to her. Doesn't matter where it is. And she says she has friends at other schools, and that's never ever happened to them. So she says, she feels automatically like she's part of Prairie View as a whole. And for me, anytime I bring players on the hill, they're sold. It's simple as that. They see Prairie View and they fall in love. But the international players, we kind of just sell them on our philosophy, our practice, and that we're hardworking, and also the area that we're in, they get to play really good teams, and that's a big plus for players.
Okay, thank you so much, Coach Williams, and we hope that you and the tennis team do such an amazing job, both boys and girls, that you guys go out there and you guys show what Panthers are all about, and we're all about W's and making wins.
That's so true. So our women's next home match is next week, Saturday, which is, I'm just checking the date really quick, it's the 12th, and we take on UT-RGV, so UT Rio Grande Valley, and that's a doubleheader. I think we're going to probably start around 11, and then the second match maybe like 2 or 3. So if anyone wants to come out, we welcome it, and you'll see our Lady Panthers in action.
Man, appreciate you, Coach, most definitely. And I'm going to take you. I don't know if they got any $65 flights to Barbados, but I will be on the next one booked. But, Drew, tell me who we got next coming to what apparently is the Hall of Champions down here.
Yes. So coming up next, we're going to have the coach from the men's track and field and all that and more with this after the break. Stay tuned.
Hey everyone, good afternoon and welcome to the PVAMU-TV studio and network station. My name is Teresa Dalvest. I'm an assistant professor of communications here in the Legacy Hilliard Hall, one of the most renowned and most beautiful spots on our campus here at Prairie View. I'm also the director of film and television production for our program, and I'm excited and incredibly pleased to share with you the newly renovated TV studio. I started here in January of 2017, and one of the first stops in my orientation to this program here was the TV studio. And it was an amazing space. Upon arrival, I thought, wow, I know the students are gaining so much experience and knowledge about television production, film production, and gaining the tools that they'll need to be able to contend in the industry. What I learned, though, is that that studio was built in 2011, 2012, and was in dire need of renovation and technological updates. And so I wrote a grant for a Title III, a grant proposal for a Title III grant, and we won the grant. And over the last 4 years, we've been planning and designing and finally executing this new studio. We had a great collaboration with Urbano Architects based here in Houston, as well as with Broadcast Studio Designs Incorporated, which is an amazing international company out of San Diego. They've built sets for major affiliates with ABC, CBS, NBC, Fox, you name it, and they've built it. And so doing my research on their company, I learned that some of the stations that I grew up watching in Virginia were designed by them. And so that's who I wanted to work with in putting together this look. I'm going to give you a really quick tour, and then after the tour, I'm going to give you an invitation to come and spend time in the studio, work with us and create content and help us amplify the stories of Prairie View. Right here, what you see behind me is this amazing media wall. It's 6 monitors in a virtual orientation that was inspired by WTTG in Washington, D.C. Again, growing up, watching the news and different programs from WTTG, when I saw their set, I was instantly inspired to replicate that as best I could. The difference between our wall and the wall at WTTG is that their mural is a static photo. It's just a big JPEG from end to end. It doesn't move. It has no video components to it. And that was the difference we made with our particular wall. So as you can see, our logo is animated on the monitors behind me. We can make one big panoramic view. We've seen the football stadium, for instance, go from end to end in this space, and it's amazing. It's just, you feel like you're standing out on the 50-yard line. And then a monitor in the middle that just kind of helps glue the whole picture together. In my tour, you'll see also that we gained inspiration from all the colleges from around the university. For instance, this treatment, this kind of marbleized look, was inspired by the Clark Building, where juvenile justice and psychology is. We lifted some inspiration in the hallways of the Agriculture Business Building, AgBiz, as we commonly know it. This dark slate you'll find on the first floor in different places of that building. It's one of my favorite textures around the building. Again, athletics will enjoy having their football players, their soccer players, their basketball players highlighted in each of these panes, or a panoramic view of the football stadium with this big massive wall. If you look, we have these wild walls that move. We have 3 that are on casters. The windows over there, as well as the clear surfaces that you'll see picked up, for instance, on our new anchor desk, are inspired by the engineering program. And then finally, I don't know if I have enough room with the cameras on the side, but let's do it over here. Walk with me, if you will. On the back side of the 2 larger walls, we have inspiration from the School of Architecture. And so the idea, we want every college, every person on this campus to feel like there's a home for them in this space. And as you can see, it took no effort for me to spin these walls and move them around. That allows us to have great flexibility in this space, something that we did not have much of in the original space. So let me show you our staging areas. First of all, this stage is what we call our little taco stand, if you will. It's a stage that's movable by bringing both sides up on hinges. We can lift them up and roll them away, removing the stage from the space, but for the most part, it pretty much lives right here. We have this great purple couch that will hold interviews and talk to various dignitaries and guests on issues that are important to the campus community. We have these amazing mics with mic flags showing off our university pride, both Prairie View and PVAMU-TV. Great branding, great branding. We also have a large wooden table that was made specifically for us. We have a show called the Prairie View Roundtable Talk, and the people who helped put this whole great space together made this custom for us for that particular show. On this end, we have our new anchor desk, again with a plexiglass see-through top, great monitor in the front. Gives our students a great playground as they become the next generation of multimedia journalists. And no shortage of monitors and visual stimuli around the space, again with great flexibility, great usability for our students, and all the tools that they'll need to be able to compete and contend for the careers of choice as they graduate from this great school. This is done in the form of a team effort. The faculty and staff in the Department of Communication we work tirelessly for our students. Our alumni have joined in also in our efforts to raise up our students and build an incredibly competitive program. We have opportunities that are pipelining our students into grad programs, especially at the University of Southern California, where we currently have 4 students enrolled in their grad program, and 2 recently graduated. One now has a job with the NFL and another with the LA Times. We have students doing amazing things all over the world, quite frankly, and this space, we want this space to be the place where we cultivate the next generation of filmmakers and broadcast journalists. Feel free to come anytime. My name is Teresa Dalvest. You can find my information in the university directory, and any of you and all of you are welcome to come play in this amazing playground. Thank you.
Welcome back to the 2022 National Signing Day event presented to you by PVAMU-TV. Drew, I sound like a broken record, dog. I've been saying it all day, but it's just the place that we at, the illustrious. I'm so glad I go to PVU. Yet another champion in the building, man. Tell me who we got on the couch with my girl Erica.
Man, and so we got here Coach Clay with men's track and field. And Erica, what can you tell us more about this whole program?
So, Coach Clay, can you tell us a little bit about the track and field program here?
Absolutely. Like you said, my name is Coach Clay, and I've been a part of this program as a student athlete. I've grown to be a grad assistant, and from the grad assistant to assistant coach to now head coach. So I've started my journey here the fall of '97, and I've been here ever since.
Okay, can you tell us, with it being National Signing Day today, can you tell us what a successful recruiting class looks like?
Well, just being able to recruit student athletes to the highest level and being able to get student athletes in that want to be a part of a program, that has that dedication, that desire, that will, just to be able to push themselves, push their teammates, and also excel inside the classroom as well.
Okay, and with it being indoor championships in about 2 more weeks, can you tell us what your goals are going into indoor?
Definitely the goal is always to finish on top. You know, we've gone through several weeks of dealing with COVID situations, being shut down and trying to get back up. Just trying to be able to push through what every team is trying to push through as well. Just with our student athletes, just trying to get them on a great training schedule. Also being able to keep them safe in this environment. So it's been a challenge. It's a challenge that I'm up for. It's a challenge that I'm willing to continue to push my guys through, and also just being able to keep them healthy at the same time.
Right, and so I know you have a few championships under your belt here at PV. Can you tell me what is something that motivated you back in your day, or what motivates your team today?
As a student athlete, I was able to win 4 SWAC championships as a team. The motivation then is just teamwork, being able to work together as a unit. We know track is almost an individual sport in a certain sense. You have to really develop your craft and also encourage your teammates to develop their crafts as well. So we use that now as a foundation of our program, being able to push ourselves and push each other. I tell my guys all the time, when you're in practice, take your feelings out. Don't worry about your feelings, worry about your teammate. You know, don't push yourself, push your teammate. And if each person push each other, the entire team is being lifted as well.
Right, can you tell us a little bit more how it is being a student athlete, how important academics is to being a student athlete?
It's a huge part of athletics, because before you can be on our team, you have to be accepted into Privy as a student first. That's what makes you a student athlete. So we pride ourselves in getting our guys in, allowing them to, pushing them to get internships, be a part of other outside organizations besides athletics or whatnot. We always monitoring them with study hall and whatnot. So you have to have that balance for as academics and athletics. If you have more athletics than academics, then your program will struggle APR-wise.
All right, and with you being on the team back in '97, how did Coach Wright and Coach Gillard kind of impact you as a coach today?
Well, they taught me the foundation of the program. Once we first got here as a group, they taught us about the athletes of the past. And, you know, we had Olympians, we had guys who go to Olympic trials, won different championships as well. Not just SWAC, but in the world as well. So once I learned the history, that allowed me to understand the foundation. Now, if you know your history, you know what direction you're going in. So as a head coach, it's my job to kind of push my athletes to get back to that level of competition. You know, at the end of the day, you want athletes to qualify for regionals, you want athletes to qualify for nationals, you want athletes to qualify for Olympic trials and make the Olympic team, not just for the U.S., but for their countries as well.
Right. And can you tell us a little bit about some of the standouts on your team today, who we should be keeping an eye out for?
We have a couple of guys. We have Damian Cobbs in the 400. He's a 400/200 guy. Nazir Pate. He's a 400 guy. We have a triple jumper, Nathan. He's actually from Barbados. He was a defending conference champ in the 200 and also, in a triple jump, and also he qualified for regionals as well. We have a good distance core, Worthington Moore in the distance, Jamal Wolt as well in the distance. So we kind of have a pretty balanced team in terms of sprinters, distance, and the field as well.
Gotcha. And the men's track and field team is always on top with swag. And they actually did win outdoor in 2021. Can you tell me something that you tell your team in order to go out there and win every year? Because they seem to get a ring every year.
Well, the goal is to be competitive. The main goal we talk about all the time is once we go to SWAC, the objective is to win some, lose none, per event. So if we can get 3 or 4 guys in an event, and we don't have to get first in that event, we can get maybe 3rd, 4th, and 5th, we still come out on top in those events. So the goal is just being able to get to the meet and kind of dominate. And this part of the season, we're in a part of the season where we're really just trying to find our niche for as indoor season. We have, each weekend we have a certain group of guys who do well in their prospective events. And a conference for us, we just have to get everybody to do well at that same time, just that weekend. So, our first meet, I think we did great in the sprints. Maybe the second meet, we did great in the distance. Now we getting better in our field. So we're trying to put things together so when it comes to SWAC, we can all do better that weekend.
Understandable.
As a group.
Yes, understandable. So when it comes to recruiting, do you recruit all over, or do you try to stay in the area of Texas? What's your recruiting method?
Well, we have the opportunity to recruit all over. I'm a Houston guy, so Houston is my first stop. I try to get Houston athletes. We in the Dallas area, the small town areas. We do a lot of recruiting in the 2A, 3A divisions. So we're not designated in one area when it comes to recruiting, so we have pretty much full range when it comes to our recruiting.
Gotcha. And with FAMU and Bethune-Cookman entering into SWAC, what's the level of competition you think?
They definitely raised the level of competition. I kind of been that coach that said if we can get the MEAC and the SWAC to merge and do it the right way.
Oh yeah, that would be cool.
Right, so
I'm here for it.
make it a mega conference and continue just to be able to be competitive, and to let other teams know that we can compete on the highest level. We can compete against Power 5 schools. We can compete against teams in the SEC, the Big 12. So
right.
We ready to move.
All right, and you guys were the past 2021 outdoor champions, and I know that was a big time of COVID. Can you tell me how you guys pushed through to win conference even though you had all the COVID restrictions?
Right, 2021 was a very emotional year. We have a lot of guys that kept getting shut down, being isolated for, now it's 10 days, then it was 14 days. So just being able to, keep these guys' spirits up, they did a great job of motivating each other as well. So, and just having to test 3 times a week, that was challenging mentally as well. So, but the university and the athletic department did a great job with allowing us to, keep our team together, keep pushing them. They created different things for our student athletes. We was able to have, chiropractors come out. They provided counseling service for the student athlete, just for their mental state. So, last year was a tough year, but towards the end of the year, my guys, they put it all together at the right time.
Okay. And on another personal note, going back to your championships, how many championships do you have personally? How many times were you on the podium?
I was more on the podium with relays than open events.
Okay.
I didn't win any open events myself, but as a team, we placed, well, on my relay team, we placed first several times. I think I might have placed third or whatnot, but as a team undergrad, we won SWAC 4 times.
All right.
As assistant coach, it was 5 times.
You'll never think about getting back out there?
No, not at all. Not at all.
All right, and now I'll hand it back over to Drew and Josh.
Thank you, Erica. Always supporting Black Girl Magic, you feel what I'm saying? Coach Clay, 5 rings. Come on, you on your Phil Jackson flow, ain't it? You feel what I'm saying? I like it, I like it. One overarching question that I do want to ask you, because my size may not dictate it, but I am a fan of track, especially the sprints, the 1 to 2, you feel what I'm saying? You need a shot putter, I got you. But what is this, obviously Usain Bolt, the most dominant track athlete ever, had a 8-year run over the sport, dominant run. Right. So he's kind of left a big void in terms of the next quote unquote superstar, especially in the Olympic track meets or Olympic athletes. So what is your feeling about the state of track and field in general? And do you see who do you see as a next potential superstar on the rise? That Wheaties box, magazines, commercials, all that. Who do you think is next up in the state of track and field?
It's several student athletes, or just really athletes. We have Rob Bishman, the American record holder in the 400 hurdles. We have so many sprinters.
Shakari.
Definitely, definitely. So it's just a young group of talented athletes that's coming up now that's, taking on the range with Usain Bolt. He really brought track and field back to life in the things he's accomplished. So, even if you didn't like him as an athlete, you still watched his races to see who was going to beat him. So even like him or not, you still watch his races. And that was a great thing for the sport. He accomplished a lot. He put a little small island on the map in terms of track and field. So, and I think he's really inspired a lot of U.S. athletes to really try to move in his shadow and mimic what he, put forth. So he's probably one of the greatest decorated sprinters in the history of the sport.
Most definitely.
Yes, Coach Clay. One question I have for you is, how, as a coach, are you able to balance the students who just coming out of high school? Because I know high school track practicing and conditioning is way different from collegiate track. I remember I played in high school, and I thought about trying to go to college with, and I was like, I don't know about that one. They probably do a little bit too much. But so how do you see as like
a D1 athlete, dog?
Hey, I ain't gonna lie. I was in there. But how do you see the transition for how certain players take on from high school into the collegiate level?
Well, we start out with trying to give them a solid foundation, and let me say, it's a lot of great high school programs out there. So, we try to give them a great foundation coming in the fall. So we start probably our practice maybe the first or second week in September. We introduce ways, how to lift weights, the different movement of their events. We try to teach them that you have to learn your craft in track and field. It's an art. Anybody with legs can run, but being able to sprint is an art. So we create those angles. We teach them how to move, and we teach them things in the weight room and how they can apply it on the movement side on the track as well. So, we start out with a great foundation so we can build them up, because coming out of high school into the university, you have to train your body to be able to last throughout June and July. Most high school state meets is probably the 1st of May. Their first outdoor meet is probably the 1st of March. And a lot of high school athletes never experience an indoor season. So, that's something that, you have to be trained for. You know, so me and my coaching staff, we do a great job in just kind of, you know, giving them that true foundation of what track and field looks like. And then we give them examples of athletes in the past to let them know, you know, it can be done.
I got a two-parter here because I'm very interested in track. You know, my stepfather, he actually ran track professionally, or he ran in college. So like you actually mentioned, a lot of high school athletes never been to indoor meet before they come to whatever university they're at, hopefully PV, you feel what I'm saying? So what's the biggest difference in that, obviously besides the distances? You know, you're talking about 60 versus 100, or with the, like the 400, what is it, like 2 laps around the
thing? 2 laps for the 400.
So what's the biggest difference that you had to adjust besides, like I said, besides the distance from outdoor, coming to high school, a high school athlete that's never run indoors? And that's my first question. Second question, then we can wrap up. I'm just completely, you know, speed is a thing to where, you know, you can tinker with your technique. There are certain ways to save, you know, tenths of seconds off of your time, but for the most part, like, you're either blessed or you're not. Like, I'm a great athlete, but I don't think you ever get me out on the 100 or 200, you feel what I'm saying? So, like, how much do you balance between, like, our recruiting, like, you know, this is somebody's God-given ability, versus, you know, this is somebody that's not as naturally fast, but they have, you know, a window for a technique that can be worked on. How do you balance that?
Okay. First question. My first thing, we just try to work on their mental state, because you get used to running a 400, which is 1 lap outdoors. Come indoors is 2 laps. It might feel like an 800 to you. But just being able to teach them race pace, you know, being able to teach them, you know, some part of the race you should be at this part of the track, you know. So just give them that background, that structure, that foundation, and to be mentally strong throughout the race itself. So to understand, because it's hard on a university level when you're training outside to be able to run inside. You know, your parents tell you all the time, no running inside. Now you have to train yourself to be able to run at the highest level on some are flat tracks, or others are bank tracks as well. So, you know, I tell my guys every year to, you know, continue to push, because most freshmen, you don't learn, or you don't finally get how to run indoors until the season is over. So, because we only have maybe a 2-month window of indoor season. So, you know, so we just try to push them, give them that strong foundation, try to mentally keep them strong, and just, it's all about race strategies when it comes to indoors. The second part of the question is just being able to teach how to move in terms of speed. You know, a lot of people think moving your legs fast, moving your arm fast is considered speed. You know, but we call that going nowhere real fast. So it's all about how you teach your student athlete how to explode, to use explosion to cover ground. So you have to apply force to cover ground. So it's like you bouncing a basketball and you want the basketball to go higher. You have to apply more force so the ball can rise higher. So same thing when you're running. You just have to apply force, and we teach that. And along with the weight room, we do a lot of mid-ball throws, plyometric drills, and things of that nature to kind of teach the body so they can have what they call muscle memory.
Like, you know, not to be capping y'all out, but I do have another question. We're gonna wrap up after this, for real this time. But you talk about, you know, all Usain Bolt in Jamaica, and him establishing that country as a, you know, track and field power, especially in the sprints. So bringing it back to the hill, what is your recruiting strategy in terms of, you know, what type of people I want on this track team representing the university? You know, what areas of the country do you specifically target in terms of, you know, I just know people are fast here. You know, Florida specifically is an area of the country known for producing fast people. I guess Texas is 1 billion people here. Obviously, some of them are going to be fast. Memphis.
Cali,
you forgetting Cali, y'all.
California.
Don't forget California.
They're the same boat. They got like 1 million people. They're going to have some fast people. But, like, what areas of the country do you specifically target, and what's your recruiting strategy in terms of, you know, lining down and getting in the blocks and having the best Panthers possible at your disposal?
Well, the first thing we look at is the academic piece. you can't be a student athlete if you can't pass your class. So, you know, being able to allowing the coaches to be able to trust you to be able to pass your class, and because coming to college for men, it's a, you know, you're really going through that transformation from a boy to a man. So you have to be able to mentally get them prepared, you know, for life. Because I tell people all the time, Prairie View is not your destination. It's only your 4 to 5 year pit stop in your journey of life. And we have to use that, not just on the track, but in life as well and in the classroom. And just where we're recruiting, we recruit talent. You know, talent has a certain face, a certain area, whatnot. You know, if you're academically strong and you're talented, Prairie View is knocking on your door.
Great. Appreciate that, Coach Clinton. Like I said, you need a shot putter out there, you feel what I'm saying, or a discus thrower. I can throw a little 120, a little 50. You know, I can put some points on the board for the team, you feel what I'm saying?
Man, if you need the help with speed, I'm pretty sure he'll be able to teach you every
My man,
technique
I
that
don't
you
think,
need.
I told him I'm a 1-2, and I'm not gonna put I'm a 1-2 guy, you feel me? My maximum amount of, you know, output, very low. I can go fast for like.
You got to put mind over mental.
You ain't been on no track, huh? You ain't been on no track, you feel what I'm saying? That's crazy.
I ain't been in the tracking either.
Anecdote real quick. I was at a high school meet. This is my junior year. One of my closest friends, Calvin Austin, he's actually getting ready for the NFL draft. This man ran a 10.5 as a junior in high school, and then threw 39 feet on the shot put. So you talk about athletes, you talk about, special athletes for sure. But coming up, Drew, you know, like I said, my wheelhouse, slam dunking, you feel what I'm saying? Who we got coming? You tell him, man.
And coming up next, we got the men's basketball coach, and we're going to go into depth with the men's basketball team. You're not going to miss this. Coming soon.
Freedom. It's at the core of who we are. The freedom to live without fear, to jog where we please, to wear a hoodie. The freedom to breathe. Before we celebrate the freedom most Americans have, we must fight for the freedom all Americans deserve. Because all lives can't matter until Black lives matter.
Welcome back, everybody, to The Calm. It is Coco Shakari.
And it's your boy Cam.
And we are here to give it to you just like it was gave to us. Juicy. Are you ready for this?
I am.
Are y'all ready for this? Yeah! Listen, I'm so excited. That second episode, that was something.
It was.
Did you, the hard eyes, the love things that was going on?
Love triangle, situationships.
Situationships. Okay, well, let's stop. Before we get into that, take a look at the fits.
Oh, are we giving
How
it
are
to
you
him?
guys? Do you guys like the fits? How
Are
are
we
the
giving it
fits?
to him? Thank you, thank you.
Where can we find these?
Well, everything that we're wearing tonight, you can find here at the Prairie View Campus Bookstore. Don't beat us there. Or beat us there, don't meet us there. My bad.
I am so done. Well, anyway, I absolutely am in love with March so far. Like we said before, the way that they were carrying those instruments,
Agreed.
I couldn't have done that, and I'm just so proud of them. I love
Hyundai.
TV. I'm so ready for these interviews. Like,
Yeah, we're ready. We're
it's
here.
time.
But before, let me talk about my experience watching the
Okay,
march.
go ahead. Let
I
me
think
hear.
this episode was great simply
Mhm.
because we saw into people's lives and we saw just more family and more love triangles, just seeing everybody's passion,
Yeah.
why they want to be on the field, why they push so hard. So this
Yeah.
episode was very heartfelt and personal, and I love that.
We love the person.
We love the juice.
We love the connections.
We do. We do.
Well, anyway, you guys, enough about this. We are going to come back with a few interviews. We're going to hit the Twitter feed.
We are.
And find out what's really going on with March. We'll see you after this commercial.
Freedom. It's at the core of who we are. The freedom to live without fear, to jog where we please, to wear a hoodie. The freedom to breathe. Before we celebrate the freedom most Americans have, we must fight for the freedom all Americans deserve. Because all lives can't matter until Black lives matter.
Welcome back, everyone, to The Calm. I'm Cam.
And I am Coco Shakari.
And today, joining us on the hot seat, we have two special guests, Javari and Jesus. How you doing?
What's up?
How are you feeling? How are you feeling?
I'm excited. A little.
Yes.
You sound a little nervous.
A little nervous.
But don't be.
I'm just glad it's over with now.
Oh,
yes,
gosh.
yeah. But before
Oh
we
my
get
gosh.
into your interviews, we're going to jump straight to these live tweets to see some of the consumers' reactions.
Mhm.
So let's look. All right. So let's see. Mama Tolbert. I love CW March and believe Dr. Z and Miss Sean should contact #Netflix. This is a winner. And there's a few pictures of him and the dancers. I love that.
Love the picture.
I really love the Letterman though.
Oh, look at her.
Come on.
Looking good. She better give leg.
All right. Let's see. SDW. Oh, it just disappeared. SDW. Okay. I think I like this episode more than the premiere. Introduced some more characters. We got to see more performances, and I can see where they're going with some of the plot lines. Do you agree?
Mm.
Y'all like that?
Definitely agree.
Did you?
I mean,
they introduced my boy here.
Yes.
I was just happy, like, they showed a little bit more of our inside lives. I feel like sometimes the audience, that they forget that we're students too before we're performers. So, like, as far as, like, me explaining my family and my connection with my mom and the car accident, like, this episode was a little bit more personal. I agree with him. Like, I love it on this level because it just shows, like, who is the Marching Storm? Who is the people that's on this field?
Agreed. I love
What
that.
about you?
No, I definitely agree with what they're saying, especially the segment with Trey and his daughter. That it caught me. I've never seen Trey talk like that.
Or cry.
Or cry. So
Really?
yeah, it's kind of.
Trey is a hard buddy.
He is. He's a little hard. He's a little tough dude. So seeing him cry on TV it's a little weird, but.
It was like just a different side of him. That
Yeah,
he doesn't allow people
more
to
vulnerable.
see.
But
Right.
it allows people to connect with the story.
Yeah.
It was very heartfelt.
For
I
sure.
felt that. I felt that. I definitely did.
Okay. Now, we know that you are drum major. Could you tell us what section you're drum major of?
Well, I'm a drum major for the band. I did come out of the trombone section, same section he came out of.
I'm starting, he finishing.
Right. But yeah, I mean, it's been great. I get to work with the band in ways that I never worked before. I used to just kind of handle the trombone section. I was section leader.
Section leader. Okay.
Section leader before I became drum major.
Yes. Right. Correct.
So speaking about you being a drum major, on the show they talked about the leadership traits that y'all had to have, like showmanship, leadership skills, and I think I can't remember the last musicianship. Can you talk a little bit about your experience doing that, like just being and living in that moment as a drum major?
So, I mean, he's right. What Aaron said was right. You got to have your showmanship, musicianship, your leadership on point. If you can't play your horn, what can you tell somebody else? You can't tell them anything. If you don't go out on the field and put on a show, give out the best you can, give it all, you have no business telling anybody, pick up your legs. And the leadership aspect, I've been put in leadership positions prior to drum major positions, so it's just one of those things I think comes naturally, at least to me. I don't like to sit in the back and not do anything. I like to help out as much as I can.
That sounds wonderful. So we know that you were in an accident. Would you mind telling us what happened? Give us the details, please.
Oh, man.
Feelings, emotions, reactions.
Look, okay, so I was leaving the first party. It was the Halloween party to start off the homecoming week. I usually don't go to parties. I usually stay at home. And I was just like, it's homecoming. It's my first homecoming. I'm going to go out, have a good time.
And you weren't drinking and driving.
No, none of that.
Oh, okay,
No,
okay. We need to make sure.
I was very
responsible. Tell us on
responsible.
TV.
I was being very responsible. And so, of course, a PV staple, the taco truck. So after the party, I was trying to go to the taco truck. I was a little hungry. I worked up an appetite and seen the line was long. So I was like, you know what? I'm finna go back home and just sleep, have sleep for dinner tonight. And so as I was turning, the girl, I was taking too long for her, and she decided to go around me while I was turning, and she knocked off my whole front end, jammed my whole steering thing, and I'm not a mechanic. I don't really know, but my whole front end of my car is messed up, and so she hit me and kept driving. And so the story behind that was these girls were getting their tacos from the taco truck, and they seen everything. And I was just distraught. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know who to call. I'd never been in an accident before. And so they was like, we're going to go get her. We're going to go get her. So they got in their car. It was 6 girls, chased her down. She stayed, I'm not going to say where she stayed, but she stayed a little bit off campus. They seen her, what's that word? She fled into her apartment.
She ran.
It took off her license plate of her car, and she wasn't thinking about getting caught. So the girls, they took the pictures of everything. They took a picture where she stayed, the car, the vehicle, called the police. I had my good friend Morgan in the car. She called the tow company, and I just had a really good circle that night. Because I didn't know what I was doing. I'm calling my granny, my mama, like, all right, what am I doing?
Me.
Like,
help me, Lord.
Yeah, help me, please. Like, I'm just,
I'm legally blind.
I was a mess. I was just, So it was definitely a night and homecoming to remember. First homecoming.
angels in the skies everywhere,
I'm
huh?
glad you came out on the winning side.
Yeah, thank you.
We are. You have your life. You got your legs.
And you're still
You
in
look
the band,
fine.
you're still marching.
Nothing cut off.
Okay, you
Marching,
look good.
see,
I like the jacket.
Thank you.
Okay.
Got a little flannel work
Feeling it.
going.
Oh, well, thank you guys for being on the show. Thank you for coming to interview with us. We'll have to finish this conversation later on. Thank you to all of our viewers for watching. We are so excited, and we are excited to have the next show. So tune in next week, Monday at 8:05 p.m. We'll see you guys next time. Bye.
Bye.
Freedom. It's at the core of who we are. The freedom to live without fear, to jog where we please, to wear a hoodie. The freedom to breathe. Before we celebrate the freedom most Americans have, we must fight for the freedom all Americans deserve. Because all lives can't matter until Black lives matter. Freedom. It's at the core of who we are. The freedom to live without fear, to jog where we please, to wear a hoodie. The freedom to breathe. Before we celebrate the freedom most Americans have, we must fight for the freedom all Americans deserve. Because all lives can't matter until Black lives matter.
Welcome back to National Sign Day
Freedom.
2022, hosted by Prairie View A&M University. And we have a very special interview by the one, the only, the great. I mean, she's just the workhorse that makes everything turn around. She's the reason for everything that we've got going on here. And I just am so grateful for everything that she's done. I know, Josh.
I'm saying, she's so important. We got the person that don't be on camera to come on camera. And we got an interviewee so important, we can't call him Mr., we got to call him Doctor. You feel what I'm saying? So introducing the indubitable, the unflappable, the amazing Teresa Dalvest.
Goodness. You know, what an amazing introduction by two guys who really held this whole show together today. I just want to take my hat off to Andrew Brewer, our sports news director for Panther Sports Zone, and the out-of-the-box crazy Joshua Crawford. Two people who have really worked hard to make today a successful event, National Signing Day 2022, on behalf of Prairie View A&M University's athletic program. And with me right now, we have the amazing athletic director, Dr. Donald Reed. Hey.
Thank you. Thank you for the wonderful introduction. And thank you to the gentleman that's been running the show today. Outstanding job. We have two proud Panthers over there that's doing great things. And Mr. Crawford is one of our football student athletes. So very proud of him and his colleague for sharing time with us today.
Well, look, thank you for sharing your time. I mean, it's no small task to run an entire athletic program. And in this time of COVID, this global pandemic where life as we know it is very different. Tell us how COVID, in a general sense, and we'll dive in deeper, but tell us in a general sense how COVID has impacted college athletics, and in particular here at Prairie View.
Yes, it's been extremely challenging for myself and my peers in athletics. You have to be nimble and be prepared for sudden change at any point in time. Every hour can be different, and you have to be ready for the challenge. I think we've done a very good job of doing that here at Prairie View. And across the country, I applaud everyone that's going through this and figuring out in the best interest of all of our students as well as staff and patrons working through a really challenging time, because you never know when something's going to happen and you have to make the appropriate adjustment. So it's been an extreme challenge.
Well, talk to us about some of those adjustments, right? You know, with athletics and the nature of athletics, it's intimate, it's up close, it's personal. You're sweating on each other, you're breathing on each other, you know, all the things that everyone's told us not to do in these COVID days. By virtue of the nature of athletics, I mean, tell us what shifts have to be made in order for athletics to still be successful?
Yes, we've been doing a great job of making certain that folks have opportunities to get vaccinated. We have testing protocols for all of us, whether we're fully vaccinated or not vaccinated. So we're aware of our group, if you will, and we maintain social distancing when we can. We maintain mask wearing and those types of things. That's really helped us sustain and come back from setbacks. And all of us have had setbacks. It's just how we minimize, in essence, a large outbreak that will shut everything down. We continue to have those things happen occasionally, but not as much as when this all started. I think we've done a really good job of managing that and educating our student athletes as well as our students and our staff on how to protect ourselves against a large outbreak.
Yeah. Run us through very briefly the protocol, the safety protocol. What will our students have to go through on a weekly basis, our coaches, staff, to go through on a weekly basis? I know in visiting over at the stadium, it was almost like going through Fort Knox. You had to get your temperature taken, and you know, and what I really appreciated about just even a slight visit was not only did I feel like I'm walking into a zone, a bubble, if you will, that was well protected. Everyone in that space has, you know, you go through the protocol to make sure when you walk in that place, you know who's coming in and how they are. So tell us about the protocol that the students, faculty, staff, whomever, have to go through on a weekly basis.
Yes, in our building, you typically do an attestation form electronically. We've dialed that back over the last few months. However, we're required to test frequently, and for those of us that are fully vaccinated, we test the first 5 days of the month. So this afternoon, before I came over here, I went to the kiosk and went through the curative setup and got my test. So tomorrow, typically, I get my test back, and we are very prayerful that it comes back negative and we move through the day. But our staff and student athletes do the same thing based on where they are on the scale as far as fully vaccinated with a booster, and then it goes down from there. We've been very, very diligent about protecting one another. I think that's a really big key to it all, being mindful and wanting to take care of one another.
Sure, sure. I have to take my hat off to you. In fact, as a result of learning about the protocol from some of the coaches maybe about a year ago, for the students to come into the studio, for us to work as PVAMU-TV, we've implemented a, you know, get yourself over to the kiosk, find out your status every 10 days. And I lifted that from your protocol over in athletics. And so thank you for that.
Oh, you're quite welcome.
So, okay, let me find out about who you are now. Let's dig into who Dr. Reed is in the world. You come to us from SUNY Buffalo, yeah?
Yes, most recently. I'll start from the little Donald Reed,
okay.
I guess. And then
we're going all the way back. Let me roll up my sleeves for this, yes.
Originally from the great state of Texas, born in Abilene, Texas, but raised in Houston and Port Arthur, Texas. So I'm a Southeast Texas person.
Okay.
Spent a lot of time in gymnasiums and in classrooms. Both my parents were educators. They were K-12 educators. Father was a coach, and so was mom.
What did they coach?
My father was a football coach, and he coached a little bit of basketball, but primarily football. My mother was a volleyball and basketball coach primarily, but she also coached a little track here and there.
Gotcha.
So I was a little kid that would be on the sideline grabbing people's helmets and running away and those types of things growing up. And I grew up around a household that emphasized education and co-curricular activity, in essence. So school and sports were married from the time that I knew what they were.
Sure.
So that's to my core who I am, someone that is an educator, someone that wants to help the greater good, help others, help students, and help peers achieve their goals, and in doing so, I achieve mine as well. So
Yeah.
that's carried through my early life to where I am now. Lifelong learner, someone that's a helper, someone that really cares about others and team.
Yeah.
And it comes honestly from where I started.
Where you started, sure. What were some of those lifelong lessons that your father and your mother imparted on you? Clearly, as you went on to become an athlete and an educator, early on, they had to have said the importance of education, you know, lessons out of athletics. What were some of those key touchstones that your parents offered you early on?
Resilience. That's one of the things that athletics teaches you, as well as education. You might not do well on your exam, but there are other exams.
Yes.
Continuous improvement.
So you may not win this game, but you still have a full schedule.
Yes,
Come on.
exactly. Persistence.
Sure.
Listening. My grandmother is a proud graduate of Prairie View A&M, and she graduated in the 1930s. And she taught me quite a bit. She was a teacher by trade. She was a third and fourth grade English teacher and writing and literature. I think that's what they call it in middle school, liberal arts and those types of things. So she would tell me things and writing. She actually, I thought about this recently, typing on my computer. She convinced me to take a typing class when I was in 7th grade. And I'm like, why would I need to know how to type?
Right.
Well, now it's coming very handy.
Yeah.
So she's since passed on, but I think about it all the time. I said, you know what? Nana was smart, because she made me take this class when I was, 7th, 8th grade.
Yeah.
That's helping me now do my job. Well, she would always tell me, the good Lord gives you 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason.
Come on, Nana.
You should listen twice as much as you speak.
Yes.
So I try to follow that.
Yeah.
So I like listening and liking inclusion, those types of things to help us grow together. And in doing so, we achieve our goals.
What would Miss Nana say about you being the AD at her alma mater?
Oh, wow. She would probably be like, wow, this is really cool.
Yeah.
I'm a person of faith, and I sometimes I say, I bet she's saying, wow, he's actually on the campus. She would talk quite a bit about it. One of the first college football games that I ever attended was a Prairie View, Texas Southern game at the old Astrodome.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, and they had the gold helmets. And one of the things that we did, and Mr. Crawford would tell you, we ordered gold helmets, and that's where they came from, because I remember seeing Prairie View with those gold helmets.
Sure.
And I thought it'd really be nice to bring
that back.
That tradition back,
Yeah.
and incorporate that in our uniform group.
Sure.
So, those things I still remember vividly.
Yeah. So you moved to West Virginia for college?
No.
Where'd you?
I went to the University of North Texas.
Okay.
Undergrad.
Okay.
And I was at New Mexico State University for my postgraduate PhD.
Okay.
And then from there, I went to Arizona State.
Okay.
So spent 3 years there, and then Arizona State to Iowa State in Ames, Iowa.
I only bring up West Virginia because you and I banter back and forth about it, and I thought it was a little bit earlier in your career. So tell us about your football career, your journey from the time you were a player up through till now.
Well,
Come on,
I don't
now.
know. I don't want to make the football guys upset, but somewhere along the line, I said, you know what? I was a quarterback, so I got hit quite a bit.
Okay.
And I was thinking, you know what, do I really want, and I'm looking at him for a reason. He kind of gets where I'm going now. It's like, I don't know if I want to continue this kind of thing.
Sure.
So I ended up playing basketball in college.
Okay.
So I played at the University of North Texas, and did my bachelor's degree in marketing and advertising, and then I went back for a master's degree there. And then from there, I went to New Mexico State University and spent right around 7 years, 7.5 years there, and I finished my terminal degree there and worked in academics and student development in those spaces.
Outstanding. So you arrive at higher ed leadership and your journey towards becoming an athletic director. Tell us about the decisions, the steps you took to that brings you to this moment that you've arrived at here at Prairie View.
Yeah, it was interesting. I started in kind of a utility role at New Mexico State. So I worked in game ops. I was working in academics, of course, and then I helped with game management, a lot of different things, which you do at institutions at that time of that size. You had 3 or 4 hats you would wear. And then I transitioned more into the academic and student development component, and I enjoyed working with the students and teaching. I would pick up an adjunct position here or there just to impart the knowledge that I learned from others to help them grow and develop just like I was.
Yeah.
And it just kept evolving. And I spoke with one of my mentors. It was interesting. He was a mentor, and he works at Syracuse currently. And we were talking one day, and he said, what do you want to do? Do you want to coach? Whatever. I said, no, I don't want to coach. I've done that already for a year. And I lived a coach's kid's life, so I don't think I want to coach. So I would like to be in administration. So I started shadowing him and learning from him. And he said, well, let's get you to hear other voices. So I started seeking opportunities to go to symposiums and applying for internships with the NCAA and other places.
Sure.
And in doing so, I started getting more information about what it would take to ascend to athletics director's chair. And from there, I made it my goal to continue to develop. And if the opportunity presents itself, I'll be prepared for that moment.
Sure.
And it just continued throughout my career. And I learned quite a bit and still learning.
Yeah.
Because it's ever evolving.
So it sounds like your experience from your wee days with your parents through your days as an athlete, your studies and your work as an administrator, you've built this career where understanding the life of a student athlete, the importance of both components being equally attended to, the life of a student and making sure their academics are well cared for, that they are supported as athletes in all the ways that they need to be supported. Tell us about what some of your plans are for students on the academic front as far as the athletic programs.
Yes. We want to provide a very comprehensive academic support system such that not only will they earn a degree, they'll get an education on how to apply that degree once they transition out. I talk quite a bit with staff and students about the concept of the undergraduate experience in the context of time. And this was just a guided discovery exercise that I went through, and I started thinking about it when I would talk to students during orientation. And you start by saying, well, freshmen, welcome, and this is your 4-year journey. And for some students, I found after talking to them, they get overwhelmed by 4 years because in their mind, 4 years is a very long time. So I started thinking about it in a different way. So at some point, and I can't remember when, it just hit me, 4 years, 48 months. So I started talking in terms of months because people can think in those short, not to say they can't think 4 years, but it really crystallizes when you say, well, Mr. Crawford, you have 4 weeks to provide a report.
Yeah.
And it's okay. That's different than saying you have a month, because in a month, we'll have next month.
I got some time,
Yeah. So I started talking about it in that context, and then I would also say, for every month that goes by, that's one less month we have to prepare you for your transition out with your education and your degree. So to increase the level of urgency, to really take advantage of each day, each week that you have in order to maximize your potential for success once you earn the degree and go forth and prosper.
As a faculty member here on the Hill, what would you like to see of faculty? In what way can we work with athletics, work with your advisors, work with you to together best arm our students with the tools they need so they can leave here successful, regardless of what career path they choose? What would you like of faculty?
I think faculty is doing a really, really good job of engaging students, and I will continue to encourage that on levels to help them understand what's in front of them now.
Sure.
And have a level of appreciation for what's happening, and the guidance that they're being provided is actually preparing them not only to have the degree and say, okay, I'm qualified to be in the communications industry. However, I also understand context. I understand how to build or how to transition by of the practical experiences that I've had, not only in the classroom, but in this particular space that we're in now.
Yeah.
So that value add is very, very marketable, you know, when you can show that I am book knowledge and book learned and those types of things.
Sure.
But I also know how to apply the knowledge that I've learned and earned in order to be successful in the space.
Yeah. So let's talk a little bit about your role as athletic director within the SWAC conference. A storied conference with amazing programs across the board. One thing we're seeing are top-notch athletes, African-American athletes, choosing HBCUs over PWIs. In particular, today, I'm willing to bet the young man who chose Jackson State over Florida State is probably trending on the social media platforms. And likely other athletes who are choosing HBCUs over PWIs. What does that resonate for you? How does that, as an African-American man who is in a role of leadership, in a role that is still predominantly held by white men, what does it mean for you within this conference to see that shift happening, that conversation of maybe we ought to choose HBCUs?
Yeah, I think it's wonderful. It's very, very encouraging that our students and folks that are coming after us really understand the experience, or wanting to get more understanding of the experience, wanting to get a sense of the importance of supporting and helping others rise as you rise. I think it's a lot of different lessons learned outside of the classroom from a cultural standpoint.
Sure.
It also helps others that are watching to say, you know what, something that I would like to experience. And I think about trailblazers when I see that, especially when you're speaking in the context of high caliber, what we would consider to be a 5-star athlete that's been recruited to a very, very high level, and deciding to make that choice and why, and explain why he did that. I think that was very, very impactful. Yeah. And it also opens the door, as you know, that when there's someone that's a trailblazer, typically people will follow and really understand the why. It's not just about, you know, playing the game. It's about having the experience.
Sure.
And we have that here, and we all embrace that and are very excited about the prospects moving forward.
Yeah. We still need to hear from 2 more coaches today. We've pretty much run, you know, the gamut in terms of the various programs that are here at Prairie View. And I want to thank all of the coaches who participated today. They gave so much of their time and efforts to participate in today's event and participate here in our studio at PVAMU-TV. Tell us about your relationship with your coaching staffs across the board and what you hope for them in their programs. What would you like for the audience, for the supporters of Panther Nation? What would you like of all of us in support of your various programs?
Absolutely. We have a great group of coaches. They work hard. They are focused on the student-athlete experience. We emphasize that. We definitely emphasize academics and making sure that they're able to apply their degree in any walk of life that they choose and have success. So we're in alignment in that particular way. And they're a fun group. I mean, they express themselves, and it's great. And I love that because we can grow. And they're fun too. You can tell I'm smiling. I think about some of the interactions that we have. It's a lot of fun. It's one big family. I mean, we support one another. We go to each other's events and games, and are very supportive of all of our student athletes, our 400 plus student athletes. We're one big family, and it's really, really exciting for me to see what great potential we have in sustaining the excellence that we have shown and we've achieved over the last few years. And you know, what's next? One of the things that we talk about is, you know, what can we do to continue to build on what it is we've been doing over the last few years, and those are ongoing conversations. And I'm sure you've heard that during the conversations with the coaches about the recruits and what we're doing as far as facilities, equipment. We want to continue to build on the foundation that was set for us by those coming before us in order to make sure that we continue on that upward trajectory.
Just a couple more questions.
Sure.
Our relationship with alumni, very important.
Absolutely.
Very important. If there's no other body I hear from in great volume about, you know, ways that we can better communicate and stay connected with alumni. It is through, you know, the various Facebook networks, and at homecoming we get a chance to see them then. There's no shortage of opportunities to hear from alumni, right?
Yes.
Tell us about your goals for bridging relationships, furthering activities and opportunities to keep alumni connected with PV Nation in terms of athletics. And, you know, just what are some of your initiatives you'd like to set upon us for alumni?
Oh, absolutely. Alumni engagement is very critical to the success and keeping the message going from an athletic standpoint and a university standpoint. They're the ambassadors, in essence, of the university. And one of the things that I want to accomplish is continue to build on a great relationship with them and be engaging in conversation and with alumni and supporters about how they can help us continue on that upward trajectory from a financial support standpoint, being visible, carrying the brand with them in their offices and in their community, and talking about Prairie View A&M and what it has to offer for students as well as supporters and alumni, whether they hit a ball or run, or they're a great in the Glee Club or any other area on campus. We want them to feel like they're a part of Panther Nation and Panther Athletics, because we're representing all of us, including the alumni and the supporters. And I like to hear from them and exchange information. Nothing is out of bounds. I want to hear it all so we can address it as best we can. So we're here to represent you so you can be proud of what's going on. Like this studio, if our alums were to come in here, they would be blown away by it.
Blown away.
Yes, this is, I've been in a few in my time in this industry. This is right on par with what you would see in other places. So things like this, our facilities. One quick story, one of my close family friends is an athletic director of another institution. She came to visit me about 6 months ago, and I brought her on the campus, and she punched me. I mean, she literally punched me in the arm, and I said, what was that for? You did not tell me. You didn't accurately describe how beautiful this campus is and all of this. And I said, well, I showed you on the website. She said, the website does not do it justice. So when we talk to parents and recruits virtually, because of COVID, we do a lot of virtual things. So we have to get you on the campus. And I think university development and other areas say the same thing. You get them on the campus, and it's like, wow. And so that is one of the things that when we engage alums and others, like we love to hear those stories so we can capture them and share them with the groups coming after them.
Sure. So
Working with Mr. Billy Davis over in Alumni Affairs, we talk quite a bit. I'm a part of the homecoming committee, so I speak with Ms. Shantae Moore and his group, and great group of professionals and even greater people. And so it's very much a family affair and a family effort to make sure we provide a great experience not only for our students and our student athletes, but our alums and all of our supporters.
Excellent. Your Director of Communications for Athletics, Ms. LaTanya Thurston, works tirelessly on behalf of athletics, and I'm just so happy that we can offer services to her and to her efforts through PVAMU-TV, do more events like this. What would you like to see in relationship with PVAMU-TV? How would you like to use us to help amplify the achievements of athletics, to connect with the alumni out there, to make sure that PV Nation knows all the things that are happening here on the Hill and at your away games as well? How would you like to use us?
In any capacity you would allow. The ability to have events and shows like this would be great, of course, and coaches shows and just getting human interest stories with our student athletes, providing an opportunity for students to engage us and vice versa, not only as being participants on shows or anything of that nature, but just having a platform of which to exchange ideas.
Absolutely.
All of those things are critical to the educational experience. And I consider myself a lifelong learner, so I'm not too mature. I don't use the term old anymore. My children do that for me, so I just say as I mature, I still want to learn. I'm a lifelong learner. So I think all of those things have a lot of value, intrinsic and extrinsic value. So.
Look, I understand the whole I have 7 grandkids now, and when I think, I have grandkids, I'm like, how do we
how did this happen?
Where did that happen? Before I toss it back to Andrew and to Joshua over at the desk, they may have a couple questions for you too before we close out.
Sure.
So you're coming out the gate, you're coming out the tunnel, you're walking into your office, in your minds, you're getting your mind right. What song plays to bring you out to the field, to the court, to the stage?
Okay. This would probably throw everyone off.
Come on.
Maybe. Maybe not, though. I listen to contemporary jazz, and I've done that since I was probably 10th grade. I had teammates, especially in high school and college, who played some amped up music. I like listening to saxophone, like Grover Washington Jr. or
you coming
Brian
out to Kenny
Culberson. Not Kenny. I like Kenny G, but it was more of love song jazz. Fun type upbeat things. Kirk Whalum and those types of things. I'm into that, so I would listen to that every now and again.
So you coming to the court smooth? It's just smooth as butter.
I got into that mode, but I could still get up and down. But I played in my mind a rhythm, in a certain rhythm. I was one of those guys that needed to be in a rhythm to really do what I needed to do. So I found out early on to listen to that type of music, but most of my teammates would listen to other stuff. So I would hear that too, but when I got in my own headspace, I was thinking more
Just smooth it out,
smooth,
mellow out.
stay calm,
Yeah.
stay relaxed, get in your flow, your mode, as they
Yeah.
call it, and then you go from there.
I'm with you on that. Actually, I don't even know how it would come to the court. I would absolutely have something by Prince playing, but I don't know what that song is
Yeah.
that would hype me up enough to be like, I'm ready to take on the day.
Yes.
You know, I wanted to toss it to my guys. I think they're intimidated and worried and nervous that maybe I might be upset that they're not where they're supposed to be right now. But
never that. We right here. We locked in. You feel what I'm saying? She don't know what she's talking about. Sandra playing.
Josh is where he needs to be. Good.
Yes, I am. You feel what I'm saying? So Dr. Reed, you know, somebody I have a personal relationship with. Thankfully, I'm in my wheelhouse. No disrespect to other sports, but we're not talking about, you know, table tennis or nothing like that. Just the overarching direction of the program. So we've had a lot of people come in here and talk about, you know, my other co-host Caleb Carter talked about the, you know, the rise and the movement, he said, of HBCUs. So as somebody that actually attended a PWI, you talked about you going to UNT. What was the decision for you to come here to PV, and what do you see as the future at HBCU athletics? And what do you see your role in it?
Great question.
I'll start with the last part first. My vision is to perform at a very high level academically, at a level of excellence academically and competitively. So I know that that can be accomplished, and it's just putting the pieces in place for us to do that. I think you and your peers have set the foundation of us to build upon to do that. And it's front of mind every day to put things in place for that to happen, whether it's more financial support, more human resources, all those things. It comes down to that part, is to making sure the experience is such that you have the best possible opportunity to achieve the goals that you set out to achieve when you came to campus, and be in alignment with the university philosophy and where we're moving. The other piece was, give me the other piece, I apologize.
No, you know, coming somebody that didn't attend a PWI, didn't attend a HBCU for undergrad, what made you to come on and to be so influential in terms of pushing HBCU athletics and just being a positive influence on young black men and women?
I would say, first of all, I was surrounded by that as a young person. My mother went to Texas Southern. Don't hold it against her.
But it's okay.
She's a proud graduate of Wheatley High School. So she went to Wheatley High School and went to Texas Southern. So did my aunt. My father started at Wiley College in Marshall, Texas, and went to Notre Dame after that in Indiana. No, he was a student there. Yeah,
that's a big transition.
Yeah, from Wiley. So I grew up in that area. Like I said earlier, my first football game was a Prairie View Texas Southern game at the Astrodome. So I've been around it my entire life. Went to PWI, North Texas, and other PWIs, and worked at other PWIs. But at the same time, I know where I came from, and those experiences I bring with me, and also the history of being a part of a family and been around HBCUs, to be able to pull those together, which to provide a very elite experience. So not necessarily put it in the context of an HBCU. The value in my mind is applying all the knowledge that I've gained to continue to help build on the HBCU experience and learn from others that have lived it from a different lens, i.e. you, your peers, my peers as staff members, as well as university. So it goes back to what I was talking about as far as being a lifelong learner and learning and growing in the role, as well as the experience itself.
Most definitely, Dr. Reed. Like I said, like you said, actually, you know, it's very critical in terms of, you know, an advancement to get, but also give back. You know, just like you said, you've reached the pinnacle of collegiate athletics as an athletic director. So you to take that step, come back to your, like you said, your roots, and able to give back and give the information, give the time, give the knowledge, because, you know, a lot of people like money, but more important for me, more important than money is time and knowledge, because those are two things that those are two currencies that you can't get back.
Yes.
Once you lost them. So the fact that you recognize that and you're establishing that culture very early, you know, probably one of the biggest reasons why the football team was so successful. You know, I appreciate you for that. But let me ask you something very interesting. Something that, you know, some ticker tape, some breaking news.
Okay.
You know, the Southern Heritage Classic, arguably the biggest HBCU football event. No hate to any other schools, but it's just the most known. Obviously, the band, stuff like that. Obviously, the uprise and relevancy with Eddie George and Deion Sanders. But there's been reports, multiple reports, that because of you know, contract negotiation with the SWAC, whatever, Jackson State is actually pulling out of the Southern Heritage Classic. So, you know, we're coming off, like I said, a SWAC Western Division Championship. You know, a lot of the alums are very happy and eager, as you know, at this point. Let me set you up, Dr. Reed. What is the next big step, big splash for PVAMU Athletics?
That's a great question. We're continuing to look for opportunities to showcase our teams in spaces such that you're speaking of. It's difficult sometimes, especially in the sport of football, because how far in advance we schedule. Yes, logistics is one thing. You can manage that a little bit better than the schedule. Case in point, the majority of our football schedules are pretty much locked in until 2026. So we're 4 to 5 or 6 years out from games, you know, ahead rather of games to schedule with conference and non-conference games. It's just now making sure that it holds or stays that way. So it's hard to sometimes make those sudden change things. However, we explore all of those options to see what we can do to not only give great experiences to our student athletes, but provide a platform of which to showcase the university and share its history with others.
Most definitely, you know, I appreciate that. And like you said, you know, you talked about, obviously, you know, a lot of people want certain things to happen. We need to be playing this team, that team, even talking about some of the bowl games situation with COVID. A lot of teams opted out, this and that. So yeah, I think the public doesn't understand, like you said, a lot of the logistical aspects that go into scheduling a football game, traveling for a football game, packing all the equipment that you need for a football game. Yes. So you feel me? Trust me, PV Nation. I know he had to say that because he on camera. I'm gonna get it up at him after we get out air. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna get it up at him. But Drew, feel what I'm saying? The most powerful man in PV Athletics right here. You got anything to ask him, bro?
You know what? I just have to say, as the athletic programs for all of the sports are getting a whole lot better. I remember when I first came to PV, I'm going to be honest, never heard of PV. And that's from being from the West Coast. You know, we don't really have HBCUs, and a lot of the things that we enjoy back home, like football, basketball, all the sports-wise, it was a real culture shock coming here. And then just being immersed in how, like, I didn't know the band was that serious in HBCU culture. Like,
y'all ain't got no culture in Cali,
I go
bro.
to a football game and man, I can't even see the band. I'm okay. Like, let's go.
There's no band in Cali worth seeing. That's why.
It's just I really do see a growth within the athletic department, not just football, but all sports. All sports are now getting a more broader sense of commitment from each of their players, from their coaches, and they're getting a lot of fan base from alumni and also people as well. Just going around, like you could go to HEB, there's PV stuff. There might be a golf shirt, there might be a tennis shirt, but just the fact that PV is having that impact and is really spreading out and really giving us just a foot in the door in a sense, especially athletic-wise. You know, we've had a lot of guys are going into the NFL draft now from football and stuff like that, and a lot of them are getting the opportunities. And I heard there's also just a HBCU combine in general. Just stuff like that really shows how well we have.
Shout out
really
my man, quarterback for the Panthers, Juwan Pass, participating in that right now. You feel what I'm saying? Go ahead, do your thing, Puma.
I think it's time that we start, you know, if it's possible, and I try to have all the faith in you, but, you know, let's go out there to some non-conference teams and show them what PV really about. Like, let them know, like, we really here to stay. We really here to make a movement, not just with athletics, but just in general. We out here to do some things.
That's what I call a Fendi fact. You feel what I'm
These
saying?
young men have no shortage of passion for their HBCU. We love Prairie View. We love the Hill. And we love you, sir. We are so thankful to have you. We are so supportive of everything that you have in mind for the athletic program here. You have thousands, if not millions, behind your back. And we will continue to cheer on our mighty Panthers. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your guidance. Thank you for your presence today. I appreciate it. And I know that you are an inspiration not only to the students, but also to people like myself who aspire to continue a journey in higher education leadership. I'm looking to you as a mentor, and I appreciate your time today.
Thank you very much. And whatever I can do to assist you and your colleagues here, I'm more than willing to do so. I'm here to help. And like I say, I want to support to the best of my ability. So thank you. And thank you for hosting us today.
Absolutely.
And we look forward to doing bigger, greater things
Much more,
and really get going here, because I'm just blown away by the experience. This is really, really exciting.
Well,
thank you
good.
very much.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you. Fellas, you want to take it to the next segment? And yeah.
Let me say something real quick. I just got something to say real quick in terms of an overarching theme. You know, you talk about such an accomplished man like Dr. Reed. You talk about somebody like a Teresa Dalvez. You know, I just want to reach out. I want to look into the camera and say, you know, I'm from Memphis, Tennessee. Not a lot of options for young black men from that area. You know, I say this all the time. I ask people all the time, and Dr. Reed knows. You know, being a young black man, you get 1 or 3 career goals. You get to be an athlete, you be a rapper, or you do something illegal. So, you know, obviously, we both chose athletes, you know, collegiate athletes. So just want the people that's watching, alums, young people that been watching signees, you feel what I'm saying? It's okay to be able to transition, to know, like we talked about it earlier, you know, you're probably, at this point, if you're signing to play a collegiate sport, you're closer to the end of your athletic career than the beginning. So it's okay to, you know, look like me and Drew up here in some suits and sound intelligent and be articulate, or like Dr. Reed, you know, put in, you know, decades worth of work for, you know, a goal that's not rapping or doing nothing illegal or being an athlete. And, you know, I look at him as a pinnacle of our community, like she's gonna be a doctor soon, but as a TDV said, you know, as a mentor and also somebody that is to be looked up to. So I say that not to flex or nothing on camera, but to, you know, be transparent. Thank you. Like she said in the same way, and you should look at this man as the same way you look at an NBA athlete or your favorite rapper, because he's just as successful, if not more, than them. But take it away, Drew.
And with that being said, we're going to take a commercial break. When we come back, we'll be here with the coach from the basketball team, as well as, don't stay tuned, we got football signees coming right up after this.
It was very heartfelt. We got introduced to some new characters. We saw into some people's personal lives, family, and lover. So this episode was just basically amazing. How about you?
Situationship. I mean, I absolutely loved it. I loved the first episode. I loved the second episode. It was giving what needed to be gave. Like we said before, we love the situationship. We love the hard eyes.
Entanglements.
We loved it every single second. We are so excited to see episode number 3. But episode number 2, fire. Loved it.
But before we get into that, let's get into these fits. How do we look, y'all? How we look? How we look? Giving.
Was it giving?
Giving got to be at a meeting, but giving got to be in the classroom.
You know, professional.
Right. Professional, but runway ready.
And I like purple on you.
Oh, thank you. Don't say
giving
that.
King.
Oh, stop.
Royalty.
Stop. Might have to take you out on a date.
I am so done. You guys, what did you guys think about the show? Did you love it? Did you love it?
Love to hear that.
Well, we're going to talk a little more about the show after this commercial break. But before we go, actually, let's just keep it a secret. We'll see you guys after commercial break.
Bye, you guys.
Freedom. It's at the core of who we are. The freedom to live without fear, to jog where we please, to wear a hoodie. The freedom to breathe. Before we celebrate the freedom most Americans have, we must fight for the freedom all Americans deserve. Because all lives can't matter until Black lives matter.
Welcome back, you guys, to The Calm. I'm Cam.
And I am Coco Shakard.
And joining us straight from your TV to our couch is our special guest, Jesus and Javari. How y'all feeling?
What's up? Good.
Y'all make some noise for our special guest. We're so excited to have you here.
Thank y'all.
Yes.
Y'all feel all right?
Yeah, we good. Just excited about the second episode.
All right.
So let's get into it. Come on, let's see.
Well, before we get into y'all interviews, let's jump right into these live tweets. Queen of Hearts. Let's see. You can watch the recap show of the march at the link below, 8 p.m. Yellow and Purple Hearts. Don't forget to tune in tonight at 7 p.m. to the march, produced by the CW on Hulu to see the marching storm in action. Hashtag PV March. Hashtag PV the Calm. I love that. Let's see.
Love the marketing, the advertising.
Yes, love it.
You see what they said about Swamp.
The Swamp. All right. This is from the PV Black Foxes. What did you all think about tonight's episode? Meeting Dr. I don't want to say the name wrong. Sherrod was an amazing experience. All right. So how do y'all feel about them tweets?
I mean, I feel like that was just they scratching at the surface. It's a little bit deeper than that.
Oh, a little bit deeper.
I know I did see one. Oh, they said, "Here and Swap on TV. Please take me back to college. I miss being at PV so much." PV is definitely the place to be. Yeah. I feel like we have an energy that's unmatched, especially with the band. One thing that I've heard since I've been here is that we have a dancing band. One thing we're gonna do, we're gonna dance.
Y'all gonna dance.
Yes.
Y'all
and we gonna play like it's. We may not be the best dancers. I know some of us not.
But y'all be getting it. Y'all be showing out on that field.
And he the drum major.
Yeah, no. I can't dance to save my life, y'all.
Oh my gosh. Now, you being drum major, we know the pressure is on your shoulders before you go out. What are some things that you think about or tell yourself before you hit the floor?
Really, I just kind of have to stay calm, just kind of shun everything out and just be in your own little kind of like a tunnel vision type of thing. Just relax. You're out here to put on a show, and these people are here to watch you or watch the band. So,
you had it right. Watch you.
It ain't nothing to be nervous about anymore. So I've done this too many times.
Yeah. So you never get butterflies.
You're a pro.
During the big performances, things like Honda, things like games like Homecoming, it's a little butterfly still, but it's like second nature at this point.
Understood.
So in the show, they talked about, you know, Homecoming being one of the most highly anticipated games of the season. So for y'all, is the pressure high? Like, what do y'all do? Like, how do y'all feel in that moment, knowing y'all have to impress the alumni, not only alumni but the students, bringing it to the field?
No, it's definitely a lot of pressure. When it comes to the alumni, they'll let you hear they'll let you hear it. If they don't like something, they're going to let you know they don't like something. So especially when it comes to the drum majors and alumni drum majors, they can be very, very critical. They critique a lot. Anything
they're going to
give
give it to you.
They're going to give it to you. They critique a lot.
Straight.
But there's a lot of pressure with them, the students, you know. They don't know what goes on too much in the background of what we do to prepare, but this show really gives them that kind of background, inside school.
So is it more constructive or more opinionated? And you can be honest. Be honest.
have a little bit of both.
You get a lot of both. A lot of opinions.
Because I know, like, with them being alumni, they have a lot to say about how they did it back in the day, but
Back
they
in the
not
day.
realizing that this is a new time, new era, new band members. So how do y'all, like, combat that, I guess?
We just let them know we're doing our thing now. You know, we respect what y'all did when y'all were here, and that's not something we just let go out the window. We still try to keep traditions going, certain things that they used to do back in the day. We try to keep it going now, just to, you know, just highlight where we came from. But this is what we do. Things change.
So
Speaking of alumni, let's get into legacy, because everybody's always talking about this legacy that the marching band carries. What is legacy? What is the legacy? Could you guys tell us?
Well, I mean, you go back to, it's like the 80s, 70s.
Old.
Yeah, that's a lot. The Storm has been around for a good minute.
Been very, like, creative as far as, I don't know if y'all have seen it, but when we do the hurricane, how you see, like, nobody really does that. And so the thing about Prairie View, you can go back, like you said, to the 80s, and you can see these amazing field shows. You can see the box. You can see everybody 90s. Like, it was a different type of energy back then. There really wasn't any cell phones. There wasn't any camera recorders. Like, it was like, you have to give it your all or be the talk of the town.
Yeah.
And so I feel like Saturday nights, well, not night, but during the day, like, that's your time to make your mark right there.
Yeah.
And old school PV is a different type of PV. We just added a little bit more spice to it, a little bit a new flavor.
I feel like the better question would have been to ask, what does the legacy mean to y'all personally, individually? Because, you know, we can think of the legacy on a broader scale, but what does that mean to you in y'all everyday life?
I'm just glad to be a part of something this big now, you know.
Yeah.
Just being able to say I march with the Storm is big enough. So that's kind of what it means to me. I'm glad I left my mark. So, you know, but I'm on the way out. That's, you know.
Like me, I'm earning my stripes.
I know. You got a few more years.
I'm coming in, and I'm kind of basically reaping what they sowed a little bit. I wasn't here for the production of the show. Like, they're the reason why the cameras is here and they have all this attention. I just have to live up to it to make sure that we keep getting this attention. And so basically my plan is, you know, building my legacy. I have to start now, being a little old crab trying to get out the barrel. If you don't know what a crab is, it's a freshman in the band, any new member. And so it's just like I have to find myself, like I said last time, within the Storm. Who am I to the Storm, and how can I make benefits and put forward effort to make the Storm better than what it is?
Well, we absolutely loved you guys' responses. We're going to continue the conversation after this commercial break. Stay tuned, everybody.
Freedom. It's at the core of who we are. The freedom to live without fear, to jog where we please, to wear a hoodie. The freedom to breathe. Before we celebrate the freedom most Americans have, we must fight for the freedom all Americans deserve. Because all lives can't matter until Black lives matter.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the break. I mean, the combo. Welcome back to the break. Welcome back to the combo.
All right.
Oh, I love this.
I'm so funny, right? Oh, God.
Welcome back after the break. Welcome back to the break, actually.
Y'all know what I'm trying to say, right? Okay, I have a question for both of you guys.
Okay.
Now, they said on the show that the march is like a well-oiled machine, right?
Oh, yeah.
And we all know that machines sometimes need a little maintenance. Could you tell us who are the few that are the loose screws in the band? Or what are some things you could work on as a band? If you don't want to name
Juicy.
drop.
Go ahead.
Oh man, I knew he was gonna put me first. A little thing that the band could probably work on. I know we have a little short patience. Sometimes I know when we get shows, sometimes it be the day before the game. Like I know homecoming, we added the Black Fox part the night before the game.
Yeah.
And nobody really
That was a
knows
late
that.
practice.
Yeah,
That was a
we
late
was out there
practice.
late, and we're not very open to last minute stuff, but somehow we always end up being last minute.
It does. They do that to us all the time.
Yeah,
all the time.
but I feel like we have it under control. Y'all would never know until I just told y'all. So that's
we wouldn't even know.
we always have very last minute.
Yeah, that's one thing. I'm not gonna name any loose screws. Just
No.
Let me see. Somebody y'all have met already, like Trey. When he had just came into the band, I can say he definitely had a lot of work to be done. Like you couldn't tell him anything without any back talk. So, but it's things like that with certain people in the band where you kind of just have to work with them. You know, fix that machine, like you say. But it's different parts. I think anything, if there's no problems like that, it just doesn't work, you know.
I love that.
So no name drop.
No name drop
No,
today.
Not today.
not yet.
Not today.
Maybe episode 3.
Maybe episode 3.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Speaking of Trey, is that the one with the baby?
Mm-hmm.
So I know on the show we saw a little bit in his life, and he speak on like trying to be in his child's life, and like he had a really serious moment, and he on camera he cried.
Mm-hmm.
Can y'all speak about working with him and like seeing that from him on TV?
It's weird for one to see him cry, because like I said, he's a very strong man. Like I mean, he's strong. You'll never know he has anything going on unless he tells you. Right. And he has a lot of things that's going on in the background, but he still makes it to band practice. He still makes it to the performances. So, but it's just weird. I'm glad he was able to open up about wanting to be a father for his daughter, like actually wanting to be there in her life. So I'm glad he got, the show gave us a chance for people to see that side of band, because this is things that happen in other HBCU bands as well.
Yeah, I mean, like Jesus said, we don't really see that side of Trey very often. Trey is a hard body. Anybody that come his way, he can handle it. And to see him be that vulnerable, to see him be that open, it's like, okay, well, maybe he does have a little soft patch in his heart, just a little bit. And so I get what you're saying. Like, it was good to see him in that light.
It was.
He's he can be a hothead sometimes, and he can have a temper, but to see him be soft, and a reason behind his softness is he has a kid. You don't really see often college students that want to be in their child's life. They're trying to continue to be in college and have fun and do whatever they were doing before they had a kid. And Trey, he's just adjusting to that new life while also getting his education. So I'm happy about that.
It was very heartwarming. Like, it really was, seeing him step up to the plate and wanting to be in his child's life. You don't see that from a lot of fathers.
Right.
And just for him to be a young man in college, having a lot of responsibility, even in the band,
Right.
handling that responsibility was amazing. It was very honorable. And if he's watching, I respect that so much, like on a 100% level. Like, it was great. I love that.
That was beautiful. Okay, I do have one last question.
Mm-hmm.
Because when they said that we got voted number 8 by ESPN,
Mm-hmm.
what were the thoughts, please?
Oh.
Tell us quick.
Oh,
what were the
brother.
thoughts?
Like
I
live
mean,
reaction.
No, for me it was a smack in the face for real.
Yeah.
Because we're not used to being past 5, really top 3 is where we're at normally.
Right.
So it was just a smack in the face for me.
I've never known the storm to be so low, because even in high school, when I first seen the marching storm, I was like, dang, like who are these? These are students that's doing this. And so to get here and be number 8, I'm like, well, dang, what like what happened? And it's the storm's energy is here, but people don't see how much work and how much effort that we put in, and it's more than a show. People see the 10-minute process on the field, but they don't see what we did last night or the night before that, staying to 12, 1 in the morning, and putting in no extra hours. So to be number 8, but we eventually came out on top.
Y'all number one
I
of
think-
us. Let me just say that. Y'all number one of us.
Thank you.
Thank you. 'Cause we deserve it.
May I have your mic? Thank you guys for interviewing with us. We are so thankful that you guys came. We loved your responses. You gave everything that needed to be gave, and we love the honesty, for sure. Now we're going to go over. May I have your mic, please? Thank you. And we're going to hear from our audience members.
Uh-oh.
May you come up and come speak with us? Okay, everybody. So this is my lovely mother.
Hello, everyone.
Oh.
Round of applause, round of applause. You see where I get my beauty from. Okay. What did you think about the show?
I love the show, actually. I mean, it's been a few years since I've been in college, but I went to an HBCU.
Which one? Which one?
I went to Clark Atlanta University in Atlanta, Georgia.
We love
so
Clark.
I am a big HBCU fan. So I love the show. I mean, you're right. Things have changed, since my years in college.
Since
but
88.
Yeah, so it's exciting to see our young people doing well, carrying out the traditions of some of the HBCUs of the past. So I loved it. It was wonderful.
Okay, so when you seen the marching band out there, did it bring back some memories? Did you go to the games? What did you do?
I did all that. I went to the games. Now, I wasn't on the band, and I wasn't like a marching, I didn't do the step show. I didn't do the dancing
You
as
wasn't
the
a
girls.
dancing doll.
But I was a fan, okay? I was a huge fan of my college. So, yes.
And
so
the fans matter too, right?
That's right. They do matter.
They make the show too.
That's correct. Without the fans, where would you be?
So what did you think about your college experience? So how was that back in the day compared to now?
I love my college years. As a matter of fact, I wish I could go back, but but I had to progress on in life. But as a college student, I remember all of the good times. Like some of the most memorable times for me were just hanging out with friends, going to we didn't have anything called the bistro, but I think ours was called the cafe or something like that, and just hanging out, studying. Actually, my college years actually shaped me into who I am now, a successful career person and entrepreneur. So I just love being a part of HBCU.
Well, we absolutely love to hear it. It's over now, but we will see you guys on the next show next week soon. I'll see you guys next time. Bye, you guys. Thank you.
Freedom. It's at the core of who we are. The freedom to live without fear, to jog where we please, to wear a hoodie. The freedom to breathe. Before we celebrate the freedom most Americans have, we must fight for the freedom all Americans deserve. Because all lives can't matter until Black lives matter.
Got it.
Oh. And welcome back to National Signing Day 2022. I'm Drew Brewer.
Josh Crawford, you feel what I'm saying? Locked in. It's been a long day. Both of us know. How long we been here, Drew? What, five and a half hours? Woo.
Too long.
Not too long. Never too long when you love what you're doing. So, you know, we've been, like I said, we've been up here all day. National Signing Day, top high school products, junior college products as well. Becoming on the sign their lives way to become Panthers. So let's check out our social media feed, our Twitter feed, to see what's happening. My favorite one right here. I don't know if you can see OG from PVAMU football. Can we stop using hashtag spot the ball? Let that go. It is dead to us. It's all about hashtag RIB22, hashtag run it back, hashtag purple haze, hashtag build different, hashtag on the prowl. Couldn't have said it better myself. Obviously, like I'm saying, Coach McDowell being the new coach here, revitalization of the program. I think everybody from the top down, the Dr. Reed we just had here is very excited about the momentum in the program. So let's see what else we got going on. Obviously, talk about, some of the wonderful coverage that we provided this year. The little PV Nation Fanatics graphic right here featuring our new head coach. At the bottom, star running back LaDamian Brooks, also known as Mamba, and my guy Jason Dumas, first team All-SWAC. Let's see where the arrow points us to. Let's see. Catch our more, our women's basketball team. Coach Pugh came through, what about 2 hours ago? Probably about 2 hours ago. PV women's basketball shuttled us out. Didn't know Chief Keefe was signing. That's okay. That's pretty cool. This is the women's softball coach right here as well. Choose Prairie View. I did. Hashtag RIB22. I don't think that young lady plays football, but I'm glad about her school enthusiasm. Anyways, what you think about the timeline, Drew? Tell me something, brother.
Well, it seems like we got another one from Miss Ivory 1020. I don't know what's going on with the 20, if you see in 2020 vision. But I know what you are seeing is this weekend the PVAMU women's bowling team will fight to defend the SWAC regular season title for the 4th year in a row. PVU, you know how we do this. We champions out here, boy. That's all I can say.
You know what I'm saying? Then that, obviously, from the official verified PVAMU Twitter account, National Signing Day is happening right now. Watch all the action from Twitter 7. But if you hear my voice, you're already doing that, so you're a good soldier. You're a good PV fanatic. But you feel what I'm saying? My bad. We talked about Coach Pugh came here, a couple hours ago. Talked about the women's basketball. That is cool. You said the lady been doing that thing on the court. They got a 6'4" girl from Philly. Check her out. But you feel what I'm saying? Again, Drew, we start off with champions, bro, and we come back with champions. Tell me who we got, bro.
So we got the coach from the men's basketball team with Carmine right here today. Carmine, what you got for us?
Thank you so much. I'm joined here by the head basketball coach, Coach Smith. Thank you for coming. It's a pleasure to have you.
You got a switch right there.
Yeah, try that.
Thank you for having me.
So let's go straight in. With it being National Signing Day, what does a typical recruit for Coach Smith look like?
Classy young man that we're looking for, that interested in obviously getting an education, having a great basketball experience, and obviously just having some grit and some toughness about them, and just wanting to come in and be an outstanding example. Obviously, we have a championship program here that we've built. And we want to continue to bring in quality young men that can keep us moving in that direction of being champions.
Of course. So talk to us about some of the recruits that you got coming.
Well, for us, we didn't. We've identified a lot of young men that we're interested in bringing into the program. We didn't have any early signees. Obviously, in basketball, you have a fall signing period, which is in November, and you have a spring signing period. So every now and again, if we feel a young man is quality enough and we've seen him enough, we will sign him in the early signing period. But more often than not, we really push it back to April in the spring signing period. But we've identified several young men that we think will be outstanding additions. We've got a couple of commitments. Can't really talk about them right now by name, by NCAA rules. But we have some commitments that we're really excited about, and we've got some more work to be done. We're going to lose quite a few kids off of our team this year. They're going to graduation, so we've got probably 5 to 6 more spots to fill. So we'll be busy this spring, but we feel pretty confident that we'll be able to bring in the young men that will keep us heading in a positive direction and being able to chase championships in the future.
Right, so that's good. So you were talking about, recruitment, and do you typically recruit from a certain area? Are you a Texas athlete? I know Texas athletes typically say that they're, the best athletes, and then you have, the Cali athletes who think that they're the best athletes. So do you typically recruit from an area or just based on talent?
We get the best available ones from all over. I mean, I'm a person that, I believe it's great basketball all over the country and all over the world. Even internationally, we tend to dip our fingers in the international pool as well. If they're quality enough, and if we can get a chance to see them and spend enough time evaluating them, we'll bring kids in from Europe, but all over the United States. I'm a Louisiana guy, born and raised, and I know he's got great talent there. You left that one out, the great state of Louisiana. But we typically try to get the best available student athletes from wherever. But obviously, Texas is a pretty rich tradition for having great athletes, both football and basketball, and obviously our roster is pretty much comprised of Texas kids. But we expanded out. We got a kid from Chicago. We got a couple kids from New York, Mississippi, obviously Texas, a few kids from Louisiana. So we go and try to get the best available ones, and that's a wide range in our recruiting base.
Right, which typically makes sense. You want to get a wide range of players who can add different various talents to the team. So that's great to hear. So let's talk more about you and your personal life and coaching. So I know you in 2016. There might have been some changes. I don't know, which I'm going to ask about. So you were made a head coach. So talk about what that experience was like in 2016 when you rose to head coach, and how it's been thus far.
Well, I was obviously here as an assistant, for 2.5 years, and then I was promoted to interim head coach. And It's a good dream come true. You know, I mean, I've always, aspired to be a head coach. Obviously, the circumstances in which I did were very unfortunate, and I took over for Coach Rim. They felt a change was necessary, but I felt because of my experience as being an assistant and coaching at the AAU level, I felt I had enough experience, and I felt like I was ready. I think a lot of guys, when they get an opportunity, I think everyone's in a rush to be in charge and to be in the top spot and be in that head seat. But sometimes they can rush it, and it doesn't go as planned. But I think my patience and perseverance and just working, and when my opportunity came, and the good Lord provided me the opportunity to become a head coach, I felt like I was ready. I think we hit the ground running when I took over as the interim. We had a small plan in place, and we implemented it. And fortunately for me at that time, the young men that were part of the team, we were having a tough season, but they believed in. I always say the believe in comes first. If you have people that believe in you, then the buy-in is second. It's a lot easier when people believe in your vision as a leader, and they did, and they welcomed me, and they were very coachable, which I really appreciate. I'm indebted to those guys to this day. And we kind of lit a fire under them, and we were able to string a few wins along. And at the time, Ashley Robinson and George Wright was our president. Ashley Robinson was our athletic director. They felt enough, they believed enough in me to make me the permanent guy, and we just kind of hit the ground running. And I think we kind of raised the bar pretty quickly. I think in year 3 we were conference champions, which, I mean, that's kind of rare that to happen so quickly. I didn't know it would happen that quick, but I knew that we would get it turned. But I didn't know
that's the 2018.
That's the 2018-19 group. The 2017-18. I think we had a solid team. We got close, and close but no cigar. But the following years when we kind of got it going, and we've kind of had it going since then. Had a little bit of a few blips this year, but I think we're going to kind of get it corrected here and get it going again and keep this thing moving.
Right. Well, the season is starting, so it's a very young season. So I am excited to see what y'all do in the future as well. So going back to that 2018-2019 season, because I know it was a pretty historic season for y'all. So talk about that and the mindset that you and the team went into that season with, and what kind of made that season different amongst others.
That was an interesting team. But I will tell you this: I have to be honest. I felt that 2017-18, like I said, we were close. We got to the Final Four of the semifinals of the conference tournament, ended up losing to Texas Southern. But we went out the following that same spring, and we went out and we recruited 2 young men that I felt kind of changed the landscape. That was Gerard Andrus and Devontae Patterson. Went out and went to the junior college route and brought those 2 kids in, and they were just culture builders. I mean, they were tough, hard-nosed. I mean, they were grown men. But they were 20 years old. They were young, but they were grown men, and they just really helped to change this culture. I mean, it was like a workman's mentality. Everybody brought their hard hat and lunch pail to work every day, and they battled. They practiced hard every day. And the interesting thing about it, we were 1-11 in the non-conference season. So it was like, man, we weren't winning a lot of games, but as soon as conference kind of rolled around, I mean, we took off.
Tapped in.
I mean, we ended up finishing out, went 17-1 in the conference, and ended up winning 21 out of 22 games. So it was like a season I think we were probably one of the best teams in the country at any level, and it was just a magical season. But again, it always starts with the leader, and obviously they believed in what I was preaching. So they believed in and they bought in, and then our staff. I've had one of the best staff. I've been blessed to have a great staff. Each and every year that I've been here, guys that are sacrificed, that they all want to be head coaches, but they all know the role of being an assistant coach, and they've made my job so much easier. They've worked hard, they've recruited hard, and they've managed and taken care of the players that we've had here, staying on them about the academic piece, and just being good people, working hard, coming early, staying late. And just being an outstanding example out in society. So I'm proud of our program. We have a program. Some coaches have teams. We have a program. We have a culture here that we are really proud of, that we've been able to establish. And it's just been a great experience up until this point. But we're greedy. We want more. We don't want it to end. Definitely. We like winning. We want to keep this thing moving forward, keep this train going, and that's what we're committed to doing.
Which, makes sense. So going back to that point where you talked about, the players buying into the vision and, you having those players who step up and become the leaders on the team? Who are those guys that you kind of look to as your leaders for your young team amongst, freshmen and seniors?
I think Juwan Daniels is obviously the guy. He's the elder statesman. He and Dwayne Cox are two guys that have been here. This is both of their third years being here. And Juwan's such a hard worker. He's a kid from New York, and I think it was a little bit of a culture shock for him first coming here, being from New York, kind of coming to this region of the world. But he's been a great example in terms of coming early, staying late. And Dwayne Cox is our defensive stopper on our team, and just a great young man, very quiet, humble kid, doesn't really talk a lot, but brings his hard hat, his entrepreneurial to work every day. So those two guys stand out. And Jeremiah Gambrell is another young person. This is his second year in the program by way of Western Kentucky. He's a transfer, but he's a local Houston kid. And just a great kid. I mean, easy to coach, works hard, and I think those guys are kind of the pillars of our program right now, the ones that we look to for. Leadership sometimes can be a little misleading. Those guys aren't the most vocal guys, which Juwan is probably a little too vocal at times. But Dwayne and Jeremiah are not very vocal, but I think they lead by example, and that they show up every day and they work and they're very coachable. So those three guys, as they go, we go.
Right, which makes sense. So I was doing a bit of research, of course, on you and things like that. So what is it kind of the culture that you set up amongst the basketball team? Because I was saying that that for out of state and away teams who are coming to Prairie View to play at the Baby Dome, that the Baby Dome is one of the roughest places to play. So what do you think makes the Baby Dome kind of like a tough win to get on the road?
I think it's just the mentality. We practice so hard. I mean, it's almost like, I don't know, man. It's like a football practice out there sometimes, and just our mentality. How hard we go. We have a great student body. I mean, I think when they show up, they show out, and they really get after it, and they give us an opportunity to, have a home court advantage. But I just think the way we practice, the way we prepare, is really, really, really rugged. And I just think, obviously, the Texas two-step, they call it, us in Texas Southern, is probably the toughest road trip. But we've been able to create a strong home court advantage here. And obviously, we've had a few blips this year to where we haven't, been able to, keep the home winning streak going. But, I still think it's a very difficult environment to play in, and I think teams realize that too. So they come in, and obviously with the success that we've had, we get everybody's best shot. I mean, I watch some teams when they play against one another. You're like, man, they're playing okay, but when they come in and they play us,
they're playing their
absolute best.
Yeah.
I mean, so it's everybody's championship game, everybody's Super Bowl, if you will, championship, if you will. So, but they know when they walk in this building, it's a tough place to play. So we're always going to expect a quality game, a great game plan from our opponent.
Yeah.
But even with that, it's still going to be difficult for them to beat us in here. We feel good about being at home.
Yeah, which I love that about your mindset and your mentality going into the game. And even when they come here, they know, okay, we finna play Prairie View, so we got to put on our A game. So what do y'all think typically is your mentality going into the games, or even going into the season, in which before y'all even starting, y'all are just practicing and building the camaraderie amongst new teammates and things like that? What is the mentality?
Well, I'll tell you our foundation. I'll speak about that first. We have 7 pillars to our program, and we talk about the first 4: enthusiasm, energy, effort, and toughness. And then the bottom 3 are preparation, approach, and execution.
Right.
So these are the things that we talk about all the time. And we're a defensive unit first. We're a defensive program first. We're one of the top defensive teams, I think, the last 4 years in the nation at creating turnovers, getting steals, getting deflections. So as our defense goes, it obviously gives us offensive opportunities. So, just being in great shape. These are things we talk about, having toughness. We playing basketball here at Prairie View in our program, it's almost like a preparation for life. We say life is going to be tough. When you get out of college and you get out into the real world, it's going to be difficult. So we start preparing these guys through basketball for life.
Yeah.
Those two kind of go hand in hand. So, really working hard to be in the best shape that you've ever been in, being a tough-minded team, being a great defensive team, and being very unselfish on the offensive end. If we share the basketball, everybody can have success. So to be selfish on defense, because I want everybody to try to step up and be the best defensive player out there and challenge each other to be who's going to be the best defensive player, but to try to be as unselfish on offense and share the ball and get the ball to the person that's got the hot hand. So, I mean, I could talk about a lot of things, but that in a nutshell is pretty much who we are as a program here at Prairie View.
Yeah, so you were talking about the them being on the court and playing defense and wanting to be the best defensive player on the court or whatever the case may be. So how do you keep that healthy level of competition amongst your players and not like let them get too much of a big head or an ego after a big game or things like that?
I'm pretty good at humility, keeping them humble.
Yeah.
I tell them that you're only good as your last game. There's always someone out there that's trying to knock you off. And our practices are so competitive. We never have a set starting lineup because if guys slack off, somebody else is going to move ahead of them.
Right.
So we create a healthy competition at practice to where they can kind of stay focused and know that I got to come out here every day and win practice. I got to come out here and be the best effort guy in practice every day. And if I'm not the best guy here in practice, I won't get an opportunity to get to the game because we say that we want our practices we structure our practices for that to be the toughest environment, to be the toughest competition they're going to face all year because we get after it with each other every day, push each other every day. The conditioning, the drills, the defensive drills, everything's a competition at our practice to make sure that these guys are staying on top because, again, you can start at one game and the next game you may not. If you come back and you don't give it in practice, somebody else can move ahead of you. So that's pretty much how we keep them humble, keep them focused, and keep them moving forward.
Right, which makes sense. They know their spot isn't secure, so it's they're just like they're continuing to work and improve so that they can keep that spot that they have and that they covet. So let's shift back to you, going back to when you were playing in college at U of H. How was that for you, and what was that experience like in developing who you are as a coach and how you coach your players?
It was a dream come true. Growing up in small Bossier City, Louisiana, it was a dream of mine to have a chance to play at the University of Houston. And growing up, as a young kid, 7th, 8th grade, I think, and that's when they had, the Phi Slamma Jamma days with, Akeem Olajuwon and Clyde Drexler and Michael Young, all those great guys. So obviously me watching that, they had a young man, I should say a player that was from Bernice, Louisiana, which is right down the road from where I grew up. And I see this guy from Louisiana, right down the road from where I live, and he's flying through the air and he's dunking and making all these spectacular plays. And I said, man, I want to do that. I want to be in that position one day. So that's kind of where it all started. And the guy's name was Benny Anders, who was kind of a forgotten person, after Olajuwon and Drexler and all that. But that's when that's when the dream and the desire to be a Cougar started for me. And obviously I didn't start out there. I went the long route. I went to Northwestern State University for a year. Then I went to Tyler Junior College for a year. And then the University of Houston came in and gave me a chance of a lifetime to be a part of their program. So it had a great impact on my life. To play big-time basketball. I always dreamed of playing on ESPN and CBS and ABC, all the major networks. I had an opportunity to do that. They gave me the opportunity to do that. And obviously to have a chance to move on, have a pro career. I mean, the University of Houston, that experience did so much for me. It has a lot to do with where I am today and the success I've had as a coach, what I got from that experience in the 2 years that I was there. Has a profound impact on my life. I'm thankful to God for that opportunity, for Him allowing that to happen.
Yeah.
For them allowing it for them to give me the opportunity to be able to get that experience. It's been an unbelievable, has had an unbelievable impact on my life, and I'm eternally grateful still to this day that I got an opportunity to do that.
Yeah, that's great. And you talk about the opportunity that it provided. So I saw that you played pro ball overseas. So I know we have international players who are in the NBA, and they talk about how gritty and rough it is to play overseas, and how they kind of come to the NBA and it's not as rough as they were accustomed to. So what was it like playing overseas amongst those different people internationally?
The fortunate thing for me was that I was in countries that English was primary language. So that's first and foremost. That's one of the things that a lot of the guys have a hard adjustment if it's not English is not a top 3 language, and so they struggle with that. But I think that there's a misconception here with a lot of our young people that America is the only place that has ghettos, and I say that I'm trying to be as respectful as I can. Some of those individuals come from very tough environments over there in terms of facilities, and some of the arenas over there don't have heating and it's cold. Some of them don't have air conditioning when it's hot. So you're playing under some very tough environments over there, and that it doesn't always it's not always conducive to playing a game.
Yeah.
And I think the reason that a lot of these young people, they come here and they're so locked in and they're so committed to the game is that they're appreciative of the opportunity.
Yeah.
They're appreciative of the facilities. They're appreciative of the way they travel, the hotels and things like that. But for me, I had a great experience in some of the places that I went. They took very good care of me. Like I say, English was the first language, so it wasn't a language barrier. The food was pretty much what I was used to.
Yeah.
So for me, I had a great experience in the places that I played. And I encourage every young person, if they can't make it to the NBA, to spend some time overseas. And it does help you. It gives you an opportunity to grow as a person, to see things outside of just the lenses of here in America. Because sometimes we get a little bit narrow-sighted and we think that this is the only place that exists. But it's a lot of positive things that go on abroad. And I really am a better man today because I've had some international experience, and it just broadens your horizon. It makes you a little bit more deeper, a little bit more complete. And I'm thankful that I had the opportunity to spend time over there the time that I did.
Yeah, my father, he always talks to me about traveling overseas in the future to just kind of get more of a greater scope of the world and things like that. So that's great that it's kind of helped and inspired you to be who you are today. And that's truly a blessing, you know. So let's go back to the 2018-2019 season. You know, it's one of those seasons that's hard to avoid because I know it's one of those seasons that I think every coach kind of dreams about it. And you know, as a player, if you do go into coaching, you know, you're like, man, this is a blueprint as to, you know, how I want it to go. So y'all won the regular season and the conference, right?
Yes, we did.
So just talk about, was it, you know, was the competition, you know, I guarantee they didn't make it easier for y'all, especially knowing, you know, coming in the door that y'all were playing to the level that y'all were playing at. So talk about how the competition was kind of, you know, adjusting and how they were playing when they was like, oh, we got Prairie View on the court, so what are we going to do now?
Once again, we got everybody's best shot. You know, everybody brought their A game, and they didn't make it easy for us. A few of those games went down to the wire. I mean, it was very, very close. Some were not very close. We just were better than the 5 that they put out there, and we just we dominated in some of those games, but a lot of them went down to the wire. But I think the team was so connected. I think they were connected. I think we had a bunch of guys from different parts of the country that had a common goal, that they all had a chip on their shoulder, and they came together. They didn't all spend a lot of time with each other. They weren't the closest group in terms of spending time with each other off the court. I think sometimes they can be overrated. But they respected each other. When they came to work for those 3 hours or 2.5 hours of that 40 minutes of that basketball game, they were connected. They all were hungry. They had a single-minded focus, and that was to be champions. And it just all worked out. It was so much unselfishness. Nobody cared who got the attention, who got the credit. But they all were killing each other to be the best defensive player. And when you can get teams that defend and rebound, and they really are trying to be the best defensive player and the best rebounder, and they are unselfish on the other end on the offensive side, you got a chance. You got a chance to be special. And we played some really good teams in the non-conference that year that we lost those games. But once we went on that run, I got text messages from coaches all over the country that were saying, hey, man, after we played you guys, it changed the way we played. You guys played so hard. Y'all played with so much effort, and y'all played together that it inspired our team. Even though we beat you guys, but it changed the way that we played. And we got so many thumbs up, so many congratulatory texts from various coaches that made me feel really good that we were doing the right thing and that we really had an impact on college basketball that year. But, again, a special year. I wish every year could be like that. But you don't get those a lot, to be 17-1 and 21 out of 22. That's pretty rare to do that. No one's doing it right now. I think Auburn's right now is 118 in a row, but it's a difficult task. It's a difficult task, but we're definitely chasing more moments like that because it really feels good. You sleep better at night and you wake up in the best mood that you possibly can when you have a team like that.
Right.
Yes.
So talking about you know, building that chemistry and that camaraderie, and you said that they didn't spend a lot of time, you know, off the court. So on the court, you know, what was it they were doing to kind of build that chemistry amongst each other so they could, you know, trust each other once they got in the game, and even got down to those late game situations where it's tied and like, okay, whose hands are we gonna put the ball in to, you know, make the shot, or, you know.
I honestly, I think it was a situation that they all had a chip on their shoulder, that they all felt that somebody else, some other school told them they weren't quite good enough, or they had faced some adversity. I think all of them have been through some adversity, and I think all young people should go through some adversity at a young age because it helps to mold you into becoming the man that you need to be, that God calls you to be. But I think all of them have been through some adversity at an early age, and I think that they all just kind of laid it on the line. And they did talk about it, and we had a lot of conversations. and I shared my experiences in life. I mean, those are the two greatest teachers that you can have are your mother, and experience.
Yeah.
Those are two greatest teachers that you can have. And I think that these guys had gone through some difficult times, and they talked about it. And we had sessions where we would open up and share some of the things that we had gone through, even the coaching staff. And I just think that we all kind of came together, and we all got on the same page. And we said, this is what we want to do.
Yeah.
And we chased it. We went after it, and everybody was committed to doing it. And it just, and some of it just happened. It just kind of fell into place, and it just kind of.
You can't plan stuff like that.
Yeah. Exactly. Right. Exactly. Yeah. So
well, I'm gonna kick it back to Josh and Drew. I appreciate you for joining us.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Sure.
Coach Smith, man, I'm telling you, I done told you about 3-4 years. You need a shooter. I'm in the corner. Corner specialist on Hall of Fame. You feel what I'm saying? So I said I've been here since 2018. And obviously, obviously your identity on your team, besides like the defensive intensity that you talked about, good guard play. My freshman year, a guy like Gary Blackston led the team to the tournament. Dennis Jones, SWAC Defensive Player of the Year. Even this year, my guy, 901 baby, Will Douglas, and like you mentioned, Jawan Daniels. So is that something that you emphasize in recruiting, making sure you get guards in the backcourt that can put the ball in the basket, but also defend at a high level?
You have to. I mean, at every level, guards. It's like a quarterback. You have to have good guard play, and every good program has good guard play. Obviously, you have to be balanced and have an anchor. You have to have inside guys, but you're only as good as the guards that you have. So that's always a premium for us. A primary focus for us is to get good guards. And you're right, we had two of the best in the conference that year, Gary Blackston and Dennis Jones. Really hadn't had two like them since.
I like Cox though. Cox, he's a minute. He Tony Allen for sure. Definitely big Tony Allen vibes.
He is, but yeah, we definitely have an emphasis on getting great guards each and every year because that's who pretty much carries you.
Okay. Another thing I wanted to ask you about, I had Coach Pugh come in here. And she talked about, like I said, a 6'4" girl from Philly. Then they got another 6'2" girl from. So obviously their philosophy is to throw the ball inside of things like that, make plays outside of the post. But same thing I'm gonna ask you. With the way that basketball is evolving, everybody, fast break 3-on-1, two guys run at the 3-point line. Nobody wants a layup anymore. How has that evolution affected your team? How has it affected your recruiting? How has it affected the guys you get in your program? That, from my perspective, like you get a guy like Jawan Daniels. You get a guy from New York. He's a perfect guy, 6'6", 6'7". He would be the perfect guy to be able to float on the perimeter. Obviously, he hit 6-7 threes against Alcorn. But I think to observing him the past couple years, his game is predicated on getting to the rack and doing stuff like that. So how do you feel about, like you said, the change evolution of basketball, getting closer to threes? Are you for it? Are you against it? Like, what's your philosophy towards it?
I'm neutral. I do know the game has changed, and you got guys like Kevin Durant and Giannis to thank for that, for the bigger players that want to play out. It's positionless basketball right now. But my motto and my thought process is that, you don't measure a man by his height. You measure a man by his heart. And the big man, traditional big man, the 6'11", 7-foot player, doesn't really fit with the way that we play. Because everything with us is about pressure, trapping, rotating, and they don't really move, so they actually slow you down. Now, Coach Pugh's style is a little bit different. Obviously, she's more of an inside presence and get the ball on the inside, and I think that works too. But I think the way that the game is played is that, really it's more perimeter oriented. We want our players to, 6'7", 6'8", probably about as big. Now, if you got a 7-footer in your back pocket that can shoot threes and they can run, it can be like a Chet Holmgren or Kevin Durant or Giannis, we'll take them. Not going to turn them down. But it's just very hard for them to be able to change ends of the floor and play the way that we like to play. But it's positionless basketball. We always say that, if we have a 6'2" guy switch out on a 6'8" guy, it's about your heart. It's not about your height. So put your heart on the line and go guard.
That's a good. So with that being said, without putting your heart all into it, I know with the unfortunate loss to TSU, the 1-point loss, how have you guys been able to look from that loss and see to how better yourselves coming in for the season? Like, how did that loss really get your guys to understand, like, the concept of what they need to do to be better, or just to understand, like, nobody's just going to give it to them. You got to really go out there and show your heart. Now, it was a hard-fought game. You guys did your best out there. But how do you guys move forward with a game such as close like that with such a rival school at that moving forward in the season?
Well, I think if you saw the game, I think you see that the game came down to a few points. And one of them was selfish play, okay? And the second one was not knocking down free throws. We were the second in the conference in shooting free throws, and we were 16 for 27. So if we hit half of that, you win the game. I don't think that they beat us. I think we beat ourselves. And I pointed this out to our team and saying, hey, you know what, when you don't do the things that we talk about each and every day, it can creep up on you. The shot's not always going to fall. You're not always going to be where you need to be offensively, but the things that we predicate ourselves on is playing unselfish basketball, which I don't think that we did. I thought we played selfish. Some guys were selfish, to be very honest. And again, we didn't knock down foul shots when we needed to, and we put such a heavy emphasis and such a big premium on doing that each and every day. We work on foul shooting each and every day. But when you have guys down there that are kind of talking, because you shooting, it's a concentration thing. It's like putting, right?
Right.
And you have to be quiet. You have to put yourself and get yourself in a space to where you're locked in totally. And I don't think that we really did that, and it cost us. The sun did come up the next morning. I know everybody in Panther Nation is, oh my God, we lost to Texas Southern. We beat ourselves. We feel like we're a better program than Texas Southern. Obviously, they won the conference tournament championship, but you know we've been the big dog in this league the last 4 years, and I feel that we're gonna regain that top spot here before too long. I feel really good about it. I think our players understand the importance of doing, first of all, doing what you're told. That's important. All of us have mothers, right? And I know all of us remember the statement, "Mama, why? Because I said so. Because I told you to." So I'm not a mother, but I'm more like a big brother and a father because we do the things we ask you to do, and we feel like we have a chance to be successful. So we're going to redeem ourselves coming up this weekend. We feel really good about the Florida trip. We got Bethune-Cookman and Florida A&M, and in Texas Southern, we got one more chance at them this season. So check us out on March 2nd over at Tigers.
Y'all heard that now.
Arena.
March 2nd, we coming back for you, Texas Southern.
You didn't peep the Hall of Fame Black Parent verse that he dropped out there. Mama, why? Because I said so. That's a Fendi fact right there.
Facts.
So, you talked about, you talked about the close loss to TSU, but you did make a very good point talking about being the big dogs around the SWAC. PV and TSU have been exchanging NCAA tournament berths since I've been here, like you said, 2018. And like you said, I think we got in, 3 out of the past 4 years? They got it, last year, but all the other years.
Well, 1920, we felt that we were the representative, but because of COVID, they canceled the tournament. But we felt that had it been an at-large, we would have been there 2 years in a row. Okay. But, of course, they canceled the tournament, so we went 18-19, no one 19-20, them 20-21. 21-22, yet it remains to be seen. But we like our chances to have a chance to get in there and make some noise.
Will. My boy number 5. Y'all get them 50 free throws for y'all leave the gym. You feel what I'm saying? Coach Smith ain't playing. One more question for I wrap up with you, Coach. This applies especially to you just because of the how do I want to phrase it? There's the popularity, the magnitude of your program, the transfer portal. Obviously, you have a lot of roster turnover every year because you got a lot of seniors. Like I said, you all have always established star players. You have a secure pecking order. Even like I said, going back. G Baby, Devontae Patterson. Now, I would say Juwan, Will, Dwayne. Those are kind of like the heads of your team, head of your snake per se. But in terms of like I said, you having to kind of essentially be the caliper of the SWAC. You got to reinvent your roster every year. How do you do that so confidently? To the fact, like you said, essentially 3 out of the 4 last NCAA tournaments you've been a part of. And how does the transfer portal? How do you utilize it? How does it affect you now?
I tell you what, I'll be honest with you. I really focus a lot when I recruit to try to get into the house. If I get on the couch and I get next to a grandmother, it's a wrap.
Bag secured. I feel what you're saying, Coach.
It's a wrap. Yeah, I'm gonna win that. I'm gonna win that battle. That grandmother's gonna fall in like with me by the end of the night, and she's gonna feel really good about letting little Johnny come to Prairie View and play for Coach Smith. So I feel really good about it. If I can get in the house, like that old saying, once you're inside the house, you can go to any room you want to.
Get that foot in the door.
If I can get on the couch, I can make some stuff happen in a positive way. Secondly, the transfer portal. The transfer portal, I think it's kind of tricky. The transfer portal is there for a reason, and I don't think it's always the players wanting to get away from the program. Sometimes the coaches want the players to get away from the program because they're not a good fit. We've been fortunate enough to be able to get some good ones. Will Douglas being one, we got him out of the transfer portal, and he's paid big dividends.
Wrong, Coach, hold on.
He's from the 901.
You feel what I'm saying? Come on now, Memphis, baby.
Yeah,
come on now. Went to my rival high school, but still certified bucket getter from SMU. You feel what I'm saying? Keep going, Coach.
He is, but we've been able to dip into it a little bit and have some success with it, and we will go to it again. But I think sometimes getting players in your program and being able to develop them, I think is equally as important. We don't recruit a lot of freshmen, but we will do that. But we like to try to get guys in there that have, you know, two years or better. You know, the one-hit wonder can sometimes work. Last year, Cam Mack was a big fish and came in and had a huge impact for our program. That was the best point guard in the league last year. Not named Michael Weathers. I thought the kid at Texas Southern was the overall best point guard in the league. But we like to try to get guys in for more than 1 year. And a lot of these guys are entering the transfer portal as grad transfers and so forth and so on. And like I say, I don't throw a stick at that or throw stones at getting that type of player. But for players that have a huge impact here in our program, we need to have them for more than a year. So the JUCO route is something that we do a lot. Guys that, you know, maybe go in as a qualifier, plays his freshman year and has 3 years of play. We get them in our program. We feel like we can have more impact with that guy. But the transfer portal, I think, is 51-49, positive to negative. But for Prairie View, it's been positive thus far.
Man, appreciate you, Coach Smith. Y'all go check them boys out there. That's what I'm saying. You know, don't take the little 1-point loss to TSU. You heard what he said. They got another opportunity. They're going down there for to kill BC and FAMU. Shout out to them Rattlers. That's what my daddy went to school at. But this ain't about FAMU. This is about PV being on the hill right now. So, like I said, thank you, Coach Smith. My offer's still open. You already got a one Memphis boy on the team. You feel what I'm saying, Coach? I got 2 threes in the corner of the game. That's what I'm saying. No, not disrespect the team, but I'm saying outside of one, and my boy Will. Feel what I'm saying?
We got 5 a.m. practice in the morning. If you could come in and prove it.
5 a.m.?
5 a.m. practice in the morning.
To shoot? What I need to be a shooter?
And get you cleared with compliance. We can put you on that plane on Friday.
I'm saying I'm a 40, 50, 90 type of guy. You feel what I'm saying? I can do it all, baby.
Well, thank you again, Coach Smith, for coming in, having to talk with us and interview. When we come back, last but not least, you got your Panther football coaches will be in the building, giving their take on the football team of last season, on going into this off season, going into the new season. We'll be all that and more when we come back.
Hey everyone, good afternoon and welcome to the PVAMU-TV studio and network station. My name is Teresa Dalvest. I'm an assistant professor of communications here in the Legacy Hilliard Hall, one of the most renowned and most beautiful spots on our campus here at Prairie View. I'm also the director of film and television production for our program, and I'm excited and incredibly pleased to share with you the newly renovated TV studio. I started here in January of 2017, and one of the first stops in my orientation to this program here was the TV studio. And it was an amazing space. Upon arrival, I thought, wow, I know the students are gaining so much experience and knowledge about television production, film production, and gaining the tools that they'll need to be able to contend in the industry. What I learned, though, is that that studio was built in 2011, 2012, and was in dire need of renovation and technological updates. And so I wrote a grant for a Title III, a grant proposal for a Title III grant, and we won the grant. And over the last 4 years, we've been planning and designing and finally executing this new studio. We had a great collaboration with Urbano Architects based here in Houston, as well as with Broadcast Studio Designs Incorporated which is an amazing international company out of San Diego. They've built sets for major affiliates with ABC, CBS, NBC, Fox, you name it, and they've built it. And so doing my research on their company, I learned that some of the stations that I grew up watching in Virginia were designed by them. And so that's who I wanted to work with in putting together this look. I'm going to give you a really quick tour, and then after the tour, I'm going to give you an invitation to come and spend time in the studio, work with us and create content and help us amplify the stories of Prairie View. Right here, what you see behind me is this amazing media wall. It's 6 monitors in a virtual orientation that was inspired by WTTG in Washington, D.C. Again, growing up, watching the news and different programs from WTTG, when I saw their set, I was instantly inspired to replicate that as best I could. The difference between our wall and the wall at WTTG is that their mural is a static photo. It's just a big JPEG from end to end. It doesn't move. It has no video components to it. And that was the difference we made with our particular wall. So as you can see, our logo is animated on the monitors behind me. We can make one big panoramic view. We've seen the football stadium, for instance, go from end to end in this space, and it's amazing. It's just, you feel like you're standing out on the 50-yard line. And then a monitor in the middle that just kind of helps glue the whole picture together. In my tour, you'll see also that we gained inspiration from all the colleges from around the university. For instance, this treatment, this kind of marbleized look, was inspired by the Clark Building, where juvenile justice and psychology is. We lifted some inspiration in the hallways of the Agriculture Business Building, AgBiz, as we commonly know it. This dark slate you'll find on the first floor in different places of that building. It's one of my favorite textures around the building. Again, athletics will enjoy having their football players, their soccer players, their basketball players highlighted in each of these panes, or a panoramic view of the football stadium with this big massive wall. If you look, we have these wild walls that move. We have 3 that are on casters. The windows over there, as well as the clear surfaces that you'll see picked up, for instance, on our new anchor desk, are inspired by the engineering program. And then finally, I don't know if I have enough room with the cameras on this side, but let's do it over here. Walk with me, if you will. On the back side of the 2 larger walls, we have inspiration from the School of Architecture. And so the idea, we want every college, every person on this campus to feel like there's a home for them in this space. And as you can see, it took no effort for me to spin these walls and move them around. That allows us to have great flexibility in this space, something that we did not have much of in the original
Where
space.
I go to get the live stream?
So, let me show you our 2 staging areas. First of all, this stage is what we call our little taco stand, if you will. It's a stage that's movable by bringing both sides up on hinges. We can lift them up and roll them away, removing the stage from the space, but for the most part, it pretty much lives right here. We have this great purple couch that will hold interviews and talk to various dignitaries and guests on issues that are important to the campus community. We have these amazing mics with mic flags showing off our university pride, both Prairie View and PVAMU-TV. Great branding, great branding. We also have a large wooden table that was made specifically for us. We have a show called the Prairie View Roundtable Talk, and the people who helped put this whole great space together made this custom for us for that particular show. On this end, we have our new anchor desk, again with a plexiglass see-through top, great monitor in the front. Gives our students a great playground as they become the next generation of multimedia journalists. And no shortage of monitors and visual stimuli around the space, again with great flexibility, great usability for our students, and all the tools that they'll need to be able to compete and contend for the careers of choice as they graduate from this great school. This is done in the form of a team effort. The faculty and staff in the Department of Communication we work tirelessly for our students. Our alumni have joined in also in our efforts to raise up our students and build an incredibly competitive program. We have opportunities that are pipelining our students into grad programs, especially at the University of Southern California, where we currently have 4 students enrolled in their grad program, and 2 recently graduated. One now has a job with the NFL and another with the LA Times. We have students doing amazing things all over the world, quite frankly, and this space, we want this space to be the place where we cultivate the next generation of filmmakers and broadcast journalists. Feel free to come anytime. My name is Teresa Dalvest. You can find my information in the university directory, and any of you and all of you are welcome to come play in this amazing playground. Thank you.
Y'all show y'all new faces. Oh, look. Oh my God. Bubba and Fred. So, y'all can hear me?
Yes, sir. That's what we trying to figure out.
Freedom. It's at the core of who we are. The freedom to live without fear, to jog where we please, to wear a hoodie. The freedom to breathe. Before we celebrate the freedom most Americans have, we must fight for the freedom all Americans deserve. Because all lives can't matter until Black lives matter. Freedom. It's at the core of who we are. The freedom to live without fear, to jog where we please, to wear a hoodie. The freedom to breathe. Before we celebrate the freedom most Americans have, we must fight for the freedom all Americans deserve. Because all lives can't matter until Black lives matter. Freedom. It's at the core of who we are. The freedom to live without fear, to jog where we please, to wear a hoodie. The freedom to breathe. Before we celebrate the freedom most Americans have, we must fight for the freedom all Americans deserve. Because all lives can't matter until Black lives matter.
To the end of our 2022 National Signing Day special presented to you by PVAMU-TV. So, these are some very special guests that I got in the building with me, all people that I know personally, guided me here to PV. So let me ask you real quick, just some logistical things. Coach Bubba, Coach Fredericks, Coach Fosterman, can you hear us, sir? No, they cannot. So I guess we will throw it to commercial. We will be right back after we work out these technical difficulties.
Freedom. It's at the core of who we are. The freedom to live without fear, to jog where we please, to wear a hoodie. The freedom to breathe. Before we celebrate the freedom most Americans have, we must fight for the freedom all Americans deserve. Because all lives can't matter until Black lives matter. Freedom. It's at the core of who we are. The freedom to live without fear, to jog where we please, to wear a hoodie. The freedom to breathe. Before we celebrate the freedom most Americans have, we must fight for the freedom all Americans deserve. Because all lives can't matter until Black lives matter. Freedom. It's at the core of who we are. The freedom to live without fear.
And welcome back to Panther Sports News with National Signing Day at PVAMU-TV. Before we get started, coaches, can you hear us? If you can hear, can you give a thumbs up, please? 2 out of 3. Sounds good.
You know, this is especially important for me. Like I said, having been a member of this football team in the past. Let me
Thank you for joining us, coaches, today. We are so happy.
You're still testing to see if they can hear you.
Oh.
Thumbs up to the coaches if they can hear you.
Can you hear me, coaches? Everyone good?
Okay, good.
Thumbs up? Okay.
Back to the desk. Thank you. Back to the desk.
Yes. Thank you. So we all good now, technically, logistically-wise. Everybody can hear everybody. That's amazing.
We're doing well.
Okay. Like I said, this is it's a special interview for me. This is 1, 2. About 40% of the people present right here actually are the reason why I'm here at this illustrious HBC University. These men have been instrumental in my development. I was a football player as a young man, and I can't thank them enough for what they've done for me in my 4 years here. I don't give these guys a lot of compliments. Usually give them a hard time. I was giving them a hard time before we started, on there, but. It's hard for black men out here, like I said earlier. So for them to be influential and to pave a way and continue to be a light in not only mine but any other young black man's life is a special thing. So introducing in studio with us, Coach Ryan Burton, Coach William Middleton. Coach Burton, Shanique, tell us who we got in the couch with us.
So today we have Coach Burton, like you said, and Coach Middleton. Thank you for having us, as well as our head coach, Coach McDowell. Thank you for being with us today. And also we have Coach Fredericks and Coach Fosselton. So today I do want to just start with the recruiting process and how that works. And to anyone who would like to answer this question, overall, what would you say the recruiting process has been like? Is it still ongoing, or is there, more work to be done in finding new recruits?
Honestly, recruiting never stops. It's every day, 24/7. Again, it's just been a process, a journey, trying to get great talent here at Prairie View, join our program. And again, it's hard to sometimes specify what kids you need in your program. So again, you going out, different cities, different states, meeting different people, different kids, families, coaches, and again, you're around so many people. So you're trying to get a select few guys and bring them to your program, and hopefully, they're going to fit in properly over the next 3 to 4 years of their life.
Yeah, so I would say it's a information gathering process that starts probably around July, and you probably start with well over 1,000 to 1,500 names and just kind of work your way down from there. process of elimination. Sometimes they like you, sometimes you don't like, you don't like them, but it works its way down. And then we start having, we have an early signing period, and then right now, as the day is the national signing date. But also with the portal, it's an ongoing process where there's still names and individuals that we come across really up until the start of camp.
Thank you for that. And before we get too ahead of ourselves, I would like for each coach to briefly give a quick description of your position, and I would pass it back over to the desk for Josh and Drew to take that over.
Yes, thank you, Shanique. Before we go on to that, we're going to start off with our first coach, Coach Bubba, head coach of the Panther football team, and we're going to go ahead and give it there like that. Coach Bubba, you want to introduce yourself and your staff?
I'm a head football coach, new head football coach here at Prairie View University. My offensive coordinator is Mark Frederick, special team coordinator, linebacker coach, Alvin Fosselman. We call him Brock. All right. DC is Todd Middleton. He's going to be coaching the D-line. And Ryan Burton, who shared the secondary with me last year. He's also going to be coaching the safeties and nickels this year. All right. And we got Marcus Bradley, who's not here yet. He's going to be on his way. He'll be coaching the running backs. And we got Ashton Green, who will be coaching the offensive line and tight ends. We have Hurley Brown, who's coming in, should be in within a week. He's going to be also coaching the secondary as well. And Reggie Moore, who's going to be coaching wide receiver. And Reggie was here previously with under Willie Simmons, who was at Colorado. Again, will be joining us.
Thank you
for that. Thank you for that, Coach.
Yes. Okay. Thank you for that, Coach, for just a good review of your coaching staff and everything like that. And so from there, we're going to go on, move it into Shanique, and we're going to go on for the coaches that are here at the moment. Shanique, what you got for us?
Well, first I would like to address Coach Bubba McDowell. Of course, you are new as a head coach, but you are not new to Prairie View. You've been here with us for 11 seasons, and you were assistant coach, for 4 seasons before that. So could you tell us what led you to be a head coach here at Prairie View, and what was that journey like for you? Coach Bubba McDowell, did you hear what I said? I can repeat the question if you need me to. Well, for anyone who is able to answer this next question, we'll let Bubba McDowell get his thing working. Let's see.
Do you mind me answering that? All right. Fine. So Coach Bubba McDowell, he's been here for 11 seasons. Been here with numerous staffs. Again, Coach Duty left back in December after the championship game, and of course, Coach Bub, he thought it was his time. Put his name in the hat. Of course, Dr. Reed himself evaluated Coach Bubba since he's been on the job here for the past 16 months. And I guess Coach Bubba has done a great job. Again, they gave him the job January 4th of the new year. Again, he's been hitting the ground running ever since he's been named the head coach. So, again, congrats to Coach Bubba McDowell, his first stint here as the official head coach. And, again, we just leading the way with him and trying to make his job a lot easier.
Wow, thank you for that. So I was informed that I have to talk into my phone in order for you to hear me, Coach. So we're going to do that right now. Okay, Coach Bubba McDowell, can you hear me? Okay, perfect. So the previous question was just what led you to be a coach here at PV? Coach Burton gave me a very good explanation for you, but I know you might want to add on some things. So if you just want to finish up that question and let us know what led you to be a head coach here at Prairie View.
Of course, when I first started, I had the opportunity to become coach at Prairie View. I've always had that. Came up, I was made interim head coach at that time, and again, wasn't quite ready for it, and as we always say, you got to be ready for a big big ordeal like this, especially being the head coach, and just getting to learn things from different coaches, Willie Simmons, Coach Dooley, and some of the coaches across the country and HBCUs and big FBS schools, Division I colleges, and just kind of gathering information and putting it all together. And this is what led me to this year. And just, and it just hit me. Like I said, it's all in God's timing, and this is my time, and I want to pursue it this year.
Beautiful. So, how does it feel being head coach after being assistant coach for the previous 4 seasons?
Man, it was we hit the floor running, because again, we got into it late, and the guys that I brought back, these young men again they're doing a fantastic job. And as you guys will see and hear later about the young men that we got coming to Prairie View, they did an outstanding job considering that we kind of got into it late. But when they came back, I know we've been going since day one and up until now. We have not had a break, going out, visiting schools, talking to kids, home visits, just trying to secure some of the kids that we've already talked to. And again, I love it. This is the part I love about it, just going out, meeting, building relationships. And it's one thing I always tell my guys, you got to build a good relationship, because if you do that, then, people are going to want to be involved with you later on down the road.
Exactly. That's great advice. So what are some of the strengths and attributes that you plan to bring to the Prairie View football team?
Knowledge and spiritual side of it. I want these, again, my goal is to, again, empower these young men academically on the field and off the field. So when they leave Prairie View A&M, they can't say that they didn't get the teaching, the toolage, be it in the classroom or out on the field. Because I say this is why I brought these young men back, because I trust that they're going to treat these young men like their sons, as we promised their parents. When we talk with them, we tell them that, hey, your kid is going to leave out better than when he came in, and that's going to be academically, spiritually, and if they have the aspiration of getting to the next level, we're going to give them all the tools to do that. But more importantly, we want them to walk across that line with that degree, at the end of the day, because again, not a lot kids get a chance to play it on that top level, but there's one thing you can't take away is that degree.
Thank you so much. This is very difficult for me to do both, so bear with me. I do have a question about your personal life, and especially knowing that you have come from a very large background and so many accolades. Tell us about you playing on the NFL for 7 years, a good chunk of it with the Oilers. And, you played along such great players, Warren Moon and Bruce Matthews. What is it like playing on a talented team for the bulk of your career, and how has that impacted you as a head coach?
Well, it is, the impact is when you're able to play around winners throughout your career. And again, I've always been part of a winning institution, not just from high school to the University of Miami, to the Oilers. And even when I got released and went to the Carolina Panthers for 2 years, we ended up winning there as well, the first 2 years in 95 and 96. And as you continue to grow as a man, being around all these great guys, great athletes, you're bound to learn a whole lot. And again, that learning process was for me, again, just building relationships and how to sustain it throughout my career, and how to carry that over into what it is that I want to do outside of once my career was over in the NFL. And that's one thing I always say. Honestly, I said I would never coach because of the time factor that coaches put into it. But then my friend Alonzo Highsmith talked me into it, went over to, started at Texas Southern, for volunteer for 4 years. And then after that, I jumped into it for 6 years before transitioning over to U of H with Coach Browse for a year. Then from there, Went down to high school to Willow Ridge for 2 years, and then got the call up for Coach Northern with Prairie View. And like I said, it's been a joy ever since Coach Northern brought me on. And like I said, to me, it's all about learning. We're always learning, and I'm still learning. But I guess the impact of playing with those young guys, with those men, again, just help me mold me to who I am today. Again, the spiritually, athletically, and the person that I always want to be, and that's to give back. That's my goal: give back whatever knowledge that I learned from someone else, and share it. And as I tell my young guys, that you're going to be there someday, teaching and saying the exact same things. So is my duty and our duty as coaches to give these young men the right tools to go out and do greater things.
Thank you for that. So, as a guy that did play college football at the highest level at the U, what does it mean to you for a player to choose an HBCU over a PWI?
Oh, well, I mean, to me, for someone to choose now these days, because again, we've been trying to get these young men to give us a shot here at HBCUs, and unfortunately, it hasn't been that way in the past, but now we're starting to see a lot more kids transition to the HBCU. And again, it's all about them getting here and doing what they're supposed to do, athletically and academically. Again, we always tell them, we can get you in here, but you got to still do the work. You can do the same work at the University of Miami, Texas, as you can do at Prairie View, Jackson State, FAM. It doesn't matter. The thing that matters, you got to be able to put that good film on the field and produce, and to the point where you have scouts coming in and asking, hey, who is this kid? What is this kid about? How is his character? And when they start asking about you, then that's a good thing. So again, with them coming into the HBCU now, it's going to give us more of a chance to compete, I think, with the FCS and FBS schools later on. Definitely FCS as we go forward.
Okay, so thank you, Coach McDowell. I'm going to go ahead and pass the questions to Coach Fredericks. And Fredericks, I just wanted to ask you, how much did Bubba being named the permanent head coach influence your decision to stay at Prairie View?
It had a huge impact. It was a great relationship with Coach Bubba over the years. Really enjoyed working for him and following his vision and matching it with mine. We're going to take Prairie View to some great heights.
All right, thank you. How do you plan on attacking defense this year?
Very explosive. Offense, going to score a lot of points. And, we're going to play complementary football. We're going to do whatever we have to do to get the W. We're going to run the ball. We're going to throw the ball. We're going to take what the defense gives us. We're not going to reinvent football. We're going to play and have fun and win games in the process.
Okay. How do you think the transitions of the staff, including reintroducing new offensive line coach Ashton Green, will impact this season?
Got a great relationship with him out of Franklin before. He's been here before, so we're just coming right back together. We're just reuniting, and we're going to try to pick up where we left off. We had one of the top offenses when he was here, and we plan on returning to that as well. Let's keep it going.
Thank you for that, Coach Fredericks. So this next question is open to anyone who would like to answer, and I still have Coach Burton and Coach Middleton here with me. So are there any newcomers to the team who you hope can make an immediate impact?
Well, I would say on the defensive side of the ball, we have Miles McKinney is a defensive end that has outstanding speed that can get to the quarterback. He's got a great skill set. And Dejon Brooks also is a transfer from Eastern Michigan. Both those guys are very, very athletic. They're tall. They have great range, and they get to the ball with bad intentions on their mind. So we're really, really excited to look forward to seeing what they can do.
Draftee, Super Bowl champ, that's what these guys remind us of, that kind of talent. So but with those two guys, in there and again, coming on both sides of the ball, we're going to make some things happen.
Okay. Would anyone else like to answer that?
We went right down the road to Peyto High School and signed C.J. Dumas. Great young man. Signed him as a quarterback. Got great plans for him. We think he should come in and compete right away. Also, we had a chance to go down to San Antonio, sign Navon Cooper, a speedy receiver. Also, out of the Garland, Texas area, we signed Ellis Rogers. These guys, I'm looking for to come in and play, as well as Lawrence Armstrong, kid from Shadow Creek. We're talking about speed. When we say speed, we added some speed on offense. And at the running back spot, we added Connor Wisher from Zachary, Louisiana, 3-star athlete. Actually turned down a PWI and chose Prairie View. Also, we added a big-time tight end from San Antonio, Dylan DeMare. Got great plans for that young man as well. He's going to fit well into the offense and the scheme of things. And then up front, we had to add some beef. We signed a kid. He locally, but he's at a JUCO right now from New Mexico Military, Curtis Strickland. Also, we added Jalen Cooper from C.E. King, another O-lineman, and Joel Rose to round out the offensive side from Kahoma Junior College in Mississippi. So well-rounded. We returned 9 starters on offense, so we didn't need a lot, but we added much-needed depth in certain areas, and the competition is going to be good, and y'all should see some great things from the offensive side of the ball.
Great.
Yes.
Thank you for that.
Just picking up from Coach Frederick. So it's special teams as well. One thing that we wanted to do, talking with Coach Bubba, was we wanted to be better in the return game. I thought we got a chance to really get out, this recruiting time and bring in some guys that we thought that could change the field position for us offensively. Went down to Zachary, the Echo, Connor Wishman. I think he's a really good return guy. We also went South Houston, Shadow Creek area, and we pulled Lawrence Armstrong and DeJuan Lewis, who also have great return ability. So, and then we look at Navon Cooper from San Antonio, another guy, speed guy who can catch the football and do great things with it. So we think we really got better on special teams as well, adding those guys to our football team.
Amazing. That is amazing.
And as you guys can hear, we got speed on both sides. Again, as Coach Frederick said, 9 offense coming back, 9 on defense coming back. We should be very explosive on both sides of the ball. And as Coach Brock alluded to, even more so at the with those special teams unit.
Great. Thank you so much. You should be able to hear me now. So, with that being said, now that you've mentioned your recruits, are there any returning players on the team that you're excited to have back?
Definitely defensively, we returned 9 starters, starting with Jason Dumas, who is the best defensive lineman in the SWAC.
Jacksonville, JC last year. Well, not JC, but from Jacksonville State, I think it is. Another corner back there that's going to, again, help us out in that secondary. Trasheed, linebacker, like I said, we call, Coach Rock being a little modest right now. He hadn't said the boom squad yet, but that's his boom squad, some linebackers. And as I tell guys, my secondary, as me and Coach Ryan would tell our secondary, you guys better take these dudes out to lunch every time you get a chance, because that front 7 with the D-line, with the Dumas, Troy James, Dante, and again, with the added addition with Miles, and Dijon Brooks, oh man, we're going to be really good defensively. We should be faster. We got some kids coming back off of injury that we're hoping to get back real soon, at least by training camp. And again, you guys heard it. You heard it from his mouth with, Coach Fred. We got some guys coming back. Trezon, again, 7-1 as a starter, the QB. We got the young bug, Dumas going to be backing him up. And, well, I would say back him up, but he's going to be competing. He has a really good chance of coming in and playing a lot. Jalen Howard, little speedster slot guy, a phenomenal freshman year last year, Spiller. Again, I mean, we got the speed, we got the talent, we got the, Walton Gary Walton across the center there, O-line. We got the pieces, again, now we're just going to add some more pieces to these young men, both sides. And we should be back there again this year.
You can go ahead.
I'll just take it defensively.
Guys, again, don't leave anybody out. We got some dudes.
Well, just defensively, I'll be remiss if I didn't mention Don Thompson, defensive tackle out of Crowley High School. The young man is about 6'2" and a half, about 275 pounds, but he bench presses 350 pounds with about a 550-pound squat. So I'm excited to see what this young man can do to bring some added depth to the defensive line. That's already a veteran group, but we're going to sprinkle in some youth. So we're looking forward to see what this young man can do on the field.
Definitely want to hit on my safety, Drake Cheatham. He's been an All-American for the past 2 years, leads the team in tackles. I know he leads the team last year in interceptions as well, I think with 5 or 6. Again, he's about to graduate this coming spring and then go into grad school. So, again, hats off to that young man. He came in, did what he's supposed to do in the classroom and on the field. So I couldn't ask much more of him. And then, again, I have Bryce Turner, Tyreek Moore as well. They'll be there in the secondary. So I have a great group of guys returning. And then I'll add DeJuan Lewis as well from Shadow Creek.
Okay, that's amazing. And I believe while you were speaking, Coach Fredericks had something to say as well. So our Zoom may have.
And again, as Coach Rock talked, our special teams should be so much better this year, with the speed that we have. He's talking about changing the field, and with these young men back there with kickoff return, punt return, again, they can do some dynamic things as far as with the ball. So again, we're expecting to have great field position for our offense come this season.
Thank you. Please give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. Okay, great. So I believe, Coach Fredericks, you did get cut out. Would you mind repeating what you said as far as the new returning players? You don't have to do it all, just key things that you said. I'm sorry about that.
Hey, again, at the quarterback spot, Trayvon Conley. At the running back spot, we got a loaded backfield. We added, I think, a key piece with Connor coming in. We got some veterans returning there as well. The tight end spot got better. O-line got better. Wide-out spot got better. All we did was added much-needed depth to already explosive offense, and you should see some good things from us this year.
Thank you. So my next question is, again, for any coach who would like to answer. As a recruiter, do you prioritize local or homebred talent over other places within the country, or is it a fair mix of both?
Answer that.
Definitely. We recruit nationwide, but we do take care of home. We take care of our backyard. We want the best players that we can get, and we want guys that want Prairie View. Okay, don't get it twisted. It takes a special kid to play for us. We don't want just anybody. We want high character young men that come in and fit into our system, believe in what we believe in, and does the right thing and does it the right way. And that's when you get the results you get. Western Division champs.
Yeah. A lot of questions been asked about, what are y'all feelings, versus high school and the transfer portal. And again, we don't have anything against the transfer portal, but again, we want to build our team, and I say our team because, again, it's not just Bubba McDowell, Coach McDowell. I mean, it's everybody's team. It's a Prairie View Nation team, trust me when I say that. And again, we want to build a system to where we can win consistently year after year. We were dib and dab in that transfer portal. when needed be, if we need a position at that time, we would get him, and hopefully again he coming in and helping us out. But for the most part, we want to build a system first here, and that's gonna sustain throughout year after year after year. And again, I think these young men has done a fabulous job of starting up with this recruiting class with the young men that we got coming in.
Like to add anything to that?
Just like Coach said, just to add on to it, I thought that everybody did a tremendous job going out and scouring the area. We took care of home, and then we went abroad, and we found some players that fit into our system that's going to be great Panthers. I just look forward to everybody coming out and supporting us. We're going to play hard. We're going to play lights out, enthusiastic. You want to see guys run to the ball and play with great fire. That's what people want to see. That's what's going to put people in the stands.
Thank you. And so I heard you mention what kind of player you would like to see wearing the purple and gold. So PV has a saying, where champions are built. How does this apply to your players both on and off the field?
Again, they come in, raw, some more talented than others. But again, it's our duty as coaches to build champions. And again, if you got kids that are already there, we got 9 guys coming back against, we said earlier, on defense and offense. Now we're just adding pieces to already Western Championship team. So we're trying to at least continue to build on that. They already some of them come from pedigrees, with championship pedigrees, should I say, and they know what it's about, and it's our job just to continue to build upon them. And again, like I said, we want to build this PV Nation up to a point to where, hey, you know what, we want to sustain it year after year after year, not up and down, not up and down. We want to be able to, be like, and I'm just using this, because that's where I went to school. The years when I was at Miami, it was just year after year was winning those championship titles. We want to be able to play for these titles every year after year. And again, just to have a chance to build champions with these young men, championship caliber type athletes that, again, coming in and helping to get us back to where we know we're going to be able to go to. Again, it's going to be great for us and great for the university.
Thank you. And for our viewers, one last time, could you remind us of all of your recruits, if you can, from that you've recruited this year for this upcoming season from each line?
We're going to take it.
I guess I'll speak on Donnie Thompson, defensive tackle from Crowley, outstanding student athlete. Dejon Thompson, Dejon Brooks from Eastern Michigan, another defensive lineman, and then I'll comment on Miles McCaney, defensive end from Upper Iowa University, also from Ohio, outstanding player. Ryan, you can talk about the secondary, guys.
In the secondary, we have DeJuan Lewis, again, a talented young man at safety. I'll be coaching him. Again, he's a 2-star athlete. He actually chose us over a lot of, FBS programs, Nevada and Texas State. Had a commitment party last night with his family and friends, so I'm greatly to have him here with us. He's a winner, Shadow Creek area high school, so again, he knows what it takes to be a champion. We have also Dejon Brooks as well, as Coach Middleton talked about. He'll be a transfer coming in on defensive line with experience that can fit in right now and make a difference for us. We also have Donald Thompson as well from Crowley, Texas. Keep going. We also have Connor Wishman, again, 3-star running back. He's going to be in that group of running back pile that we have experience there, so he's going to be able to mold and learn from those guys. And, again, if we can get him in and play, 4 games at least, not even thinking about redshirting him, but get him in on special teams as well. We also have C.J. Dumas. This guy here, he's a champion. Played at Pato High School. He's a state champion at quarterback. 6'2", 190. Great arm, great accuracy. Curtis Stripling, again, he's a guy right now that can come in and play at center. Center spot, our guy just left, 5-year starter, Danny Garza. So again, he's coming in to fill big shoes as well. We also have, let's see here. We also have Dylan DeMel out of San Antonio. He'll be a true freshman coming in, but again, 6'3", 225, a guy who can play inside, outside. He'll be able to line up at the tight end position for us and make some big plays, especially on special teams as well. We also have Ellis Rogers, receiver. Again, we lost a lot of receivers last year, so it'll be big time for him to come in and make a difference for us, standing at 6'1", about 190. Also, we have Jalen Cooper, again, another freshman from C.E. King. He's a guy that will be coming in and mold him as well, learn from the guys that's in front of him. Joel Rose, this is a guy that's coming in as a transfer. So, again, we're looking to bring him in and start or compete day one that he's get here. Any transfers we have coming in, we're not looking to sit them. We want them to make an immediate impact as well. Also, we have Lawrence Armstrong, another receiver from Shadow Creek. Again, guy who knows how to win, guy who's going to come in and compete. Again, that room is really open, so again, he has big shoes to fill as well. Miles Mahaney, again, a defensive end from Detroit, Michigan. Talented guy, 6'4", 230. He's going to come in and rush the passer as well. Again, with experience, coming in as a grad student. Navon Cooper, another guy from San Antonio, receiver, 6 foot, about 170, a speedster. He's going to make a difference for us as well, not on offense, but as well as special teams as well.
Well, thank you. Coach Fredericks, did you want to add anything onto that? Coach Fredericks, would you like to add anything?
I think Coach Burton covered it all, so.
Well, I'm scared of Prairie View football. Okay, well, we'll go ahead and pass it back to Drew and Josh, and they'll go ahead and close us out.
So guys, it's so nice to talk to you guys when you're not allowed to cuss at me and yell at me and maybe run sprints and do punishment work, and you know, it just feels free, don't it? Man, I just feel crazy. I can just talk to them. But no, all seriousness, you know, like I said, coming off SWAC Western Division title, let me ask you this. Y'all know what I'm going to ask, too, so be prepared. Why now the change in the philosophy from running back versus spot the ball? What's the biggest difference, and how do you plan to go forward with that?
I guess the big thing is that, you know, the environment or the who we are, instead of doing the hunting, we are the hunted. So right now we have a tremendous amount of expectation. We've been successful, and now we're just looking to build upon that. So we know that we have to bring our A game every week. We know that everyone's going to give us their best shot, so we have to be prepared. So our mindset is changed from we have to earn respect. We went out to earn respect. We've done that. Now people have us on their radar, and they're coming after us. So we have to be prepared and go out and play like champions every week.
And again, shout out to Coach Fosterman. He actually came up with the slogan "Running Back." Again, we was in the office one day, and you know, we were thinking of a hashtag for Twitter, and he was like "Running Back 22." So again, we know where we went last year. We went to the championship game, and we're trying to get back, but this time we're trying to win it all. So again, that's what the slogan "Running Back" means. We want to run it back and then get a different outcome this year.
You know, this is a question that you can answer, Ryan, also for Coach Bubba, even Coach Rock. You tell me, you got guys that play 20, 30 yards down the ball. Coach Bubba, obviously, you know, like Shanique said, 7-year NFL pro, somebody that was, you know, an all-pro, one of the only 2 all-pro nominees in the SWAC besides the other guy that we just played against. We ain't going to say his name. But do you plan, you, Coach Burt, and you, Coach Bubba, to emphasize, you know, strong secondary play? You know, personally, we've had guys that's been kind of a trend since I've been here, talking about guys like Jalen Harris. I know that's an OG. Dre Cheatham, who I came in with. Logan Jackson, who I came in with also. And then, you know, a guy like Darius Kimball, come from Colorado State, being named the all-conference guy. You know, that has been kind of seen to have been the backbone of this team, at least on the defensive side of the ball. So is that a trend that you see continuing now that, you know, Coach Bubba's been elevated from, you know, assistant to head man?
I do. Again, I know Darius Campbell. He just graduated. He was a second-team all-conference guy. And again, we have Drake Cheatham. You know, like I said, he's an All-American for the past 2 years. Again, we added a championship guy, DeJuan Lewis, a guy who's going to come in and make an impact for us as well. We're going to add some more guys to that pack, again, to make us stronger in numbers as well as depth. But again, Coach Bubba being a defensive guy, a DB, he expects nothing but the best from that group. And again, I know I'm coaching the safeties and the nickel, so I know I have a job to uphold, you know, just a winning mentality with the guys. And again, they've been buying in. They've been lifting every morning, 6 a.m., 7 a.m. weights and things of that nature. So again, just continue to do what we do. And again, we'll be right back where we want to be.
Could you ask Coach Bubba that, Shanique?
Yeah, you got to say.
Oh, Coach Bubba. You know, I said if somebody is a long-time NFL DB, you know, having had recruited and developed guys like Jalen Harris, Drake Cheatham, Logan Jackson, Darius Campbell, do you plan to continue to emphasize strong secondary play as a backbone of your defense and of your team?
Absolutely. I'm gonna be like a Nick Saban. Got to call me. You know, although I'm still a head coach, you know, that's my baby back there. So we definitely gonna be emphasizing, you know, better play back there for sure. And again, like I tell them, you know, you got to continue to get better in the secondary every day. What makes your job easier is, again, that front seven, the linebackers, those DNs putting pressure on guys. And now once that happens, you know, you got to be able to be in position to make those plays. And we've had times where we gave up a lot of plays where we probably should have led the country, honestly, you know, 2 years straight. Now, had we caught all the passes, that was our interception that was thrown to us that we dropped. But we will get better at that in the backfield. I promise you that. And, you know, better days are coming for sure.
Well, thank you, Coach Bubba, and thank you to all the coaches for coming in today and giving us a little more insight on how you guys want to run the program. And, you know, running it back 2-2, we all for it. We gonna be right there with you cheering on, and we hope we can take it home this time this year. So with that being said, we go end of the day with the National Sign Day of 2022 here at Prairie View A&M University. My name is Drew Brewer.
My name is Josh Crawford.
And this is PV.
You know.